Chapter 665, Achieving 12 Wings. Chapter 665, Achieving 12 Wings. After becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, a person would obtain heavenly demon martial intent and become the ultimate taboo existence within the Blood Slaughter Steppes. The Blood Slaughter Steppes' true fear was not the Holy Land Alliance, but an emperor-level powerhouse like the 8 Fall War Emperor, who had also managed to obtain a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. There didn't need to be many of such individuals. As long as 3 or 4 such existences simultaneously attacked the Blood Slaughter Steppes, the Steppes Master would suffer defeat. All High Lords heed my order. Everyone attack Lin Ming together. Although he is strong, he cannot stand a barrage of your martial skills. Elder Xiao crazily shouted. It was true that Lin Ming was strong, but this had mainly manifested in his striking power. In just the aspect of striking power, Lin Ming even surpassed an ordinary second-stage life destruction powerhouse. Any defense would be pierced and pulverized. But in terms of defensive power, no matter how fierce Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to stand there and take attacks from a High Lord powerhouse, much less a barrage of them. All of the surrounding High Lords began to move, taking out their weapons and attacking Lin Ming. But how could they possibly compare to Lin Ming in speed? Cha-cha-cha. The Heaven Step Treasure Spear was like a pure, white dragon swimming through the vast sea. Wherever it went, blood would follow. Lin Ming indeed couldn't block a volley of attacks from the High Lords. Even if just 5 or 6 martial artists attacked him at the same time, he probably wouldn't be able to block that either. But by depending on Golden Rock shattering the void, his movement skill that allowed him to weave through the battlefield like ghosts and gods, how could anyone think of successfully hitting him? As he flitted between the 20-some High Lords, Lin Ming's attacks were like vorpal death sentences. The white spear was fused with billowing flames and arcs of electricity. Each and every attack had the power of a bronze-level battle spirit poured into it. Seeing Lin Ming rush towards him, a High Lord swung his heavy sword at Lin Ming, wanting to fend off this attack. But Lin Ming completely ignored his attack and continued thrusting his spear. In that instant, Lin Ming's spear passed through the High Lord's sword light and then struck the heavy sword with a metallic ring. Then, an inconceivable scene occurred that made everyone tremble. The great sword, which was also a Heaven Step treasure, actually had its thick blade pierced through by Lin Ming's spear. The long spear penetrated through the heavy sword and stabbed into the High Lord's throat, taking his life with a single spear strike. Such a sharp spear light caused all of the martial artists present to pale, sweat dripping down their backs. Everyone knew that the white spear was a low-grade Heaven Step treasure. But in Lin Ming's hand, this spear had reached a degree of sharpness that no one could block. Facing this sort of demon, just who would dare to fight him? The dozen-some remaining High Lords were pale as they turned around to run. However, Lin Ming did not intend to let a single one of them escape. The space underneath his feet suddenly shrank as he seemed to teleport directly behind a High Lord's back, his spear thrusting into his body. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I'll leave," the High Lord frantically shouted. However, his voice died in his throat. The white spear penetrated through his back and straight out of his front, a bloody light shooting out. "Leave." Lin Ming's lips curved in a devilish grin. At the moment that they decided to kill Duan Mukun, everyone had already forfeited their lives in this gamble. Seeing that they couldn't kill the one in front of them, but then seeing that they themselves would die, and even wanting to retreat. Just where in the world would you find such a good deal? Damn it. Seeing 6 or 7 ordinary High Lords cut down by Lin Ming as if they were vegetables, Elder Zhao's eyes turned red. "This old man will kill you." Pouring true essence into his lance, Elder Xiao struck out at Lin Ming. "Humph! You really think that I'm afraid to fight you?" Lin Ming's eyes sparked with a cold light. He grasped his spear, thrusting it up He would welcome anyone anytime. Before, he hadn't dared to directly fight because Elder Shao and the Great Axe Tower Master were attacking him together, and the treasure in Lin Ming's hand was lacking. But now, seeing Elder Shao rush towards him alone, this was what Lin Ming had wished for. A spear thrust out, fires burning to the heavens. A vast concept of fire burnt Elder Zhao's cloud of demon essence to cinders. Spear and lance collided. Bang! Elder Zhao's body shook. After receiving such a heavy blow, he was blown backwards like a broken kite, blood leaking out from his mouth. After Lin Ming had switched to a heaven-step treasure spear, he had been able to completely free the power of his battle spirit. Now, his striking power was not something that Elder Shao could hope to compare with. For this old man, to think of meeting him in a head-on attack with, he had simply been seeking death. Great Axe, what the hell are you doing? Do you think he will let you go? Elder Shao crazily shouted, his voice full thick with anger and killing intent. Great Axe grit his teeth and stepped forwards. At this time he had truly stepped onto the road of no return. His only path of redemption was to kill Lin Ming. Elder Shao forcefully revolved his demon essence and suppressed, in internal injuries, swallowing down the blood that was filling his mouth. One on the left, one on the right, both of them attacked Lin Ming. Facing these two simultaneous attacks, although Lin Ming was confident in himself, he didn't lower his guard. Suffering even a minor injury here would be disastrous. However, he had never intended to meet both of their attacks. Seeing billowing clouds of demonic energy roiling towards him, Lin Ming's lips curved in a cruel smile. Golden rock shattering the void. Who-dash! Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished again. In the next moment, he had already moved several hundred feet away, appearing right in front of the Polaris Tower Master. At the same time that Great Axe and Elder Shao attacked him, he had decided to kill the Polaris Tower Master. Ah! The Polaris Tower Master's eyes widened as he saw Lin Ming suddenly flicker in front of him, scared so badly that his soul nearly left his body. In his life, he had killed countless lives, and now this was the first time that he had truly faced death. The fear of dying gripped his mind. His eyes widened, his heartbeat stopping. He didn't want to die. He was the son of the Steps Master. He enjoyed countless resources, countless beauties, limitless fame. In the future, he would become a 12-winged heavenly demon and inevitably step into the emperor-level realm. He would live for 6,000 or 7,000 years with endless wealth and an exalted status. He would have peerless authority, wielding the fates of 1 trillion lives in his hands with absolute power. He would have a harem with countless proud and heavenly women of every race. And now, all of this, all of his dreams, would disappear with this single spear strike. Lin Ming, don't! Young master! Several hundred feet away, Elder Shao also shouted out. However, no one was able to stop Lin Ming. Without a hint of hesitation, his spear came plummeting down, directly passing through the Polaris Tower Master's throat like a bolt of lightning. Puff! Blood sputtered out. The Polaris Tower Master opened his mouth, as if he were trying to say something, but his vocal cords had already been torn to pieces, so he was unable to utter a single word. Lin Ming was inscrutable as he pulled his hand back and received his spear. As he drew back the spear, blood gushed out, spraying into the air. In this final strike that killed the Polaris Tower Master, he hadn't even infused his spear with his battle spirit, ending his life no differently than he would butcher a chicken of pig. A powerful and ambitious genius of his era, who had planted slave seals in the spiritual seas of several generations of proud sons of heavens, who had become the Polaris Tower Master that had controlled Polaris Tower for dozens of years, had died today, killed no differently than the lowest of beasts. Young master. Elder Zhao's eyes were blood red. His heart raged with an inferno of hatred, a thick burning intent sizzling in his mind. In the end, All he could do was look on helplessly as the Polaris Tower Master died right in front of him. This wasn't because of any mistake Elder Shao had made. In that situation just now, he could no longer stop Lin Ming. If he didn't attack Lin Ming, then that was no different from freely allowing him to becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon. Yet if he wanted to attack Lin Ming, he would need to join forces with Great Axe. And now, the result of this was he had given Lin Ming the chance to directly slaughter the Polaris Tower Master. His movement speed was inferior, and his striking power was inferior. From the point that Lin Ming obtained the White Spear, the initiative had gone to Lin Ming's hand, remaining there forever. As the Polaris Tower Master died, an incomparably rich infernal energy leaked out from him. This mass of infernal energy was several times purer and richer than any other mass of infernal energy that Lin Ming had ever seen. At this moment, the bass growl of a demon filled the air. The fierce, heavenly demon phantom that hid within Lin Ming's arm tattoo appeared, rushing towards the mass of infernal energy and swallowing it all. With the additional 6 or 7 High Lords that Lin Ming had killed just before, all of this infernal energy combined together, completely absorbed by the heavenly demon phantom. Roar! The heavenly demon phantom stretched out its sharp claws and unfolded its towering wings. It faced the heavens and gave off a loud cry. Its 5 pairs of wings were already extremely clear, and now, under the effects of that rich infernal energy, the final 6th pair was also slowly expanding. 12-winged heavenly demon. After Lin Ming killed the Polaris Tower Master, he finally became a 12-winged heavenly demon. With the influx of infernal energy, the heavenly demon phantom began to rapidly grow, finally reaching a monumental 40 to 50 feet. It was like an Azura that crawled out from the endless abyss. Thunder and fire raged underneath its feet, and its entire body was wrapped with thick, bulging muscles. As it released its 12 wings, they nearly covered the skies. All of the surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had witnessed the birth of a 12-winged heavenly demon. Mad, he's a madman. Zhuan Yu's lips trembled. At this moment, he didn't even have the courage to face Lin Ming, let alone fight him. As for Elder Shao, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He had a deep foreboding feeling that if he couldn't kill Lin Ming today, then one day Lin Ming would become the gravedigger for all 12 sky-split towers. He was absolutely a terrifying threat. In fact, he was far more horrible and dreadful than even the 8 Fall War Emperor. He had the personal reasons and also the ability to personally bury the entire blood slaughter steppes under his feet, drowning the land in a sea of blood. Hurry and take advantage of this time while he's concentrating the heavenly demon phantom to kill him. Elder Shao leapt forwards. The Great Axe Tower Master also hesitated for a moment before throwing himself forwards too. At this time, there was no way he could retreat unless he turned and ran into the eternal demon abyss. But this was the only nearby exit from the eternal demon abyss, and it would soon close. Running away would be no different from suicide. One on the left, one on the right, Elder Shao and the Great Axe Tower Master attacked together. At this time, the heavenly demon phantom released a deafening, earth-shaking roar. A terrifying force field fell over everyone like the end of times. In that instant, Elder Shao and the Great Axe Tower Master felt a deep fear in their hearts. This was a killing intent directed at their very souls, causing everyone to tremble where they stood. This was the death god force field of the heavenly demon martial intent. Under the cover of this infernal energy that was so thick it manifested into essence, Elder Shao and the Great Axe Tower Master's striking power had instantly and unexpectedly weakened by 30%. At the same time, the heavenly demon phantom behind Lin Ming suddenly shrunk, instantly minimizing from 40 to 50 feet to half a foot, turning into a complete 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo that landed on Lin Ming's arm. After condensing the complete heavenly demon tattoo, Lin Ming felt his body filled with an explosive power. Facing the attacks of Elder Shao and the Great Axe Tower Master, Lin Ming poured all of this destructive energy into his spear, thrusting it out, penetrating Rainbow. Bang! A terrifying blast wave combusted, appearing like a massive red and purple lotus blooming in the world. All of the space in the area began to twist together. After being struck by such a terrifying strike, Elder Shao and the Great Axe Tower Master were flung away like leaves in a storm. The previously injured Elder Shao spat out another mouthful of blood. As for the Great Axe Tower Master, although he didn't vomit blood, the palm of his hand directly cracked apart. With a caw sound, a massive crack had appeared in the double-headed axe in his hand. Chapter 666, Spear Through the Black-Robed Man. Chapter 666, Spear Through the Black-Robed Man. The mountain-shattering axe cracked. The Great Axe Tower Master stared at the axe in his hands, his eyes wide like full moons. His double-headed axe could only be considered in the lower middle reaches of low-grade Heaven Step treasure. Although it wasn't some amazingly high-rank weapon, the key lay in its weight. Between grades of a similar rank, an axe was much more expensive than a sword because over 10 times the material was required. Accordingly, an axe was extremely durable because of its thickness. But now, this low-grade Heaven Step axe had actually been cracked apart by Lin Ming's spear. To just what extent did Lin Ming's striking power reach? It wasn't just the Great Axe Tower Master who was horrified, but all of the surrounding martial artists were frightened. In just this single exchange of moves, Lin Ming had single-handedly held off 2 great masters and even forced them back. Lin Ming had not only injured Elder Shao once more, but he also damaged the Great Axe Tower Master's weapon. As for Lin Ming, he had done all of this with just a low-grade Heaven Step spear. How could such an originally ordinary spear be able to display such power within Lin Ming's hands? I see. So that's what it was. Elder Shao glared at Lin Ming, grinning as he revealed his blood-stained teeth. So young, just an early revolving core boy, and yet you've comprehended your own battle spirit. And looking at its grade, it's probably already at large success of the bronze level. As Elder Shao spoke, the Great Axe Tower Master felt his heart go cold. Battle spirit. As a giant demon martial artist, a battle spirit was too far out of reach for the Great Axe Tower Master. Because giant demons were naturally born lacking in will and perception, there were many giant demon martial artists that never managed to comprehend their battle spirit even after becoming an emperor-level powerhouse. But the Great Axe Tower Master still had some minor understandings into a battle spirit. It was said that when a martial artist will reach the pinnacle of its potential, it could condense into a very specialized concept. This battle spirit could then be attached to any object, killing enemies, cutting away all life and existence into nothingness. What cultivation did Lin Ming have? And he had managed to comprehend a battle spirit. The Great Axe Tower Master began to truly fear Lin Ming from his heart. He started to regret his reckless actions in provoking this dark star. Now, he had already completely offended Lin Ming. Once he became enemies with such a person, the horrible bleakness of his future could be imagined. 200 feet away, Lin Ming held his spear as he stood there. The truth was that the strike he used just now had drawn support from the flash of absolute power that had appeared after completely condensing a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Under normal circumstances, although Lin Ming would still be able to receive the dual strikes of Elder Shao and the Great Axe Tower Master, he wouldn't have had the ability to wound both of them. I've finally formed my complete 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Lin Ming took a deep break. Then the Death God force field spread out, superimposing onto the Azura force field. However, this was just an ordinary superimposition. not a fusion of the two. Superimposing the two force fields could be considered as adding one and one to get two, but fusing two force fields together would produce a qualitative change instead. At that time, the intensity and power of the force fields would experience a massive leap upwards. With Lin Ming's current boundary, he was still far away from being able to fuse these two force fields. However, this was how things were. Even superimposing the Death God force field and the Azura force field created an extremely terrifying suppressive force. After being enveloped by this force field, the Great Axe Tower Master and Elder Shao had extremely ugly expressions. The other ordinary High Lords were in an even worse state, all of them frantically retreating because they weren't able to resist this pressure. At this time, they were all constantly lamenting that even though they tried to escape, there was nowhere they could run. They were nothing more than fish on the chopping block, having to stand there under this utterly excruciating suppression. As the true essence within Lin Ming's body began to revolve, the power of the two different force fields began to rise without end. The Azura force field completely suppressed a person from their bodies to their souls, a heavy pressure that was immensely difficult to withstand. As for the Death God force field, that stimulated the deepest and most primal fear within the soul itself, affecting the control that the soul had over the body. In fact, to a weaker martial artist, the Death God force field could directly strip the soul from the body, killing them without any resistance. The dual force field suppressed all. The weaker a martial artist was, the greater influence the force fields had over them, even if it were Elder Shao or the Great Axe Tower Master. Their combat strength was reduced to less than 70% of its original state. This damn boy. Elder Shao grit his teeth. He desperately tried to stimulate the demon essence within himself, but it was all in vain. Die. As Lin Ming's true essence revolved to the extreme, he took a sudden step forwards. His figure disappeared like ghosts and gods. Immediately Flash stepping in front of Elder Shao, his spear thrusting straight into the old man's stomach. In this situation, facing Lin Ming's incomparably sharp spear strike, just how could Elder Shao withstand it? Bang! After a brief confrontation, Elder Shao retreated backwards. Lin Ming moved forward in hot pursuit. What are you all looking at? Attack him together. Do you think any of you can live here? If you don't kill him now, then he will kill you all after this. Elder Shao crazily shouted at the ordinary High Lords who were watching on, helplessly. However, at this time, these ordinary High Lords only glanced at each other with fear and dread, none of them daring to move a single step to help Elder Shao. What a joke! Under the dual suppression of these force fields, even moving a single step was a challenging endeavor. Moreover, their strength was inferior to Elder Zhao's, so the suppression they were under was even more intense. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 4 or 5 moves were exchanged. Lin Ming's spear light swept over Elder Zhao's chest, breaking his ribs, ruining his organs. Lin Ming's combat strength was far too strong. Even a Tower Master level martial artist could only briefly support themselves under Lin Ming's barrage of attacks. As for those ordinary High Lords, they were nothing but little lambs waiting to be instantly slaughtered. If none of them resisted, they might have a slim hope of living. But if they dared to confront him, then they would instantly die here. Spear after spear after spear, Lin Ming forced Elder Shao back again and again. If this continued, then Elder Shao would not be able to support himself for even a few more moves. And at this time, the Great Axe Tower Master was only idly standing by, watching on passively. The Great Axe Tower Master was panting with nervousness. He felt that even if he attacked Lin Ming, the chances of defeating him were close to 0. Lin Ming, I surrender. The Great Axe Tower Master suddenly dropped his weapon as he shouted out towards Lin Ming. Surrender? Lin Ming's lips curved in a funny smile. Surrendering at this time, was there still any significance to it? Lin Ming, if you let me live, I will give you everything within my spatial ring. Also, I can even cover for you, so you can leave the blood slaughter steps. The great axe tower master had tossed out a few tempting offers. Lin Ming had already formed a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Now, there was no more meaning to killing the great axe tower master. And if Lin Ming really did kill all the high lords here, then he would inevitably come under suspicion once he tried to leave the blood slaughter steps. Once he provoked the steps master to chase him, he was finished. No matter how strong Lin Ming was right now, it was impossible for him to escape from the steps master. The steps master was a true emperor-level powerhouse. Great axe? You dare to betray the steps master? Elder Zhao's eyes widened, turning blood red. At this time, the betrayal of Great Axe was an absolute death sentence. The Great Axe Tower master sneered as he said, "Betray the steps master? I'm nothing more than a chess piece for him to play around with. I depended on my own effort, giving my everything and fighting through countless life and death battles to become a tower master. I have taken care of Great Axe Tower for you lot for so many years, turning over a massive amount of resources. Now I no longer owe you anything. Do you want me to even die for you?" "Good. Very good." Elder Zhao's face flashed with a ferocious light. "When the steps master finds out about this, then you are finished. You will die." "Humph! The one to die first will be you." Lin Ming stepped in front of Elder Zhao and thrust towards his chest. Lin Ming's every spear strike was aimed towards vital points. Ah! Elder Zhao cried out miserably. He avoided a fatal strike, but Lin Ming's spear still stabbed into his shoulder. Blood splashed out. With a twist of the spear, it directly tore off the old man's arm. "I won't let you get away with this, even as a ghost." Elder Zhao issued a keening howl as he ignored the grievous wound of his severed arm, and with his remaining hand holding his lance, he thrust it towards Lin Ming's stomach. However, how could Lin Ming allow him to hit? Lin Ming's figure flashed, and he directly appeared behind Elder Zhao's back, his spear piercing through his back and heart. Puff! The white spear passed through his body. The spear point dyed a deep red. Elder Zhao vomited a mouthful of blood. At this time, his organs were already completely ruined. "Lin Ming, I'll wait for you in hell." Elder Zhao humorlessly grinned as he spoke these words. All of the vessels in his body instantly bulged up and then blasted apart. Elder Zhao had annihilated his own meridians and reversed the flow of blood essence in his body, using the last dregs of his life to form a blood seal in front of him. 1,000-year curse of limitless demons. Seal. As Elder Zhao spoke these last words, a grisly smile still hung on his face, but his eyes had already lost all of their light. What is this?" Oh, in that instant, Lin Ming felt a strange energy flow along the white spear and enter his body, expanding throughout all of his limbs. 1,000-year curse of limitless demons. Lin Ming faintly guessed that the words Elder Zhao spoke before his death had something to do with the strange energy within him. "Lin Ming, before that old man died, he used his life to place a curse on you." Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. "So, I was right. What does this curse do?" Lin Ming frowned. He didn't think that the old man would have such an ability. "It's not too harmful. This curse is only a mark. Once you're placed under this curse, others can use it to determine your location. If you don't dispel this curse, then you'll be as obvious as a firefly at night." "Oh, so in other words, that old man placed this curse on me to help the steps master chase me down and kill me? That sounds about right. Can you dispel this?" Lin Ming grimaced. With this sort of mark on him, things would be dire. In order to leave the blood slaughter steps, he would have to cross through hundreds of thousands of miles. With such a long distance in front of him, he didn't believe that he could escape the steps master if he was being chased down. Now, he could only depend on Demon Shine. Demon Shine seemed to have a very deep understanding of these sorts of energy marks. Originally, he was the one who had resolved the matter of the Polaris Tower Master's slave seal. Undoing this is a bit difficult, but just isolating it is quite simple. But I have a condition. I want to have first picks of the Great Axe Tower Master, Polaris Tower Master, and that old man's spatial rings. Demon Shine licked his doggy tongue as he spoke. In fact, this request wasn't excessive at all. It was quite reasonable, in fact. Within the 1,000-mile forbidden zone, Demon Shine had put in a great deal of effort and was also very helpful the entire time, using up a good deal of his strength. However, after they opened up the ancient tomb, there wasn't anything in there that was useful to Demon Shine. So Demon Shine had been feeling very depressed ever since. Sure, Lin Ming readily agreed. From those 3 spatial rings, there wasn't anything that he particularly wanted. At this time, Elder Shao had thoroughly died, so Lin Ming reached over and conveniently took his spatial ring. At the same time, pure infernal energy flowed out from the corpse and into Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming could clearly feel that this infernal energy no longer had any nourishing effect on him. Chapter 667, Planting the Slave Seal. Chapter 667, Planting the Slave Seal. Elder Shao had died. Watching the old man still hanging on Lin Ming's spear, the martial artists present all subconsciously gulped, their throats twitching. The Lin Ming in front of them right now was a fierce tiger, and they were nothing but little lambs that had no ability to resist. Lin Ming expressionlessly drew out his spear and then swiped the front, flicking off the blood. Then he turned around to glare at the Great Axe Tower Master. The Great Axe Tower Master's heart thumped, his face pale and queasy-looking. Young hero Lin, if you let me live, I promise you I can help you leave the blood slaughter steps from Great Axe Tower. Great Axe Tower is only a mere 2,000 miles from the edge of the blood slaughter steps, and it is also a full 10,000 miles away from the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple, where the Steps Master resides. If you come to my Great Axe Tower, that is the best place for you to leave these lands from. Moreover, when you leave, there will be people that can help you, and I can even be your shield. Leaving will be much easier. Otherwise, you might arouse some suspicion. As the Great Axe Tower Master spoke, he was carefully paying attention to every minute change in expression on Lin Ming's face. He was afraid that Lin Ming wouldn't agree with him and took off his spatial ring in advance. Even his heaven-step double-headed axe was placed into the spatial ring so that he could give it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming considered his options for a moment, not speaking. He turned and glanced towards Duanmu Kun and saw that Duanmu Kun gave him a slight agreeing nod. The Great Axe Tower Master wasn't lying. The Eternal Demon Abyss northern entrance was connected to 6 different sky-split towers. If they left from Great Axe Tower, the position was much more friendly and was a shorter distance to leave from Polaris Tower. Lin Ming's silence caused the dire atmosphere to becoming even more dismal. At this point, the Great Axe Tower Master didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. As someone who had lived above countless others, this was the first time he had experienced such treatment. It was like he was no different from a criminal of the mortal world about to be executed on the stands. Boy, do you really distrust this fellow? At this time, Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Yes, Lin Ming was indeed wary of the Great Axe Tower Master. After becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon, he naturally wouldn't stay in the blood slaughter steps any longer. While they were in the Eternal Demon Abyss, they were completely isolated from the outside world. But once they left here, all of these High Lords present might inform the Steps Master as to what had transpired here. If the Steps Master found out, then he might not be able to leave the blood slaughter steps safely. But if he killed all of them and only 4 or 5 people stepped out of the Eternal Demon Abyss, then that was just too brazen. It would naturally attract the suspicions of others. Hey, it's easy. How about we just plant several slave seals in them? This sort of thing is just some low-level skill of the demonic path. Even that Polaris Tower Master could do it. So, did you think this saint couldn't? Oh, Lin Ming's eyes brightened. If he could plant this sort of slave seal, then it would be fantastic. But yes, there is limit to how many slave seals I can use to control others. That Polaris Tower Master was likely able to control 3 or 4 people. And in my weakened state, I can still do more, but no more than 10. It's up to you to choose who. 10 is enough. Lin Ming only needed to use 10 High Lords to control others so that they weren't able to secretly inform others of what was happening. This should give him enough time to leave. He looked at the Great Axe Tower Master, his voice icy as he said, "Great Axe, if you desire to live, you have one choice. That is to let go of your spiritual sea and willingly allow me to plant a slave seal within you." Slave seal? The Great Axe Tower Master's complexion changed as he heard these words. A martial artist that had a slave seal planted within them couldn't even hold onto their former personality. It could be called a fate worse than death. Although the Great Axe Tower Master didn't want to die, he didn't want to continue living on as a useless zombie either. That's impossible. If you must plant a slave seal within me, I'd rather die fighting. Don't worry so much. The Great Axe Tower Master's response was within Lin Ming's expectations. I will only place the slave seal within you for 3 months, which is enough time for me to leave. I'll be frank with you. I do not trust you one bit at all. 3 months from now, I will naturally release my slave seal, and you will be freed. If you believe me, then let go of your spiritual sea. If you do not believe me, then my only choice is to kill you right here and right now. As Lin Ming spoke, the Great Axe Tower Master hesitated for a moment. 3 months wasn't anything to him, but he feared that 3 months from now, Lin Ming would decide not to honor his promise and release the slave seal. Then he really would remain as a mindless puppet with no personality for the rest of his life. Can I take an oath to my heart of martial arts? The Great Axe Tower Master said, after fumbling for words. Take an oath. Lin Ming frowned, his voice turning colder. I think that you've come to misunderstand something. I am not negotiating with you, but am informing you of the decision I have made. It is up to you whether you wish to accept or refuse, because you lack any power to bargain with me. Lin Ming's character had always tended towards being strong and forthright. The promises he made he would complete sooner or later. He disliked when others doubted him. The Great Axe Tower Master heard the killing intent in Lin Ming's voice, and his heart jumped. He was wavering at this moment when Lan Xian curled her lips and contemptuously said, "Who the hell do you think you are? Lin Ming will undoubtedly become the #1 powerhouse of the entire Holy Demon Continent in the future. I wonder then just how many people would kill you all in order to serve as Lin Ming's little brother here? Do you think he needs to go through so many tricks just in order to have you work under him? You are not worthy." Lan Xian's few words cut towards the Great Axe Tower Master's temper. The Great Axe Tower Master Riley smiled. This was true. Someone like Lin Ming would inevitably stand at the peak of the entire Holy Demon Continent in the future. Perhaps step into the stage that was the realm of the gods. At that time, a single call of his would have hundreds and thousands of enthusiastic men jumping to his side, each and every one of them willing to be his slave. If he could follow Lin Ming, then that might actually be a great lucky chance that brought him advantages for his entire life. Thinking of this, the Great Axe Tower Master no longer hesitated. He simply handed over his spatial ring and relinquished control of his spiritual sea. "Young hero Lin, please begin." Lin Ming took the spatial ring, passing through it with his perception. Then he calmly formed a black seal. This black seal had a wisp of demon-shine soul force, and with the addition of Lin Ming's energy supporting it, controlling a martial artist at the level of the Great Axe Tower Master was child's play. After the slave seal entered his spiritual sea, the Great Axe Tower Master shook for a moment. His eyes became dull for a moment, and then, right afterwards, they were refreshed with complete clarity. He faced Lin Ming, bowed towards him with a hand over his chest, and then respectfully stood behind Lin Ming. A martial artist with a slave seal planted within them didn't usually show any difference. It was only when they were faced with their master did they manifest their absolute obedience and loyalty. And you lot too. Lin Ming turned to stare at the other high lords. I will choose 9 of you, and also plant a slave seal. The period for this is also 3 months. You can choose to accept, or you can choose to die. Lin Ming's voice was decisive and detached. None of the martial artists present dared to protest. If even the Great Axe Tower Master was willing to accept, then none of them had anything to say. Lin Ming chose the 9 martial artists with the highest cultivation and planted slave seals in them. None of them resisted. Then he received the spatial rings of Elder Shao, the Polaris Tower Master, as well as the 6 or 7 ordinary high lords he had killed. He sunk his consciousness within them, probing a bit. There really were some good things in here. Those martial artists that were able to survive through this trip in the Eternal Demon Abyss were mostly upper-level high lords. In addition to the harvests they had made during this trip into the Eternal Demon Abyss, their wealth could be imagined. After investigating, he found that there were 8 Heaven Step treasure, as well as 30 genes of human step demon god bones, and 12 egg-sized earth step demon god bones. These earth step demon god bones were all obtained from the 3 Tower Master level powerhouses. Worth mentioning among them was an earth step demon god bone with a crimson sheen that emitted a faint blood energy. Lin Ming thought for a moment. This should be a medium-grade earth step demon god bone, and one that was approaching a high-grade one at that. King shit. These broke little bastards. Even those Tower Masters were useless. Demon Shine was uttering profanities within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. There is a single blood form bone, and everything else is garbage. Garbage. The so-called blood form bone was that medium-grade earth step demon god bone. It was a demon god bone with the concentrated blood essence of an emperor-level powerhouse within it. It would certainly be useful for Demon Shine to recover his soul. As for everything else, with Demon Shine's judgment, it was difficult to enter his eyes. You don't want it. I want it. Of course I do. Who wouldn't? A grasshopper's meat is still meat. This saint will kindly take this blood form bone. It should just barely be able to restore this saint's soul a little bit. As for the rest, you can do with it what you want. Lin Ming faintly smiled. He modestly took some useful resources into a spatial ring, including the 5 genes of human step demon god bones. These would be for his friends and family that needed them. As for the 11 earth step demon god bones that were left over, as well as the 8 heaven step treasures, he handed them all to Feng Shen, Duanmu-kun, and Lan Xi. Brother Duanmu, I thank you for your help just now. Lin Ming, will remember this kindness. Lin Ming's tone was understated. Although his voice was calm, Duanmu-kun knew that once someone like Lin Ming made a pledge, they would forever etch it in their hearts. In other words, Lin Ming had now truly recognized him as a friend. Duanmu-kun shook his head. Brother Lin is too humble. Please don't see us as strangers. What we did just now was only some minor efforts within the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone. Brother Lin had already rescued us several times. Without Brother Lin, we would already be dead within the Forbidden Zone, much less having a chance to obtain anything like resources. Lin Ming faintly smiled. In the face of adversity, that is when true feelings are exposed. In my life, I have made very few friends, but today I've suddenly gained so many. At that time, saying that true feelings would be exposed in the face of adversity was no exaggeration. When Lin Ming was facing the simultaneous attack of 3 people and hadn't yet become a 12-winged heavenly demon. He had been at a great disadvantage. At that time, Duan and the rest had abandoned their own resources, taking a risk that Elder Shao would kill them all in order to obtain a new spear for Lin Ming. None of this was an easy decision to make. As Lin Ming traveled along his road of martial artists, all the way until this point, he had seen countless grudges and enmities exposed. He had seen intrigue, danger, hatred, all the worst facets of human nature. But as for those people that were grateful and remembered the kindnesses that were given to them, he had actually seen very few. Duan originally hadn't wanted to receive this spatial ring, but after Lin Ming's repeated insistence, he finally chose not to decline. "Brother Lin, where do you plan on going after leaving the eternal demon abyss? If you have nowhere to go, then how about adventuring with us?" Duan really wanted to know just where Lin Ming had come from. It was impossible for such a talent to not have some tremendous background. While winning Lin Ming over to the divine Wood Holy Land was impossible, having him come to his sect as an honored guest and enhancing their relationship also wasn't bad. Lin Ming shook his head. "After I leave the eternal demon abyss, I will return to my home." "Oh, where is that?" Duan casually asked. After he asked, he felt that he had been a bit indiscreet. However, he never thought that Lin Ming had no intention of hiding anything to begin with. Lin Ming directly replied with a true essence sound transmission. "It is another continent. It is a land that exists outside of the Holy Demon Continent." Chapter 668, Returning to the South Horizon Region. Chapter 668, Returning to the South Horizon Region. What? Duan paused. As someone who originated from a super holy land that was nearing a 6th grade sect, he was considered very well informed. But he had never heard of anyone that had come from beyond the Holy Demon Continent before. Thinking about it more carefully, there were indeed some extremely ancient texts within his holy land that spoke of the realm of the gods, and also a world outside of the Holy Demon Continent. However, the texts were too old, they were faded and unclear. As for what these places were, what races lived there, and what it was like, Duan had absolutely no idea. "You come from outside the Holy Demon Continent." Lan Xian's eyes shined, immediately interested. She had faintly heard that the world didn't consist of just the Holy Demon Continent. There were lands far broader and more glorious. Lan Xian had thought these lands were too far away, and it would forever be impossible for someone like her to go there. So, hearing that Lin Ming had come from such a land, how could she not be excited? "Where is this place?" "It is a world called the Sky Spill Continent. I come from the South Horizon region over there." Lin Ming didn't hide anything. First, he had come to trust these people as his friends, and second, he was the only one who knew the position of ancient transmission array. Without Lin Ming's knowledge of where it was and how it worked, no one would be able to access it. Sky Spill Continent. Lan Xian's charming eyes began overflowing with light. She really wanted to ask Lin Ming to bring her for a look, but she didn't manage to bring it up. For a Holy Land descendant to leave their holy land, the original reason for this was to go on adventures and gain experience. Walking 10,000 miles would always be superior to reading 10,000 books. If she could broaden her horizons and accumulate more knowledge and experience, this would be of great advantage to her cultivation and future growth. "Brother Lin, how do you go to your world?" Duan was completely interested in the Sky Spill Continent. In the hearts of these outstanding heroic youths, no one wanted to rule a tiny little corner off by themselves. If they didn't experience the vastness that the world had to offer, they would forever be frogs in a well. Through a transmission array, as Lin Ming saw that his friends were very interested in going to the Sky Spill Continent, he continued to say, "The atmosphere of martial artists within the Sky Spill Continent is inferior to the Holy Demon Continent by far. The martial artists there are much weaker on average, and their talent is somewhat worse. Also, there are only humans, no other races. Lin Ming gave a basic introduction to the Sky Spill Continent's current situation. The Holy Demon Continent's races had very complex relations with each other. Every year, there would be war and chaos that enveloped the land. Under the pressure of constant fighting and slaughter, it was naturally much easier for a martial artist to grow. In addition, the Holy Demon Continent's Fae, giant demons, and imps all had natural talents greater than the humans. Thus, they also had a higher proportion of outstanding heroic youths, and also more emperor-level powerhouses. Relatively speaking, the Sky Spill Continent was much more mundane. There was usually peace in most lands, wars were rare, and there was only the human race. Duan Mukun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xian all glanced at each other. After they confirmed their own thoughts, they asked, "Brother Lin, if it's possible, could we accompany you to the Sky Spill Continent?" Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then happily agreed. "Of course, I'm the only one who knows the method to activate the transmission array. And after I go to the Sky Spill Continent, there will be many other matters that I will have to deal with. At the least, I'll have to stay for 3 to 5 years. During this period of time, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave." 3 to 5 years? No problem, Duan Mukun said with no hesitation. To adventure through another world that was no less vast than the Holy Demon Continent. How could 3 to 5 years ever be enough to finish exploring it? Great. Yes, that's right, because this is an ultra-long distance transmission array. During the time through it, you'll experience space storms. There is a bit of danger involved, but you can grasp this chance to better comprehend the concepts of space and time. This might be helpful to you. Concepts of space and time? Duan Mukun's eyes brightened. The concepts of space and time were the most illusory and puzzling concepts that existed. Even among the Fae, who had a natural affinity towards laws and concepts, there were far too many that couldn't comprehend it, not even being able to trace the threshold. Even Duan Mukun, who had the support of a super holy land behind him, was only able to catch a tiny glimpse of it. If he could enter into this chaotic space flow and personally experience this space storm, then there was no need to talk about the advantages he would gain. This increasingly firmed Duan Mukun and the others' determination to go to the Sky Spill Continent. At this time, there was still a dozen or so days until the entrance of the Eternal Demon Abyss opened again. At this time, there wasn't anything left to do. Lin Ming sat on a rock in meditation, slowly consolidating his foundation as he strode towards his goal, the black hole revolving core. As for Duan Mukun, Lan Xian, and Feng Shen, they all went to their own respective corners and practiced, not saying a single word during this time. On the 12th day, a ray of light appeared in the dreary sky. Looking up, everyone could see a powerful space channel opening in the air. Today was the day that the channel to the Eternal Demon Abyss finally opened. The 12 channels of the Eternal Demon Abyss went directly to the top level of their sky-split towers. When the sky-split towers were first discovered, these channels had already existed here. All right, let's leave. Lin Ming stood up, gently tapping his toes. He floated into the sky. Flying was prohibited within the Eternal Demon Abyss, but these 12 channels were the exception to this rule. Thus, the martial artists present could use these channels to leave the Eternal Demon Abyss. The Eternal Demon Abyss was over 100,000 feet deep into the earth. Lin Ming, Duan Mukun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xian all followed the Great Axe Tower Master as he flew up. After an incense stick of time, they finally reached the Great Axe Tower. There were already 4 or 5 servants waiting to receive them. All of these people were martial artists of Great Axe Tower. As everyone saw High Lord Great Axe and Lin Ming appear with everyone else, they looked a bit doubtful. Only the Great Axe Tower Master was left over. Did that mean that even Blackstone had died? Also behind High Lord Great Axe was Lin Ming, Duan Mukun, and some others. What was going on? These people weren't from Great Axe Tower, so why they had come through Great Axe Tower's transfer channel? These martial artists began to whisper to themselves in their hearts, but none of them dared to speak outwardly. At this time, the Great Axe Tower Master waved his hand and said, "Leave." Yes. Within Skysplit Tower, the Tower Master had an inviolable authority. Once High Lord Great Axe gave this command, all of the martial artists naturally were quiet as they respectfully drew back. "Master, please come with me." The Great Axe Tower Master bowed and began to lead the way. The channel to enter the Eternal Demon Abyss was also on the 5th floor of the Great Axe Tower. The Great Axe Tower Master brought Lin Ming through a complicated pathway before they reached the 1st floor of the Skysplit Tower. Then Lin Ming, Duanmu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xian all changed their appearances, mixed into the crowd, and followed the massive chains down Great Axe Tower. "Brother Lin, where should we go?" Duanmu Kun asked. "We're going to Bewitching Cloud Prairie," Lin Ming said with a bit of nostalgia. Without him realizing it, 2.5 years had already passed from when he first landed at Bewitching Cloud Prairie. This land could be considered the absolute bottom world of the Holy Demon Continent. The martial artists that were born within Bewitching Cloud Prairie were like the common mortal martial artists of the Skysplit continent. They had no resources, no inheritances or legacies, and their strength was extremely limited. There was still a very long distance from the Blood Slaughter Steppes to Bewitching Cloud Prairie. Lin Ming planned to go to Red Sun City and buy some mounts before going to Bewitching Cloud Prairie. Duanmu Kun said, "I've heard of Bewitching Cloud Prairie. There is quite a distance from here to there. We can take a relay station to get there faster." "Oh, relay station?" Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Lin Ming faintly smiled and didn't speak. By his side, Lan Xian puffed up with pride as she explained, "Brother Lin, the entire Blood Slaughter Steppes, including the west and south regions of the Holy Demon Continent, are entirely covered with the relay stations of the Fey Holy Land Alliance. These relay stations connect a very stable transmission array network. I and Brother Duanmu have tokens that allow us to freely use these relay stations. Or we can use mounts too." "Oh." Lin Ming's eyes shined. To establish so many relay stations that the network nearly covered half the Holy Demon Continent, this Fey Holy Land Alliance truly had some ability. If they were able to pass through these relay stations, then that would save a massive amount of time and also be safer. They wouldn't need to worry about the Steppes Master chasing them down. "All right, let's go through the relay stations." With the assistance of these relay stations, a mere 6 days later, Lin Ming rode a blue-scaled flood dragon into the skies of Bewitching Cloud Prairie. Soaring atop those endless blue clouds, he could see the vast Bewitching Cloud Prairie below him. The vibrant green grasslands stretched to the ends of the earth, and near the winding rivers there were herders of various races tending to their sheep and cattle. Occasionally there would be tents gathered together like white clouds against the ground. These were the tribes. The tribes of Bewitching Cloud Prairie lived a nomadic lifestyle. As for the wealth of these tribes, they were supported by those barren blood demon crystal mines that littered the land. As Lin Ming gazed upon the Bewitching Cloud Prairie, he remembered the brief and simple time he lived here, and also that cute little Qing, he who had called him Big Brother. Now, Qing he had likely grown into lady. Perhaps in a few years she would be married. The life a mortal relative to a martial artist was simply too short. Although Lin Ming remembered which tribe Qing he lived in, he didn't go to disturb her. Instead, he brought Duanmu Kun, Lan Xian, and Feng Shen to the great snow-capped mountains where the ancient transmission array was located. These snow-capped mountains were extremely remote. They was almost at the southernmost tip of the Holy Demon Continent. The ancient transmission array was located in a deep valley within this mountain range. Here, the temperature was very low. All the water had turned to ice, and only a few rays of light penetrated to the valley floor. The last time Lin Ming had come out from this transmission array, he hadn't felt anything in particular. But now that he came back to search for it, he found that the space around the canyon entrance was twisted. If one wasn't skilled in the concept of space, then there simply wouldn't be any way they could discover this canyon. In addition to the fact that this area was located in such a remote place, no wonder this ancient transmission array had been preserved intact here for tens of thousands of years. It's here. Lin Ming pointed at the entrance to an open valley nestled within the mountains. The inside of that valley was pitch black, but to Duan Mukun and the others, this wasn't even a problem. The ancient transmission array was a 100 by 100 foot square, arranged above the ground. It seemed simply like a number of mystical lines connected together in a complex manner. It wasn't too remarkable. As for the symbol password, only Lin Ming, who had inherited the memories of the Demon Emperor, was able to open it. You guys, stand in the center of the transmission array, and then I'll begin to activate it. Okay. Duan Mukun and the others quickly stepped over to the center of the transmission array. This was the first time that they had seen such a large transmission array themselves. Thinking that they would soon enter the unknown lands of the Sky Spill continent, they were all filled with eager anticipation. In order to become a martial artist that stood at the peak, it was impossible to just lord over a tiny kingdom in a corner of the world. In a sense, this would be the first time that they truly faced the outside world. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out some medium-grade and high-grade true essence stones and arranged them in order around the transmission array. Then he began to activate the array symbols in order. Right after, a hazy white light began to drift up from the entire transmission array. Being enveloped in this dim white light, Lin Ming's mind was filled with a wistful emotion. Sky Spill Continent, South Horizon region. I'm finally coming back. Chapter 669, News of Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 669, News of Divine Phoenix Island. The Scarlet Dawn Strait was located tens of thousands of miles southeast of Divine Phoenix Island. In between two great islands that were close to each other was a great current that flowed through them. Because the water deep underneath was ripe with precious minerals, there was a very rich stock of fish within the Scarlet Dawn Strait. There were even many low-level monsters and vicious beasts that gathered here to look for food. Thus, this land had become a paradise for common mortals and martial artists. Those people that lived on these islands could simply go to the sea once to obtain a rich harvest of food, enjoying a quiet and comfortable life of peaceful days. During a tranquil afternoon at the Scarlet Dawn Strait, a light mist permeated the sea. The Scarlet Dawn Strait was often foggy. When the sun set, the fading light would reflect onto this mist, making it seem like red clouds floating atop the water. From afar, it was like the entire strait was covered by a sea of fire. Thus, this was how the Scarlet Dawn Strait had acquired its name. As mist rose into the air like ethereal smoke, several strange and plump species of fish leapt up from the water, sucking in deep gulps of the fresh air. As these fish leapt back into the water, everyone seemed harmonious and auspicious. However, in the next moment this calm peace was broken apart by sharp and keening screams. The mist atop the sea was suddenly torn apart, and a group of martial artists riding heavenly wind eagles ran out in complete panic. There were only 6 heavenly wind eagles, and 2 or 3 people were riding each one. Not just that, but these martial artists were all wounded and seemed on the verge of collapse. Their faces were full of worry and nervousness, as if they were being hunted down by someone. No good, we can't continue fleeing. We've already used the secret skill to spur on the heavenly wind eagles. Now they've reached their limit. If we fly for another 180 miles, then I fear these heavenly wind eagles will vomit their lifeblood and die. When that happens, all of us will die with them. A yellow-clothed martial artist said. He seemed roughly around 30 to 40 years old and had a cultivation at a half-step Xiantian. As the other martial artists listened to him, all of them revealed vacant expressions of loss and despair. Indeed, if they kept running like this, then they would die sooner or later. A heavenly wind eagle was only a low-level mount, and there were also multiple people on each one. It was a miracle that they had persisted until now. "Senior Zhou, what should we do?" A young girl nervously cried out. She was still young, she didn't want to die yet. The yellow-clothed martial artist called Senior Zhou remained silent. These martial artists were all from a small sect within the South Sea, and there were even some that were martial artists from the common folk of them. He was the only one who came from a third-grade sect, and he was even an outer court elder there. His cultivation was the highest in this group, thus he had the most authority and prestige. But in this situation, he really was at his wit's end with no other path he could take. "There is no way for us to escape death. If those beasts behind us catch up, then we'll be eaten." A young man in his 20s cried out, his voice trembling. He wasn't able to reconcile all that was happening to him. In the South Horizon region, there was a belief that if someone died, their soul would enter into the cycle of samsara. But if their corpse was eaten, then their soul would be sealed away, forever unable to reincarnate. Elder Zhao shook his head. He said, "I don't have a good plan. In this Scarlet Dawn Strait, there is a great island to the north and south of us. The South Island is densely covered by forests. If we hide in this forest, then we might have a slim chance to live. Ooh, this is the only way. In any case, continuing like this is the same as dying. We might as well gamble our lives on this." Everyone began to shout out. In truth, everyone was well aware that even if they ran into the forest, the chances of them living were extremely slim. The beasts behind them had incomparably keen senses of smell. It would be easy for these beasts to find them. However, just as they made this decision and were about to fly to the South Island, a piercing scream suddenly sounded out from deep within the mist. The mist was completely stirred up. A vicious bird with the great wings of a bat and an incomparably ugly and bald head zoomed out. Seeing this, all of the martial artists present turned ashen. A ghost condor. This is bad. When it rains, it pours. Just before this, the group of martial artists had been chased by a group of deep-sea vicious beasts, forcing them to rush towards the Scarlet Dawn Strait in distress. But they didn't expect that there would be a ghost condor stationed here. This sort of strange and ugly bird had a strength comparable to a late Xiantian realm martial artist. It was a beast none of them were capable of handling. With this condor in front of them and a group of deep-sea vicious beasts behind them, they would undoubtedly die here. "Scatter and run," Elder Zhou shouted out. At this time, this was the only way for any of them to live. Escaping separately all depended on luck. Dying would be normal and living would require a great stroke of luck. It could be said that this was their final chance for farewells. In this group of martial artists, many of them knew each other. But now no one had time to bother with these sentiments. They pulled on their heavenly wind eagles, and the martial artists on them each randomly selected a direction to escape in. But just as they flew several hundred feet away, that strange bird suddenly opened its beak, and an extremely terrifying roar came billowing out. In that instant, a roiling demon essence erupted that caused even the seawater to divide itself in half. As the several heavenly wind eagles heard this roar, all of them seemed to be struck by some mysterious force, some of them running away in sheer fear, and some of them simply not moving. There was even a heavenly wind eagle that lost its ability to fly. It gave a pitiful shriek as it plummeted towards the waters below. "Little sister," as a man in his 30s saw the two young girls on the heavenly wind eagle fall towards the water, his heart twisted with dismay. The current South Sea was not the same as before. There were countless more vicious beasts within the waters. If a martial artist didn't reach the Xiantian realm, they wouldn't yet have the ability to fly. They could only rely on swimming to get out of the water. But with a group of vicious sea beasts chasing them, leaving these waters alive was clearly impossible. The man threw out his sleeve, and a whip rapidly shot out from within his robe, wrapping around the waist of the two girls, thus allowing them to avoid the fate of falling into the sea. However, even if they didn't fall into the sea, there still wasn't any chance for them to live. At this time, that ghost condor didn't seem as if it was ready to enjoy its meal. Rather, it exposed a cruel and barbaric smile, as if the martial artists in front of it were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As a scientian, rank vicious beast, this ghost condor already had a low level of intelligence. It knew how to play with its prey for its own entertainment. This damned beast, all of the martial artists were furious. But at this time, they really were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Besides wallowing in their own helpless despair, there was nothing they could do. Ooh, 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 ooh. With another strange and creepy roar, 7 or 8 black fish rushed out from the mist. These strange fish were all 10 feet long and looked like ordinary sharks. The only difference was that they had a great pair of translucent wings instead of fins, so they were able to fly in the air. Seeing these disturbing fish appear, Elder Joe ruefully smiled. From the start, they had been chased here by these 7 or 8 strange fish. These strange fish with wings all had strength equal to a Pequhotian master. Any one of them wasn't much weaker than he was. With 7 or 8 of these strange fish working together, he simply wasn't able to resist their power, so his only choice was to escape. But even when he ran all the way here, these strange fish hadn't even done anything before he already encountered a ghost condor. Truly, there was no road to the sky, nor a door to the earth. They were trapped in a hopeless situation. Knowing that he would die here, Elder Joe seemed to disperse all the fear that had filled his heart. Instead, a heroic spirit seemed to surge within him. Flourishing the long sword in his hands, he loudly shouted, "Everyone, since we can't live, let's fight these damned beasts instead." When humans were faced with an utterly desperate situation, it was easy for them to be affected by the emotions of others. As Elder Joe shouted this out, all of the martial artists present felt their hearts give birth to a noble and stirring emotion. Let's rush in together. Killing one is enough. Killing 2 will all be worth it. A young man shouted out at the top of his lungs. Since the heavenly wind eagle beneath him didn't listen to his orders, he simply gave up on it. He grasped his broadsword and stood atop the back of the heavenly wind eagle, proceeding to plunge towards the school of strange fish like a fierce and ravenous tiger. His broadsword slashed out. At the same time, the strange fish also rushed towards the young man. They opened their jaws wide to chomp down on him. With this young man's peak pulse condensation strength, trying to kill any one of these strange fish was simply hopeless. But just as everyone thought that he would die in the stomach of these strange fish, an unbelievable matter occurred. As the young man's broadsword cut down, the body of the strange fish beneath him suddenly shook. In the next instant, it was split in half from head to tail. A massive rain of blood spilled out. With 2 hollow sounds, 2 strange fish had been sliced in half, their corpses falling into the sea. What? Not only were the other martial artists shocked, but even the young man was incomparably stunned. The young man knew just how strong he was. He had known from the very start that he was rushing into his death, but he never imagined that his broadsword would actually split this strange fish in half. The other strange fish were also astonished by this young man's strike. They all went crazy at once and zealously rushed towards the young man. However, that scene from just a moment ago reappeared. These strange fish were cut apart by some unknown force without a single bit of resistance. Blood gushed out, dyeing the entire sea red. The young man wasn't an idiot. He instantly understood that some mighty expert had helped him in secret. He looked around. Then as he looked up, he saw that 1,000 feet high in the sky, several figures had jumped down from a blue mount and were slowly flying towards them. It wasn't just the young man who saw these people, but the other martial artists did too. Who were these people? They didn't use a weapon, yet they could actually slice apart a peak Hotian vicious beast from 1,000 feet away. Even if they did something, it was still 1,000 feet far away. Just how had they done this? This people. Elder Zhou looked at the 4 martial artists that appeared. Among them, a blue-clothed youth looked the same as them. As for the other 3, they seemed completely different from the average human. Their ears were longer and pointier, and their eyes were longer and angled higher, with several tiny scales embellishing the ends. Their eye and hair colors were also completely different from normal hues. Just who were they? As they were all dumbfounded, the ghost condor behind them let out a great roar and rushed towards these people. At this time, they were completely shocked, yet at the same time, they finally saw what these people had done. Rather, it was only the blue-clothed youth that had done something, and it couldn't even really be called that. The blue-clothed youth only glanced at the ghost condor, his eyes flashing with a piercing light as if thunder existed within them. Then the ghost condor's body shook as if it had been struck, in full view of everyone. Its body was torn into several pieces, all of its organs and bones torn into a jumble of ruined meat. This attack method was, in truth, a simple use of a battle spirit. By attaching a battle spirit to the air, it could easily be used to tear apart that ghost condor's body. All of the martial artists present certainly had no idea what a battle spirit was. All of them were bewildered, shocked, awed. Heavens! Just what sort of cultivation method was this? With just a glance, a late Xiantian level monster had been chopped to pieces. How had he done this? The more than a dozen martial artists were horrified to the extreme. At this time, the blue-clothed youth suddenly asked, "I have some questions to ask you. Who are you? Why are you being chased down by those monsters? What has happened in the South Sea these past years? Have you heard about a sect near the South Sea called Divine Phoenix Island? How is that sect now?" Chapter 669b. The State of Divine Phoenix Island. Chapter 669b. The State of Divine Phoenix Island. Here, the blue-clothed youth was naturally Lin Ming. 2 days, Lin Ming, Duan Mukun, Lan Xian, and Fengshen had crossed through the ancient transmission array, crossing the many billions of miles, all the way to the sky-split continent. The several of them had experienced the space storms together. Compared to Lin Ming's strength 2.5 years ago, everyone's strength was naturally much higher. While they passed through these space storms, it could be considered distressing but not overly dangerous. Duan Mukun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian had originally all had a slight understanding into the concept of space and time. In addition, as Fei, they naturally had a much higher affinity and inborn perception towards concepts and laws. After the 3 people experienced these space and time storms, they benefited a great deal. After passing through the day-long travel time of the transmission array, they finally arrived at the broken world where the ancient transmission array was located. Here was still the same as before, with space cracks everywhere and a great expanse of water flooding the world. A massive amount of seawater was constantly swallowed up into the dark cracks of this world. It was unknown just where it went. According to Lin Ming's estimation, this broken world could still support itself for several hundred more years. Afterwards, this world would collapse, and this ancient transmission array would also be destroyed. After coming out from the ancient transmission array, Lin Ming was anxious to go. After he sealed up the transmission array, he then led Duan Mukun and the others to fly straight towards Divine Phoenix Island. However, he soon discovered that the relay station that he remembered had been destroyed. Originally, within the South Sea region, Divine Phoenix Island and the South Horizon Region Alliance had established a near-complete network of transmission arrays. This was beneficial for transporting supplies and moving information. However, all of those transmission arrays had been destroyed by human hands. Obviously, these lands had already fallen. When the wartime alliance of the South Horizon region was retreating, they must have destroyed these transmission arrays before they left. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart sank. When he had still been at the Holy Demon Continent, he had been ardently hoping to return to Divine Phoenix Island. But now that he had truly come back, he started to feel apprehensive and fearful. He feared that when he reached Divine Phoenix Island, there would be nothing left there but ruins. As they flew, they were silent the entire time. Lin Ming began to discover that within the South Sea region, there was a massive number of beasts and monsters that normally weren't seen. Among these creatures, it wasn't strange for there to be some at the Hotian realm or even the Xiantian realm. It had to be known that the South Horizon region wasn't comparable to the Blood Slaughter Steppes. The Blood Slaughter Steppes was a gathering place for the outstanding heroic youths of the entire Holy Demon Continent. Their Xiantian realm martial artists were no different than cannon fodder. But in the South Sea region, it was already considered very good for an island to have a second-grade sect on it. There were even many smaller islands that weren't any stronger than the Sky Fortune Kingdom. To them, facing such a crowd of beasts meant total annihilation. And indeed, the situation that Lin Ming saw was extremely bad. These islands that were originally inhabited by a great number of people had been turned into wreckage, the entire land desolate and uninhabited. The more Lin Ming saw, the more distressed he became. He wanted to stop and ask some people questions, but it wasn't until he traveled 100,000 miles that he saw the first group of martial artists he had seen yet. This group was being led by that man named Elder Zhao, and they were being chased down by a pack of monstrous beasts. Lin Ming attached his battle spirit to the air and easily massacred those monsters. The main reason that Lin Ming rescued these people was to inquire about Divine Phoenix Island's situation. Seeing Lin Ming fly towards them, Elder Zhao and the group of martial artists became able to make out the looks and age of Lin Ming, Duan Mukun, Feng Shen, and Lan Xian. Seeing Lin Ming's group, they were immediately shocked. None of the four of them seemed past their 20s. At most, they looked to be 27 or 28 years old, but their strength was actually so formidable to a point that it was horrifying. To kill a late Xiantian-level monster with just a look, not even a revolving core powerhouse would have such ability. Thinking of this, Elder Zhao's expression paled. Were these youths floating before him actually some super old monstrous beings that had reached a point in their cultivations where they returned to their youths? With Elder Zhao's limited comprehension, he couldn't imagine that someone could reach the revolving core realm in their 20s, or even a higher boundary beyond that. He could only chalk it up to Lin Ming and his group being ancient monstrous experts. It was said that the South Sea Demon region had a witch who was named Xian Yuqia. She was over 1,000 years old, but had a million different flavors and temperaments she could adopt, even seeming like a young married lady in her early 20s. These people currently in front of him might be in this same situation. Thinking like this, the panic in Elder Zhao's heart began to subside. He tried to appear as respectful as possible as he said, reporting to Senior, "This junior is surnamed Zhao. I was an outer court elder of Little Swallow Island. The martial artists behind me are some junior martial artists from my sect, as well as some other martial artists that we encountered on the road who faced the same difficulties that we did. We gathered together in order to leave the South Sea." Senior. Hearing this word, Lin Ming had a strange look. As for Lan Xian and Feng Shen, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lan Xian giggled. "I'm not any older than you are, so how can I be your senior?" "How interesting." Hearing Lan Xian's words, Elder Zhao's mind shook. Did this young lady Lan Xian mean to imply that her age matched with her appearance? Elder Zhao gulped, feeling his mind go numb. Where just did these four youths come from? They were so young, yet they already had such strength. It was like they were angels from another world. You said that you are an outer court elder of Little Swallow Island. So did you have to flee the South Sea? Was your sect destroyed? What grade sect are you from? There were far too many islands scattered throughout the vast South Sea. There were different sizes and influences of powers that occupied the various islands. These powers didn't belong to the South Horizon region, nor were they under the jurisdiction of Divine Phoenix Island. For this Little Swallow Island sect to suddenly pop out of nowhere, it was normal for Lin Ming not to have heard of it before. As Lin Ming asked about Little Swallow Island, a trace of sadness appeared on Elder Zhao's face. He said, reporting to Great Sir, Little Swallow Island was originally a second-grade sect. In recent years, it just barely managed to rise to a third-grade sect. In the sect, there weren't even over 10 Xiantian elders. In the great beast tide of the South Sea half a year ago, most of them perished in the onslaught. And as for the rest, they disappeared without a trace. Elder Zhao had finally changed Lin Ming's title from senior to Great Sir. An existence like Lin Ming had already far surpassed his scope of understanding. Since they weren't even within the same world, knowing the identity of the other was useless. Perhaps he was some descendant from a holy land, as Elder Zhao thought this. He was also wondering, could a holy land descendant really be powerful to such an extent? South Sea Great Beast Tide? What happened? Lin Ming's mind stirred. He wasn't unfamiliar with beast tides. He had also experienced one when he was at the Sky Fortune Kingdom. That great beast tide had been spurred on by the South Sea Demon region and had swept through the entire Divine Phoenix province. At that time, there were countless people that died. If Lin Ming hadn't made it back on time to Green Mulberry City, then all of the city's citizens would have ended up buried in the bellies of those vicious beasts, his Lin family included. Seeing that Lin Ming was completely unaware of this beast tide, Elder Zhao wasn't surprised. He said, reporting to Great Sir, the deep sea beast tide occurred just half a year ago. There are countless islands in the South Sea Demon region, and the depth of the sea here doesn't go deeper than 100,000 feet. This is called the Inland Sea. But outside of the South Sea Demon region and its main domain, the depth of the sea reaches a degree that cannot be imagined. As for how deep this sea actually is, even a divine sea supreme elder would find it difficult to measure. There are a great variety of powerful deep sea vicious beasts in this area, and their numbers alone are immeasurably terrifying. Normally, it wouldn't be easy for them to enter the shallower areas of the sea. But half a year ago, an old devil of the South Sea Demon region used some unknown method to gather hundreds of thousands of these deep-sea vicious beasts to attack the center of the South Sea Wartime Alliance. Combined with the demonic giant Leviathan, they finally broke through the defenses of the Wartime Alliance in a single fell swoop. From that point on, the Wartime Alliance survived in name only. As for Divine Phoenix Island and the Dire Space sect, which comprise the main forces of the Wartime Alliance, they have already perished in the aftermath. Hearing the surname Zhao say such words in a dispirited manner, Lin Ming felt a humming in his mind, as if he had been struck by lightning. Divine Phoenix Island perished. Elder Zhao didn't notice the change in Lin Ming's expression. He continued to say, after the Wartime Alliance was dissolved, us smaller sects were in an even more miserable state. The entire South Sea domain was seized by the South Sea Demon region. In addition, for this past half year, the deep sea vicious beasts haven't yet retreated. A number of the powerful vicious beasts divided into several groups and brought giant floods of monsters to sweep over islands where people gathered, killing most of the mortals there. It could be said that this is an apocalypse for the entire South Sea. Now, nearly all the mortal commoners of the South Sea have died. Fortunately, the martial artists were a bit better off. As soon as they obtained the news, they joined together in large units and fled to the mainland. But there are also some others such as us, who because of various reasons were stranded within the South Sea domain. For us to cross several hundred miles is truly harder then ascending to heaven. Elder Zhao had deliberately spoken these words because he was hoping that Lin Ming would help him return to the mainland. However, just as he was done speaking in a selfish manner, he noticed that Lin Ming's complexion had already become extremely gloomy, terrible to behold. Between his eyes, there seemed to be a raging flame burning there. As soon as Elder Zhao saw this, his heart jumped and he immediately stopped talking. "You said that divine Phoenix Island has perished?" Lin Ming's eyes blazed as he looked at Elder Zhao, his vision suffocating him. Yes, divine Phoenix Island has already become an island of death." Elder Zhao gulped, stammering out these words. Facing Lin Ming, he felt as if he would die any moment. And the people on the island, "About this, I'm not too sure. I am just an outer court elder of Little Swallow Island. I truly have no idea where the main remaining forces of the Wartime Alliance have run to." As Elder Zhao spoke, his back was soaked with sweat. Facing Lin Ming, the pressure was simply too great. "Brother Lin, don't be so worried." At this moment, Duanmu-kun suddenly spoke out. His voice was like a gentle spring breeze, immediately lifting off some of the pressure from Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao began to keel over, gasping for breath in big, deep gulps. Just saying those words now seemed to have overdrawn all his strength. This was because Lin Ming simultaneously had two different force field type martial intents. Even if his aura were to accidentally leak out because of his strong emotions, it was still able to bring down a great pressure upon low-level martial artists. "Brother Lin, we need to further think and deliberate on this matter. Worrying too much right now is useless." Listening to this man's words, the people of the Wartime Alliance might not have perished. Duanmu-kun had guessed what sort of relationship Lin Ming had with this divine Phoenix Island. After thinking about it, he found it very strange. He had assumed that a heaven-defying, monstrous genius like Lin Ming would have come from some super holy land, but as he listened to the exchange of words, it seemed as if this divine Phoenix Island was just a middle-level sect. Could Lin Ming have originated from divine Phoenix Island? That should be impossible, right? "I understand." Lin Ming closed his eyes. As he opened them once more, that gloom and worry had already been suppressed and hidden away, replaced with a calm and pure killing intent. "Let's go." Chapter 670, Young Girl Incense Burner. Chapter 670, Young Girl Incense Burner. Several great sirs, could you wait a bit?" Seeing that Lin Ming and his group were about to leave, Elder Zhao nervously blurted out some words. "Is there something else?" Lin Ming frowned. At this time, he simply wasn't in the mood to be delayed here. "Never mind, it's all right." As soon as Lin Ming's vision fell back onto Elder Zhao's breath paused in his chest. He didn't even dare to speak the words that he had planned to say. He had wanted to ask Lin Ming if he could bring their group of injured martial artists out of here, but thinking about their speed and how they were no different to snails in comparison, he didn't have the courage to ask. Lin Ming didn't pay attention to Elder Zhao. He turned around and soared away. But Lan Xian guessed what Elder Zhao was thinking about. She faintly smiled as she took out a little boat from her spatial ring. "This is for you. It should be enough for you to safely leave the range of this South Sea." "This is..." Elder Zhao's mind jumped as he saw that little boat. Before he could guess what it was, Lan Xian had already casually tossed it over to him. As it soared in the wind, after several breaths of time, that small boat turned into a large spirit boat several dozens of feet long. Feeling the energy emitted from that spirit boat, Elder Zhao was stunned. A spirit boat was a type of treasure and also had differential grades. The spirit boat currently in front of him, if he wasn't wrong, was a high-grade Earth Steppe treasure. High-grade Earth Steppe treasure? It had to be known that within the Sky Spill continent, it was already considered extravagant for a Xiantian realm martial artist from a third-grade sect to have a low-grade Earth Steppe treasure. As for a medium-grade Earth Steppe treasure, That was something that only a martial artist at the level of a highest elder would be able to have. As for a high-grade earth step treasure, that was something only important figures of a fourth-grade sect would have. For instance, Lin Ming's purple comet spear was enough to startle everyone at revered Master Tianwang's banquet dinner. And this was a high-grade earth step spirit boat. Would anyone ever just casually give it away? Elder Zhao was dumbfounded. The value of this spirit boat alone was several times that of his third-grade sect's total wealth. Fairy maiden you, Elder Zhao felt his mouth go dry, as if he were living in a dream. Lon Xian chuckled. Take the spirit boat and go. As long as you don't encounter a top revolving core vicious beast along the way, there won't be any danger for you and your group. You should be able to ride this all the way to the mainland. We have some matters to deal with, so we'll be heading off first. Lon Xian said, as she launched herself towards the direction Lin Ming went in. The martial artists that were left behind were in a stupefied daze. In particular, the several young men. As they saw Lon Xian's rapidly fading figure, their vision began to blur. These people had appeared like gods from heaven, suddenly saving them from fatal danger. Especially that blue-clothed lady. Not only was she amazingly strong, but she was also kind at heart, and her looks were near perfection. She was like a fairy maiden descended from the skies, making everyone below her feel the weight of their own inferiority. Brother Lin, that South Sea demon region you mentioned just now, what rank of power is it? Are we unable to deal with them? After they traveled several dozen miles, Duan Mu Kun suddenly asked Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming shook his head. The South Sea demon region is a 5th-grade sect, and it also has a 3rd-grade life destruction master protecting it, as well as a number of 2nd-stage and 1st-stage life destruction elders. Our strength is still lacking. Lin Ming's current greatest advantage was his striking power. It was beyond that of an ordinary 2nd-stage life destruction powerhouse. But in terms of complete integrated combat strength, he was still worse. With Lin Ming's current strength, he would be able to kill a 1st-stage life destruction powerhouse. As for Duan Mu Kun, Feng Shen, and Lon Xian, their strength was still weaker than a 1st-stage life destruction master. If they wanted to attack the South Sea demon region any time soon, then this simply wasn't a realistic goal. No need to hurry, we can think about it further. Brother Lin, how do you plan on finding those missing people from Divine Phoenix Island? As Duan Mu Kun asked this, even Lin Ming was a bit stumped. If Divine Phoenix Island had fled, then they would have deliberately concealed where they went. It would be difficult for them to find out. The Sky Spill continent was so large. If he wanted to find Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan within the entire Sky Spill continent, then that was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. We'll go to Divine Phoenix Island first, and then make plans after that. Lin Ming shook his head, sighing. He could only hope that Mu Qianyu had left some sort of hint or note for him on Divine Phoenix Island. Back when he first left, he had personally made a pledge that he would return within 10 years. If Mu Qianyu fled Divine Phoenix Island, it was impossible that she would have forgotten this. She must have left something there for him. But what was it, and where would it be? They traveled the way in silence. Lin Ming and his group traveled day and night. Since they had no transmission arrays, they could only travel via spirit boats and flight. After several days of time, they finally arrived at Divine Phoenix Island. From far away, that Divine Phoenix Island that had once been like a clear and beautiful sanctuary of nature was now shrouded in a thick black cloud. On Divine Phoenix Island, the exquisite pavilions had almost all been destroyed. The great towering trees burnt down. Even the mountain ranges were sundered apart, with the earth cracked and ruptured. All of this was evidence revealing the fierce and violent battle that had occurred here. When Lin Ming was 10 miles away from Divine Phoenix Island, he slowed down, coming to a stop in the air. As he saw this horrific scene before him, his eyes flashed with a dispirited light. When the war within the South Sea first broke out, Mu Fengxian had thought that the alliance of countless sects together would be able to contend with the South Sea demon region. But only after adventuring through the demon god Imperial Palace did everyone realize that after thousands of years of slowly recovering their strength, the South Sea demon region's strength might have far surpassed anyone's expectations. But because Xian Wuji's goal had always been the demon god Imperial Palace from the start, he had put on an act during his war in the South Sea, pretending that the entire affair was evenly matched with a possibility of either side winning. After they had obtained the necessary blood sacrifices to open the demon god Imperial Palace, Xian Wuji no longer needed to conceal his strength and quickly leveled the wartime alliance. It was true that Divine Phoenix Island had allies in this war, but so did the South Sea demon region. Whether it was the Black Flood Dragon Clan or those other strange races within the deep sea, any one of them was stronger than the 7 sects of the 5-element region. Moreover, during the trip into the demon god Imperial Palace, he had lost a Nirvana dragon root because of Lin Ming, but the one to obtain the giant Leviathan Saint Beast was still Xian Wuji. They were originally strong to begin with. Now, with the help of the giant Leviathan, the disparity between Divine Phoenix Island and the South Sea demon region was far too great. It wasn't strange for such a disastrous result to occur. However, understanding it within his mind was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Even if Lin Ming's will was strong, he was also sad and pensive. He was worried about Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's safety. Qin Xingxuan could be said to be much luckier, with her disguised status as a maid of Divine Phoenix Island. It shouldn't have been hard for her to escape, since no one was looking specifically for her. But Mu Qianyu was different. As a saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, she would definitely be aimed at, had she been able to escape from this catastrophe. As Lin Ming remained silent, Duan Mukun and the others wisely didn't speak up. They had correctly guessed that those missing people of Divine Phoenix Island must be very important to Lin Ming, because this was the first time they had ever seen him reveal such an expression. At this moment, there was suddenly a high-pitched roar. From far away, one could see several black spots against the sun. These were actually a squad of Demon Region martial artists. They were riding 7 or 8 large bats as they flew towards Divine Phoenix Island. Each of these martial artists held a lance in their hands. On the back of a few bats there were several young women tied up. From their appearances, they were obviously young girl martial artists from the surrounding South Sea area, captured in order to be used as incense burners for the cultivation purposes of others. There were 2 common paths in the demonic realm of martial arts. One was the slaughter path, and the other was the sexual path. In the blood slaughter steps, those demonic realm martial artists had nearly all taken the slaughter path as their foundation. But in the South Sea demon region, they were primarily on the sexual path. In the past, because the Netherworld Great Emperor needed a young woman with a special physique in order to further his practice of the devil arts, he had finally abducted an Emperor-level powerhouse's daughter. This event had caused a massive reactionary war that finally ended with the Netherworld Great Emperor's death. As for the South Sea demon region, a great reason that they decided to conquer the South Horizon region was in order to obtain these richer incense burner resources. As Lan Xian saw these martial artists blatantly capturing young women for obscene purposes, her face was covered with utter hate and loathing. She naturally hated those that captured women like this. Lin Ming, are those giant demons? Duan Mukun asked with some surprise. He could feel some strange demonic realm energy from their bodies. But what was strange was that these people cultivated true essence. It was very chaotic and strange. Lin Ming shook his head. Those people are humans. Sky's Spill continent only has the human race within it. But these people share some of the ancient giant demon race's bloodline. Although it is very thin, it is still an outstanding bloodline. The martial artists of the South Sea demon region were mostly descendants of the giant demon clansmen that the Netherworld Great Emperor had brought over. Thus they also shared a blood relationship with the giant demon race. As for their cultivation method, although it was similar to that of the giant demons, it was adapted for human use. "What should we do now?" Duanmu-kun asked. "Kill them all." Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Underneath these dreary skies, his eyes were like bolts of lightning. After comprehending the death god force field, Lin Ming would inadvertently release a terrifying aura when he was feeling strong negative emotions. Even Duanmu-kun was secretly scared by this. "Kill them? Aren't you afraid you'll alert the enemy?" Duanmu-kun asked. He thought that Lin Ming only wanted to vent his anger. But in his opinion, this divine Phoenix Island had obviously become a base for the South Sea Demon region. If they didn't know how many people were in this base or how strong they were, it wouldn't be wise for the four of them to act recklessly. Moreover, even if they killed this low-level garbage, it wouldn't mean much. However, before Duanmu-kun could speak further, Lin Ming had already rushed out. As Feng Shen saw Lin Ming shoot forwards, he wordlessly followed him. For Feng Shen, who had full faith in Lin Ming, he knew that even if Lin Ming was affected by his turbulent emotions, he still wouldn't do anything without a reason. Thus he followed right after him. Seeing this scene, Duanmu-kun ruefully smiled. He was too lazy to follow. After sweeping over this group of demon region martial artists, he saw that the highest cultivation amongst them was only at the Xiantian realm. They were probably just scouts sent by the South Sea Demon region. Even if Duanmu-kun went over, Lin Ming would probably have obliterated every single one of them before he was close enough. Ha! After searching all the islands around here, there truly was some good food that we missed. These 4 young women are all 3rd grade and 4th grade martial arts talents. What is rare is that there are also 2 virgins among them. One shall be given to Sir Protector, and the other shall be taken by me. If I take her virgin energy, then my netherworld devil arts will rise yet another level. Ha ha! As the captain of these demon region martial artists wantonly laughed, the several other underlings were also in a great mood. "Boss, you take the meat, but make sure you leave us some soup. Give those 2 young married ones to us brothers to enjoy." "Of course," the captain of these martial artists said in high spirits. As the women heard these remarks, they began to imagine just how pitiful and bleak their future lives would soon be. One by one, fear and despair began to cover their faces. Chapter 671. You are Lin Ming? Chapter 671. You are Lin Ming. These young women that had been captured for use as incense burners were all from nearby small sections. From the small countries they originated from, a 4th grade martial arts talent could already be called a proud daughter of heaven. However, after the eruption of the beast tide and their nations were destroyed, these young girls had no choice but to hide in underground secret passages in order to escape the disaster. But hiding underground wasn't a long-term plan. Eventually they would have to come out to look for help or look for food. The result of this was that they were captured by the South Sea Demon region martial artists for their obscene purposes. The demonic realm sexual path was also divided into 2 different sorts. One was complementary yin and yang, where both man and woman would mutually benefit. The man would profit the woman, and the woman would profit the man. The other was where one person savagely and barbarically pillaged the other, sucking up their vitality. The South Sea Demon region used this second type. They were of no mind to train them, but would rather suck up their life force and strength, rapidly accelerating their aging. "Haha, little beauties, after we go back, this big brother will love you well." The leader of the squad lasciviously smiled as he greedily rubbed one of the girls' bodies. But at this moment his eyes widened. Just several miles away, there were the shadows of several people flying towards them. From their clothing, it was obvious that these people weren't from the South Sea Demon region, but were most likely human martial artists. The squad captain was greatly startled. There are actually people that dare come to a branch of the South Sea Demon region to die. Their brains must have gone sour. There are actually some idiots sending themselves to our door. Sir Protector, it might not be bad if we kill them and say they were spies. We'll also earn some merit for that. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly discovered that the speed at which these people were moving had far surpasses his imagination. The figures of two people actually instantly crossed several miles until they were just a few hundred feet away. The squad captain froze. He could feel the power of space around him suddenly tighten, collapsing upon him and completely locking him inside. What was going on? The squad captain inexplicably filled with horror. At this time, the blue-clothed young man had already flown right in front of him, his eyes glittering with a fierce light like a living god of death. Just by looking in those deep eyes, the squad captain felt as if his soul was being sucked out even as he lost all control of his body. Demon Shine, search his soul, Lin Ming indifferently said. A soul-searching technique was an ability from the demonic realm. One needed to have a very deep understanding of the soul, as well as a very powerful soul force. Lin Ming had never studied this technique before, so he could only ask Demon Shine to do it for him. A savage energy rushed into the squad captain's spiritual sea. The squad captain felt his spiritual sea being torn apart as all of the information within was sucked dry by Demon Shine. Big brother! Ugh! The surrounding martial artists called out. But just before they were able to react, in the next moment they felt their entire world go black as all of them passed out. In that instant, Lin Ming's soul force had pierced through all of their spiritual seas. This time, to kill these people, he had used a soul attack, something he hadn't used in a long time. A soul attack and will attack were two completely different things. A soul, relative to the human body, was one of the most fundamental parts of a human's life. But one's will was a battle spirit, an energy field. In essence, it was a special type of energy that could be classified as something similar to true essence or demon essence. There were many objects, such as the demon god bone, that had a wisp of residual battle spirit attached to it. But a demon god bone didn't actually have a soul. Demon Shine, continue searching their souls for any and all useful information. Do not let anything go, especially news about Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming's gloomy expression was terrible to behold. The reason he attacked this squad was not to vent his anger and hate, but rather to obtain information. Okay. With Demon Shine's soul force, searching the souls of these low-level martial artists was easy. After several breaths of time, he had obtained all the information he needed. With their spiritual seas already completely crushed, these martial artists were nothing more than living corpses. He let them fall into the sea to feed any vicious beasts down there. Demon Shine shook his head. Lin Ming, I didn't find any information on Mu Qianyu or the others. These martial artists are only part of a single scout squad. They have a very low status within the South Sea Demon region. Basically, they didn't participate in the war half a year ago. Lin Ming slightly frowned. Do these martial artists know whether or not there is a South Sea Demon region master stationed at Divine Phoenix Island to watch over this place? They do know this. On Divine Phoenix Island, there is a South Sea Demon region elder named Hong Qi, who is guarding this area. His cultivation is at the first stage of life destruction. Hong Qi? First stage of life destruction? Lin Ming sneered. When Lin Ming was at the Eternal Demon Abyss, he had killed Elder Shao as well as the Polaris Tower Master. Both of them had been 3-star demon kings, a cultivation between the human late revolving core realm to life destruction realm. Within the blood slaughter steps, besides the steps master, all other martial artists had to leave before they reached life destruction. Otherwise, they would be killed by the mystical curse that enveloped the land. Even if one was a tower master or supervisory elder, they still wouldn't be an exception. That is, unless they became a 12-winged heavenly demon. However, although the Great Axe Tower Master and the Polaris Tower Master both had a cultivation inferior to the life destruction realm, because of their own cultivation methods, individual talent, and high-ranked treasures, they had a total comprehensive combat strength that actually far surpassed a normal first-stage life destruction powerhouse. Since Lin Ming could easily kill the Polaris Tower Master, killing a first-stage life destruction elder would also be easy. Lin Ming, what do you plan on doing? Demon Shine asked, naturally to call out that Hung Chi fellow, and then use the soul-searching technique on him. Since these small fry don't know where Miss Moo is, that Hung Chi should know. Hee, good suggestion. I like it. Demon Shine cackled, evilly licking his lips. The main island of Divine Phoenix Island was 10,000 miles long and wide, with 6 islands surrounding it. In the past glory days of Divine Phoenix Island, the entire island was constantly immersed in mist. From afar, this seemed like an illusory wonderland. Divine Phoenix Mountain, especially with its many magnificent jade palaces and temples, seemed like a fabled paradise where immortals lived. However, these days, the entire Divine Phoenix Island was covered in a bleak atmosphere with dark clouds covering the sky. On the main island, there were countless patrol parties of Demon Region martial artists milling about. Occasionally, one could see a steady stream of resources being transported towards various buildings, and even young girls being hauled around for use as incense burners. Within the entire South Sea, Divine Phoenix Island could be called a bountiful land that was second to none. There was a high-grade true essence mine here, as well as spirit mountains full of heavenly and miraculous medicinal plants. On these mountains, it was easy to breed rare and precious raw materials for medicines. All of this had now become the South Sea Demon Region's resources. Subordinate greets Sir Elder. On the medicinal spirit mountain, there was a black-robed man slowly walking around. As 6 black-robed people saw him, they immediately bent to their knees in salute. The black-robed man nodded. Within the South Sea Demon Region, life destruction powerhouses were normally elders and revolving core martial artists were protectors. This black-robed old man was the only elder that the South Sea Demon Region had stationed here to command Divine Phoenix Island. The South Sea Demon Region planned on founding a branch here at Divine Phoenix Island, and this black-robed old man would become this branch's future leader. Open the medicine garden, the black-robed old man expressionlessly said. After occupying Divine Phoenix Island, the black-robed old man had no interest in the true essence stone mine here. Rather, he was only interested in Divine Phoenix Island's medicine garden. For some unknown reason, the land here was extremely rich in spiritual energy. It was a very good location for medicinal plants to grow. The black-robed old man had transplanted a stalk of his most precious heart demon flower in this medicine garden. Since then, this black-robed old man had been coming to the medicine garden every day to observe the growth of this demon heart flower. This demon heart flower was an incomparably greedy species of plant. Every day it had to devour a great deal of spiritual energy. As for the other spiritual plants around the demon heart flower, their essence energy was sucked away, and they began to slowly wither. Good. As the black-robed old man saw the plump leaves and fist-sized flower bud of the demon heart flower, he nodded with satisfaction. Those Demon Region martial artists that were responsible for taking care of the demon heart flower were also filled with anticipation, waiting to see if there were any rewards. But at this time, in the direction of the entrance, there was actually a loud deafening sound like a thunderclap. Bang! A true essence shockwave recklessly shook the air. Even the ground began to intensely tremble. What's going on? The black-robed old man frowned. who was so ignorant that they dared to come to the South Sea Demon Region's branch to cause trouble. In these past years, and especially the past 6 months, the South Sea Demon Region had united several deep-sea tribes and clans of the South Sea, forming a massive super-alliance. After they crushed the wartime alliance, the entire South Horizon region, as well as several nearby territories, no longer had the ability to outright oppose the South Sea Demon Region. Although the black-robed old man was surprised, he didn't immediately rush over. If this other party dared to come crashing into his gate, they must have some ability or backing. Unless they were idiots, that is. If it were really some old, monstrous elder coming to take revenge, then he would have to act according to the situation. He sent out a sound transmission talisman to inquire about the situation. When he found out that the other party only consisted of 4 people and their cultivations were only at the revolving core realm, the black-robed old man was stunned. Just where had this bunch of idiots come from? Coldly snorting, the black-robed old man turned into a beam of black, right, as he rushed towards the medicine garden's entrance. Several dozen miles only took a brief moment to cross. As the black-robed old man and his many subordinates arrived at the entrance, they saw that the massive black gate had already been blown apart. The plaque that said South Sea Demon Region, Divine Phoenix Branch had been thrown to the ground and shattered into pieces. Surrounding this broken sign were 5 or 6 South Sea Demon Region martial artists that were also slumped to the ground. Their entire bodies were covered in blood, and not a single one of them was alive. As the black-robed old man saw this, his heart filled with a raging anger. Who dares to be so bold to do this? Come here and die. After roaring out, the black-robed old man's eyes focused. Just 1,000 feet away, there were 4 figures that were flying over to him. It's these people? Humph! The black-robed elder swept his eyes over these 4 people's cultivation. As he realized they were all at the revolving core realm, his heart rate stabilized. Just as he was about to kill these 4 and show them the absolute difference in their strength, he noticed a blue-clothed youth in this group and was immediately stunned. This blue-clothed youth looked to be a bit over 20 years old. He held onto a long white spear, and his 2 straight eyebrows slanted up towards his temples. His handsome looks were outstanding, and his eyes seemed to be as sharp as lightning, from his head to his toes. He exuded an incomparably keen aura that made one's heart shrink with fear. This youth was, as the black-robed elders saw, this blue-clothed youth, he was instantly petrified. His eyes went as wide, as full moons, as they filled with disbelief. In the past, he too had gone to the demon god Imperial Palace, and he had an incomparably deep impression of this face. Although his appearance and temperament had changed quite a bit, he still was able to recognize this youth at a glance. You are Lin Ming. You're still alive? Chapter 672, Soul Search. Chapter 672, Soul Search. After being called out by his name, Lin Ming was startled. As he fixed his eyes on that life-destruction elder, he suddenly had a memory of him. This elder had been part of the South Sea Demon Region party that had entered the demon god Imperial Palace. Luckily for him, he was also one of the few South Sea Demon Region elders that had managed to survive. At the demon god Imperial Palace, Lin Ming had created a false illusion of his own death before he left, although Xian Wuji, Abbot Whitebrow, and those other old fellows were all monsters that had lived for over 1,000 years. All of them had been fooled by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's age and strength were his best cover. No matter how suspicious or cautious Xian Wuji and the others were, none of them suspected that someone as weak as Lin Ming had bamboozled them. Finally, they decided that there must have been some powerful expert that had come to steal the Nirvana Dragon Root and had perfectly calculated events to outmaneuver them. But now Lin Ming was actually alive. Not only was he alive, but he had also broken through to Revolving Core. It had to be known that Lin Ming was only 20 years old, a 20-year-old revolving core master. This was too shocking. All sorts of questions began to rise within that life-destruction elder's heart like a stormy sea. Just how had Lin Ming left the demon god imperial palace? He had gone missing along with the Nirvana dragon root and the cosmic melting furnace. Did these two treasures end falling in his hands? In these 2.5 years, where had he gone? How could he possibly have broken through to revolving core in such a short period of time? Even through all these puzzles, the black-robed old man was absolutely sure of one thing. There was absolutely some great secret to Lin Ming. Lin Ming! So it seems that the Nirvana dragon root and cosmic melting furnace really did end up in your hands. To think that we've spent so much time and effort traveling far and wide looking for you, only to find you here so easily, hand over the Nirvana dragon root and cosmic melting furnace. Now, and this old man may well allow you to live. As the black-robed old man spoke, his hand had already begun to silently trace his spatial ring. As the other martial artists heard Lin Ming's name, their eyes also lit up with recognition. During the war in the South Sea, and when Lin Ming had killed Lei Mubai, there had already been a price placed on his head by the South Sea Demon region. After the trip into the demon god imperial palace, the South Sea Demon region has also launched a wide-scale search of the entire South Sea in order to find Lin Ming, but in the end, all of their efforts had been in vain. The martial artists present had all seen Lin Ming's portrait before. It was only because a period of time had passed, and there had been some slight changes to Lin Ming's looks and temperament that they didn't immediately realize it was him. Surround him. This group of martial artists had cultivations of revolving core and Xiantian. Every single one of them was well aware of just how strong Lin Ming was. They knew that they weren't his match, so they surrounded him in order to prevent him from escaping. Lin Ming coldly and indifferently glanced at these people, thoughts of killing flashing through his mind. The first thing he thought of was to kill everyone here. After returning to the South Horizon region, his strength was still inferior to Xian Wuji's. It would be unwise to expose his own identity so early in order to stop Xian Wuji from chasing him down. However, as soon as he thought of this, he also changed his mind. If news of his identity was spread out, then perhaps it might reach Mu Qianyu's ears. In this way, he might be able to inform Mu Qianyu that he had returned. Thinking of this, Lin Ming hesitated, unsure of what to do. Carnage Demon Great Array. The black-robed old man knew just how terrifying Lin Ming was. Reasonably speaking, no matter how strong Lin Ming was, it was impossible for an early revolving core boy to defeat a life-destruction master. But if he dared to come here so brazenly, then he must have some sort of backup. A lion would surely kill a rabbit. Using his complete, all-out strength and having his men lay down this Carnage Demon Great Array was the right way to go about things. Cha-cha-cha. Over a dozen black flags flew out in the air. All of the black-clothed men grabbed a black flag and began to rapidly move around Lin Ming, stepping in a weird and distorted pace. With every step they took, they would leave behind a faint black mark. Duan Mukun and the others were naturally also covered in this array formation. But towards an array formation of this degree, none of them were worried. Within the Eternal Demon Abyss 1,000-mile forbidden zone, any danger zone was far more terrifying than this array could ever be. Lin Ming allowed these people to arrange the array formation as they wished, only casually standing in the center of the array formation as he was lost in his thoughts. He pondered, should he kill all these people or allow some to live so they could spread the news of his return? After the Carnage Demon Great Array was laid down, the black-robed old man let out a breath of content. Revealing a cunning smile, he took out a thick saber from his spatial ring and cut down. Carnage Demon cut. With the support of the Carnage Demon Great Array, he would be able to raise his strength by over 10%. As for Lin Ming, his strength would drop precipitously within this array formation. In addition to the absolute disparity of their cultivations, he didn't believe he would lose here. As long as he could kill Lin Ming, even if he didn't obtain the cosmic melting furnace of Nirvana Dragon Root, he would still be able to learn just what great secrets Lin Ming held, and just why Lin Ming had been able to go from the early Xiantian realm to the early revolving core realm in just a mere 2.5 years. When that time came, he was prepared to leave the South Sea Demon region, escaping with all of his wealth. He had no intention of bowing down while handing such a great lucky chance to Xian Wuji. With all of this in his grasp, perhaps he might even be able to reach the Divine Sea. When that time came, in this great world there would be nowhere he couldn't go. Lin Ming, I'll take your life. As the black-robed old man shouted out loud, a billowing black energy began to surge from his body. Behind him, an ancient giant demon phantom appeared, holding onto a great halberd. This giant demon stood over 10 feet tall, menacing the world as it emanated a terrifying aura. The black-robed old man didn't underestimate Lin Ming in the least. At the very start, he had already used his ultimate finishing ability. And in addition to the increased power from the Carnage Demon Great Array, the power of the strike made all of the Demon Region martial artists around him pale with awe and horror. The black-robed old man's attack had finally roused Lin Ming from his thoughts. Lin Ming looked up at this black-robed old man. Yes, first he would kill this old fellow and search his soul to see if there was any news about Mu Qinyu. If there was, then he would kill everyone else here. If there wasn't, then he would consider letting news of his return leak out. Thinking this, Lin Ming gave a low shout. The true essence within his body began to revolve. Infusing his battle spirit into the white spear, he thrust it out, facing the alarming and terrifying attack of this black-robed old man. Lin Ming's spear actually seemed rather plain and simple. The black-robed old man grinned demonically. His saber cut straight towards Lin Ming's neck. This was a sure kill strike. Chila. With the sound of space tearing, the black-robed old man's billowing clouds of demonic energy were like great black curtains as they were torn apart by Lin Ming's spear wind. The black-robed old man was shocked. The hell was this strength? Damn. The black-robed old man's face twisted. He revolved the energy in his body to the limit, completely pouring everything he had into the saber edge. This strength of this carnage demon cut lay in the blade itself. Clang! The thick saber collided with the white spear, and the piercing sound of screeching metal filled the air. The black-robed old man felt his palms shake and his muscles tear, blood shooting from his arm. Then, the unbelievable occurred. That old man's saber was actually broken apart by Lin Ming's spear. The sharp spear point thrust towards the black-robed old man's throat like a viper. What? The black-robed old man was greatly shocked. In this split second, without any time to think, he quickly retreated. However, just as he avoided the spear point, a roiling gust of air rushed over the black-robed old man, directly piercing towards his throat. This wave of air had the true essence stream of a battle spirit attached to it. Puff! The black-robed old man's bodily true essence protection was penetrated. The flow of true essence continued unabated. It directly cut through half of that black-robed old man's throat, blood bursting out. Ah! The black-robed old man was frightened to the point that all of his previous bravado and courage was smashed apart. He simply had no idea what had attacked him. And his weapon, a top earth-step thick saber, how could it possibly have been broken in half by Lin Ming's spear? Just what was going on? The black-robed elder only felt a cold sweat creep down his back. The sudden developments in this battle had completely surpassed his scope of understanding. Without further delay, the black-robed elder turned around and ran away. You're staying here. Lin Ming stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and the space underneath his feet shrank. He flash-stepped behind the black-robed man, his spear thrusting out. The black-robed elder was terrified. Quickly turning around, he threw out 2 flying swords. These flying swords were high-grade earth steppe treasure. Normally he wouldn't be using them, but in this situation he'd thrown them out like hidden weapons. Clang! Clang! With 2 metal rings, Lin Ming waved his spear and directly knocked away the 2 flying swords. As the flying swords spun upside down, Lin Ming stretched out a single hand and poured his battle spirit into the sword blades. The 2 swords suddenly straightened out in midair and shot right back towards the black-robed elder. Ah, the black-robed elder was dismayed, losing all of his composure. He twisted his body, trying to dodge both these flying swords, but one of them still managed to pierce through his thigh. The black-robed elder miserably shrieked, his speed immediately slowing down. At this point, his face was as white as funeral ash. "Young hero Lin, please spare my life. As long as you let me live, I will tell you all the plans of the South Sea Demon region and tell you everything you want to know about Divine Phoenix Island." "No thanks." Lin Ming's spear fell down. With his battle spirit infused into the spear instantly broke through the black-robed elder's bodily true essence and stabbed into his heart. With a twist of true essence, all of the black-robed elder's guts turned into a puddle of goo. Demon Shine, search his soul. When a martial artist had just died, their spiritual sea wouldn't have dispersed yet. This brief period of time was more than enough to use a soul-searching technique. The information obtained from a soul-searching technique was naturally much more reliable than the black-robed elder spilling it out. "Okay." Demon Shine playfully smiled, and a black beam of light shot out from between Lin Ming's eyebrows, directly piercing into that black-robed elder's spiritual sea. Lin Ming didn't sit around either. He flicked out his fingers, and a small snake of crimson lightning shot into the black-robed elder's body. This red lightning was the blood-extinguishing demon thunder. The blood-extinguishing demon thunder made a pass around the black-robed elder, bringing out a thick fog of blood. Lin Ming put out his hand, and this blood fog began to concentrate, turning into a fist-sized ball of blood. This was the black-robed elder's complete blood essence. This was the first time that Lin Ming had truly killed a life-destruction powerhouse. In the Eternal Demon Abyss, Lin Ming had consecutively killed the Polaris Tower Master and the Supervisory Elder, both of whom had strength equal to a life-destruction master. However, that was still only having strength equal to one. Their true cultivation was actually below the life-destruction realm. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to stay in the blood slaughter steppes. After revolving core, Lin Ming guessed that the blood essence of a life-destruction powerhouse should be enough to open the magic cube once again. However, now was not the time to open the magic cube. Lin Ming flicked his fingers and began to form silk threads made of thunder, wrapping the blood essence in layers of this. Soon, all of the blood essence was cocooned in this energy. Then Lin Ming formed a dozen runes and thoroughly sealed the blood essence. Like this glob of blood essence should be able to maintain its vibrant vitality for another month. He could use it any time during this period to open the magic cube. At this moment, Demon Shine's divine sense withdrew from the black-robed elder's spiritual sea. "Hey boy, I have some good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Chapter 673, Mu Qianyu's Message. Chapter 673, Mu Qianyu's Message. "Oh, hey boy, I have some good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" "Demon Shine, I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. What's the news?" Lin Ming frowned. At this time, he really didn't have thoughts of playing around. "Ayaya, you're really boring. For better or worse, this saint had to consume quite a bit of soul force for this information." Demon Shine muttered with a sulking expression, but as he saw that Lin Ming looked very serious, he no longer joked around and directly said, The good news is that Mu Qinyu should be safe. Whilst the South Sea Demon region was focused on finding the key figures of Divine Phoenix Island like Mu Qinyu, Mu Yuhuang, and Mu Fengxian, they still weren't able to catch them. As Lin Ming heard this, he let out a long sigh of relief, as if something heavy was lifted off of his back. Where have they gone? That I do not know. Demon Shine spread his doggy paws out. If that black-robed old man knew where Mu Qinyu and them had scampered off to, then they probably would have gone to capture them tomorrow. Seeing Lin Ming remain silent, Demon Shine said, I don't know where they went, but they should have joined in with some other powers that formed the Anti-Demon Alliance. But their days shouldn't be much better off. They're likely hiding somewhere with appearance-changing techniques, too. Anti-Demon Alliance, Lin Ming thought for a moment. In an organization like that, it should be somewhat safer. And the bad news. Lin Ming glared at Demon Shine, his heart still not completely relieved. If Demon Shine's so-called good news was that Mu Qinyu had escaped, but the bad news was that Qin Xingxuan had been captured, then he really wouldn't be able to resist his impulse to strangle this damn old dog to death. Demon Shine said, the bad news is that Xian Wuji has gone into closed-door seclusion lately. Chances are he should be able to come back out in a few months or even half a year. When that happens, he should have broken through to the 4th stage of life destruction. When a human martial artist went through life destruction, they had to break apart the revolving core in their body and then reform it. This process absolutely could not be disturbed, nor could they interrupt their seclusion. I see. Lin Ming let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't care too much about Xian Wuji making a breakthrough or how powerful his enemies were. What he did fear was whether or not his family and friends were in danger. Xian Wuji has probably plundered countless resources these past 2 years. Otherwise, that old thing would never attack the 4th stage of life destruction unless he had absolute assurance in his success. Lin Ming reflected. Xian Wuji had great ambitions. He had set his determination to break through to the Divine Sea and have his South Sea Demon region become a holy land. The reason that the South Sea Demon region had lit the flames of war was all in order to compete for cultivation resources and pave the road for Xian Wuji to become a divine sea master. Lin Ming, what will your next step be? Duanmu Kun walked over beside Lin Ming and asked him. First, we will cleanse Divine Phoenix Island, Lin Ming said with a murderous tone towards the martial artists of the South Sea Demon region. He didn't even have a hint of compassion or favorable impression. In his mind, those that followed the path of perversion were far more evil and dangerous than those that followed the path of slaughtering. Ha, good idea. Duanmu Kun flourished his long sword. Under the life destruction realm, he could be considered invincible now that the life destruction elder was gone. Sweeping away everyone else on this island would be an easy task. Brother Fengshen, you take the south, I'll take the north, and Lan Xian can go west. Brother Lin, the rest can be left to you. How about it? Fengshen nodded. He took out his long sword and immediately flew towards the south part of the island. Lin Ming grasped his white spear and flew straight towards the Vermilion Bird Temple. Originally, the Vermilion Bird Temple was the central shrine of the Vermilion Bird faction. He wanted to search over there to see if there were any clues left behind by Mu Yuhuang or Mu Qinyu. The remaining demon region martial artists on Divine Phoenix Island were already in a complete mess. They simply couldn't withstand the impact of these 4 people and gave way at the first encounter. Everyone began scattering in all directions, fleeing off to hide by themselves. Fengshen, Lan Xian, and Duanmu Kun were all extraordinarily beautiful individuals, but when it came to killing others, they could slaughter without blinking. After all, they had experienced the frigid battlefield that was called Sky Split Tower. Fengshen's sword was like the wind. Every sword would stab between an enemy's eyebrows, taking their life with a single blow. As for Lan Xian, she preferred to slice the throats of others. As she continued to kill, she kept finding dying women that were captured for obscene purposes. This caused her to hate those demonic path martial artists even more, killing them all without an ounce of mercy. At this time, Lin Ming had already rushed into the Vermilion Bird Temple. The once glorious and majestic Vermilion Bird Temple was now desolate and gloomy. The great protective array here was long since broken, and many of the tiles and walls were torn apart. The beautiful carvings and reliefs on the walls and columns were now ruined and decayed, because Duan Mukun and the others were busy killing off the remnant forces, and the black-robed elder had already died. The Vermilion Bird Temple was now deserted. Lin Ming searched everyone. Besides finding a few pale and sickly girls in ragged clothes, he didn't find any other clues. With a sigh, Lin Ming took out some clothes from his spatial ring and tossed them to these young girls. Then he fell into contemplation. If Mu Qinyu had really wanted to leave him a message, just where should she keep it, and in what form? When he had been with Mu Qinyu, she had never shown him any sort of special code or cipher. If this sort of information wasn't hidden well and was discovered by the South Sea Demon region, then the consequences would be dire. But if she were to hide a message, how could she guarantee that others wouldn't be able to find it? On such a vast divine Phoenix Island, just where would Mu Qinyu leave a clue? Lin Ming released all of his perception to cover the entire Vermilion Bird Temple, hoping that he would find even the slightest hint. As he searched over and over again, Lin Ming found many of the old tools and objects that Mu Qinyu had used when she lived here. Vaguely, he could see that red-clothed woman who lived here every day, who loved playing instruments and practicing martial arts. Unfortunately, with the passing of time, all things came to an end. Those beautiful and endless days could no longer be sought here. Lin Ming remembered that Mu Fengxian once said that whenever an emperor powerhouse was born, they needed a massive amount of destiny and lucky chances falling upon their shoulders. But the sect that the future emperor powerhouse started out from wouldn't necessarily be able to benefit from the birth of an emperor-level powerhouse. This was because the growth of a true emperor powerhouse would cause the attraction and provocation of many powerful enemies. If a sect lacked strength and destiny and was unable to carry such a genius, then that genius would be the reason that the sect perished. Since ancient times, this sort of matter was very common. I hope that Miss Mu, Qin Xingxuan, and the others are safe. Lin Ming could only pray like this. After finding no clues, he left the Vermilion Bird Temple in a sad and dispirited manner, carefully thinking about it some more. Even if Mu Qinyu had intended to leave some clues, she might have been helpless to begin with. Mu Fengxian and the others might not have been immediately able to decide where to go. After all, this was a top fourth-grade sect with tens of thousands of people. Moving to a new home that was hidden and had adequate resources wasn't that easier said than done. As Lin Ming left the Vermilion Bird Temple, he was somewhat dazed. Looking out towards the distant horizon, he could vaguely see the faint white fog of the world. The bright sunlight fell onto the sea, illuminating it like a golden flame. Atop this golden flame were many seabirds flying over. It seemed to be a very peaceful and serene scene. The Vermilion Bird Temple was located at the highest point of Divine Phoenix Mountain. One could see the entire view of the South Sea, as well as survey all of Divine Phoenix Island. When Lin Ming was overlooking the view from Divine Phoenix Island, he actually saw a place that was covered with an extremely thick heaven and earth origin energy. His soul was stunned. This was the Divine Phoenix mystic realm. The Divine Phoenix mystic realm originated from the ancient Phoenix clan. As for what rank power the ancient Phoenix clan was, Lin Ming found it hard to say. 4 years ago, Lin Ming was still a post-condensation period martial artist. With his talent, he was permitted to enter the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, and there he managed to enter the general-level smelting trial. But he had been far away from reaching the king-level smelting trial. Thus, it could be seen from this alone that the ancient Phoenix clan must have been a terrifying power. Although they might not have been able to compare to the eternal demon abyss, they were absolutely above the demon god imperial palace. The divine phoenix mystic realm was also surrounded by an ancient array formation that only divine Phoenix Island could open. Even if the South Sea demon region captured divine Phoenix Island, they still wouldn't have the ability to open the divine Phoenix mystic realm. In other words, the divine Phoenix mystic realm was an absolutely safe place. Was it possible that Mu Qinyu had left him some sort of message within the divine Phoenix mystic realm? As Lin Ming thought of this, he no longer hesitated and flew directly towards the divine Phoenix mystic realm. The several dozen miles passed in a fleeting instant. The divine Phoenix mystic realm was located in the depths of the divine Phoenix Island mountain range. It was surrounded by a formation of mountains and valleys that kept the energy of the land within. The heaven and earth origin energy here was very rich, especially fire and water origin energy. It was thick to the point of nearly becoming a faint mist. There was a protective array formation outside of the divine Phoenix mystic realm. In order to enter, one first had to pass through this array formation. This was an ancient array formation. It wasn't something that the South Sea demon region had the ability to break open. Lin Ming was originally familiar and proficient with ancient array formations. He had also entered the divine Phoenix mystic realm, completing the final general level smelting trial, and had been recognized by the divine Phoenix mystic realm. Even if he didn't learn the method of how to open this array formation from Mu Yuhuang, figuring out how to do it wouldn't be too hard for him either. After an hour of time, Lin Ming found out the approximate method to open it. Revolving the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle within his body, he reached out his hand and formed flaming golden runes. The void trembled. With a buzzing sound, the space several dozen feet in front of Lin Ming began to distort, as if it were calmly rippling water. But these ripples didn't last too long and soon faded away. Lin Ming wasn't discouraged. He attempted time and time again to fuse the concept of space into these flame array symbols. Finally, after another quarter of an hour, he opened the barrier. A barrier of light appeared in thin air. Within the barrier, there was a single gap. From within, he could feel the intense energy of fire and ice colliding with each other, the sound of muffled thunder filling the air. Lin Ming calmed himself and stepped through the protective array formation to enter the divine Phoenix mystic realm. Light flashed. Lin Ming arrived at the mountain valley where the divine Phoenix mystic realm was. But in the instant when he entered, Lin Ming saw that near the entrance to the divine Phoenix mystic realm, there were elegant and beautiful letters carved on a 10,000-year-old parasol tree. Thundercrash Mountain, Nameless Cave, 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. At the moment he saw these words, Lin Ming's heart shook like an earthquake passed through him. Just 10 words, and written in such a simple manner, yet they contained the strong will and determination of Mu Qianyu. She didn't write what would happen if they couldn't make their appointment, nor did she write that they would die. 10 words. The writing was graceful and succinct, as if it had fused within it an incomparably firm belief that allowed no room for doubt. No matter what happened during this time period, no matter what difficulties she faced, what trials and tribulations she would encounter. 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. It was as if Lin Ming could see the scene that happened here 6 months ago, when Mu Qinyu had rushed into the divine Phoenix mystic realm and engraved this message. Her hands were fast but firm. In her eyes was a faint trace of hope and faith, a touch of deep love, and also sadness. As for the nameless cave of Thundercrash Mountain, that was the place Mu Qianyu and Lin Ming had stayed when they first met. In that cave, the two of them had spent 3 days and 3 nights filled with immeasurable warmth. Chapter 674. The fifth opening of the magic cube. Chapter 674. The fifth opening of the magic cube. When he had first gone to Thunder Crash Mountain, by pure chance, Lin Ming had encountered Mu Qinyu as she was battling the Thunder Flood Dragon. After, when Mu Qinyu had been wounded and was in trouble, Lin Ming had helped her recover within the nameless cave. With his past humble and low status, this was the first time he had ever come into contact with such a proud daughter of heaven. 3 days later, Mu Qinyu had left without a word, leaving behind only a message. Finally, Mu Qinghong had visited the 7 profound valleys and had taken notice of Lin Ming during the Total Faction Martial meeting. Then, in the sect training program, Lin Ming had been chosen as the only Heaven Step talent. All of this seemed as if it had happened just yesterday. During Lin Ming's early period of growth, Mu Qinyu and Divine Phoenix Island had helped Lin Ming many times. Thunder Crash Mountain, Nameless Cave, 10 years' time, the appointed meeting. Lin Ming traced his hand over these letters and quietly clenched his fists. 10 years was the promise that he had originally made, but now he had come back over 7 years early. Since he had come back, he would no longer allow the situation in the South Sea to continue as it was. He absolutely would not allow Mu Qinyu and the martial artists of Divine Phoenix Island to drift around like displaced refugees. I don't need to use these 10 years. Within 3 months, I will find you. Lin Ming secretly made this oath to himself as he gazed at the words on that 10,000-year parasol tree. Then he sat down next to it. Lin Ming, what are you doing? Demon Shine asked. Opening the magic cube. Are you kidding? You're going to open it here? Opening the magic cube takes less than an hour, and with the protective array formation of the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, this area can be considered safe. As Lin Ming spoke, he took out the blood essence of the black-robed old man from his spatial ring. When Lin Ming had first obtained the magic cube, he had gone into the space within the magic cube when he was sleeping. This was the first time he had opened the magic cube. Afterwards, Lin Ming obtained the flexible armor that the Crown Prince had gifted to him. The flexible armor was marked with the blood essence of a Hotian master. This blood essence was then absorbed by the magic cube. This was the second time that the magic cube opened. The third time was when Lin Ming had killed Ouyang Boyan. With Ouyang Boyan's blood essence, he opened the magic cube once again. The fourth time, Lin Ming had used the suppressive laws of the demon god Imperial Palace and killed a revolving core master, using that master's blood essence to open the magic cube yet again. Now would be the fifth time, from Hotian to Xiantian to revolving core, and now life destruction. Lin Ming began to unravel the spells on the cocoon until there was just the red glob of blood left. Lin Ming didn't have the magic cube absorb this yet. Rather, he first entered into the ethereal martial intent and adjusted his mindset until he was as calm as a still lake. Then Lin Ming took off his clothes, revealing a strange mark on his left chest. This mark was the mysterious ancient symbol rune of the magic cube. With a deep breath, he slowly pressed the black-robed old man's blood essence into his chest. Right after, Lin Ming felt a burst of burning heat in his chest. This was the blood essence being absorbed by the magic cube. After being silent for several years, the magic cube once again welcomed the fresh blood essence of a powerhouse. Chi, chi, chi. As the blood essence was absorbed, it was just like a deadly poison that was scattered on the ground. It seemed to constantly corrode away, producing a slight trace of smoke. Lin Ming felt within himself, perceiving the energy fluctuations of the magic cube within his chest. He could feel that after the magic cube had absorbed the blood essence, it seemed to beat in rhythm with his heart. After 10 breaths of time passed, Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea shake. In the next moment, all of his consciousness was completely sucked into the magic cube. With a dizzying feeling, Lin Ming's mind had arrived once again in that pitch-black space within the magic cube. Lin Ming was familiar with this place. In the vast and boundlessly dark sky, countless soul fragments glittered like infinite stars. These soul fragments floated around in a haze of thick mist. In the center of all these soul fragments, there was a large sphere of light that was 1 foot in diameter, slowly glowing with a gentle light. Lin Ming suspected that this sphere of light was the previous master of the magic cube, that saintess of the verdant feather holy lands. After arriving in the magic cube space, once again, Lin Ming's mentality was extremely stable. Now he had a battle spirit, and his willpower was much more formidable than it was before. He would be able to handle most of these soul fragments, unless that fragment was to contain the remnant consciousness and will of the Supreme Elder it once belonged to. If that were true, then swallowing a soul fragment like that might be a bit dangerous. Linking his mind to the many soul fragments because of Lin Ming's stronger soul force, he was now able to clearly sense the energy that emanated from these soul fragments. Some had a gentle, soft energy, some were tyrannical, and some emitted an evil, blood-soaked energy. The smaller fragments were directly ignored by Lin Ming. He only looked at those that were at least 2 inches wide. Then he began to sense them according to the energy they emitted, looking for a soul fragment that might have a cultivation method or other skill that was useful. But there were simply too many soul fragments in the space of the magic cube. Even after searching through so many, it was difficult for Lin Ming to know just which one would be the most valuable to him. At this time, Demon Shine's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming, this same will help you choose. I can guarantee it will be enormously useful for you. Oh, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. Although Demon Shine did like to brag often, he had to acknowledge that this old dog really did have some ability. Useful for me? I can't think of a soul fragment that would be too useful for me right now. Lin Ming had no lack of cultivation methods. Moreover, he had already begun to step onto the road of fusing his own martial arts method. He was hoping to look for some cultivation method within the magic cube that could provide a foundation for further martial arts fusion skills in the future. Hee, you'll know why once I tell you. That pale golden palm-sized soul fragment is the one. Let me warn you first, it's quite possible that there is a remnant soul within that soul fragment. A supreme elder's remnant soul. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. It was hard to guess just what boundary these realm of the gods' powerhouses had reached before their death. Even if it was just a remnant soul, he still had to treat it with caution. Carefully stretching out his hand, an energy latched onto that pale gold soul fragment and dragged it over to Lin Ming. Lin Ming completely concentrated his mind onto this soul fragment. During the first several times that Lin Ming had opened the magic cube, he had avoided these supreme elder soul fragments as if they were poisonous snakes. He would never have tried to absorb it on his own initiative like he was now. Discreetly feeling the strength of this pale gold soul fragment, Lin Ming felt confident he would be able to withstand it. Demon Shine, just what's in here that is so useful to me? If you absorb that memory fragment, you'll naturally know. This soul fragment, if I'm not wrong, should be an old acquaintance that the Demon Emperor once knew. I only recognized it because there is a bit of remnant soul left over in the fragment. If you absorb it, you'll have a great harvest. Demon Shine bragged. Lin Ming didn't ask anything further. Demon Shine had no reason to lie to him, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He had confidence that he would be able to deal with the remnant soul within this soul fragment. Even if the cultivation methods within were useless, it could still serve as a reference point so that Lin Ming could study the various types of top martial arts and gain insights from them. Putting out a hand, he gently touched the soul fragment. The soul fragment immediately turned into a white light that shot into Lin Ming's body and disappearing, vanishing without a trace. A soul fragment had a natural instinct to swallow all. under the guidance of its instincts, it would begin to attack Lin Ming's spiritual sea in order to capture it. When the soul fragment broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the spear-shaped battle spirit that floated in the skies immediately began to issue out a keening howl, directly impacting towards that soul fragment. Kacha! With a violent collision, the soul fragment was struck by the spear-shaped battle spirit and sent flying away, its light dimming by several degrees. Meanwhile, the black vortex of the samsara martial intent appeared within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, surging forwards as it enveloped that soul fragment. Lin Ming closed his eyes and sat down, immediately entering into the ethereal martial intent. Like this, the samsara martial intent and battle spirit began a fierce battle with the soul fragment within his spiritual sea. A battle spirit was known as an existence that could cut away all to nothing. Of course, this included even the soul. With every strike, the soul fragment would fiercely tremble, causing the remnant soul within that fragment to gradually fade away. After an hour of time, the war of souls finally ended. Although Lin Ming hadn't been in any great danger, he was still left exhausted, his entire body wet with sweat and his complexion pale. After eliminating that remnant soul, the remaining memory fragments sank into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. In that moment, all sorts of chaotic and complex images and information began to pour into Lin Ming's mind. These memories numbered many times more than before. Lin Ming gave a stuffy cough, feeling as if his head would explode. At any moment, pictures began to flash through Lin Ming's mind. War, battlefields, death, cultivation method, rare books, sect. All sorts of scenes replayed in his mind. But many of these were also of raging flames, mystical symbols, as well as medicinal pills that shined with a golden light. This person had been an alchemist. Lin Ming was suddenly startled. After further exploring these memories, Lin Ming found that this person had not only been an accomplished alchemist, but also an inscription master. Inscription techniques were the first skill that Lin Ming had obtained from the very first soul fragment he absorbed from the magic cube. This skill was very powerful within the realm of the gods, but unfortunately, the soul fragment that Lin Ming had swallowed then was only the size of a grain of rice, and it was also very faded. This was a choice he was helpless in making. Originally, Lin Ming had only been at the very first stage of body transformation. Just absorbing that rice grain-sized soul fragment had nearly cost him his life. This also led to the inscription techniques Lin Ming had being incomplete, most of them the most basic of their kind. Inscription techniques were divided into object inscription, medicinal inscription, body inscription, and soul inscription for different types in total. Although Lin Ming had learned body inscription, that was only useful to him during the body transformation realm. After reaching revolving core or life destruction, the increased strength from these body inscription symbols would be negligible. In addition, the reason that Lin Ming had neglected to keep up with his inscription technique was because practicing simply consumed too much time. As Lin Ming's strength constantly grew because he had neglected to practice his inscription technique, it now wasn't able to keep up with his growth. With Lin Ming's current skill in medicinal inscription, he could at most enhance medicines like the heaven-opening pill or shattered demon heart crystal. If he wanted to place an inscription on something like the Nirvana dragon root or demon god bone, then that simply wasn't possible because he wasn't capable of placing an inscription on them that was of adequate rank. In order to practice inscription techniques to a higher boundary, one needed to invest a massive amount of time and effort into it. But before this, the inscription techniques that Lin Ming had obtained were greatly incomplete. If he tried to reach a higher boundary, he would find himself besieged with difficulties. Now that he had obtained this soul fragment, he had unintentionally filled in this gap. Demon Shine, you want me to pick up inscription techniques again. And not only that, but to become an inscription master. and then use that as a basis to further become an alchemist. Inscription techniques are mostly for you to create medicinal inscriptions. I want you to become an alchemist in order to further your cultivation of the 8 inner hidden gates and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The further your boundary goes, the more the rarity and value of the medicine you'll need for your practice will horrify you. You obtained the Nirvana Dragon Root and the Nameless Divine Pill, but don't think you'll always be so lucky. If you don't study alchemy, are you really hoping for others to just come up and offer all the help you'll ever need? Your cosmic melting furnace is already the best tool for alchemy to begin with. Chapter 675, Xian Yuqie makes her move. Chapter 675, Xian Yuqie makes her move. The cosmic melting furnace was a fire attribute attack weapon, and also an extremely good furnace. It was the greatest treasure that the Demon Emperor had left behind before ascending to the realm of the gods. What rank treasure is the cosmic melting furnace? Lin Ming had long thought of this, but he hadn't yet asked Demon Shine. Lin Ming hadn't even seen a medium-grade heaven-step treasure yet, so he simply didn't know what rank treasure the cosmic melting furnace was. Demon Shine said, the cosmic melting furnace cannot really be classified under normal treasures, but rather it is a quasi-saint artifact. Above high-grade heaven-step treasures are saint artifacts. The cosmic melting furnace doesn't yet qualify to rank as a saint artifact, so it can only be considered a quasi-saint artifact. If you use it for alchemy, then it will multiply your chances of success by several times. Moreover, it can even increase the grade and power of your flame essence. Saint artifact. This wasn't the first time that Lin Ming had heard this before, so it turned out that the cosmic melting furnace was a quasi-saint artifact. Unfortunately, he wasn't yet able to induce the cosmic melting furnace to strike his enemies. In his current state, it could at most be considered a defensive weapon. Boy, the black-robed old man you killed a while ago also had something good, a demon heart flower. It was planted in the medicine garden of Divine Phoenix Island. Let's go back in a bit and dig it out. Along with the 10,000-year corpse grass and profound gold divine fruit you obtained in the eternal demon abyss, both of those are top-quality alchemy materials. With these alchemy materials, as well as the memories that you've inherited, you will slowly but surely become a top grandmaster of alchemy, forming a solid foundation for your future goal of breaking through to the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Demon Shine had suggested that Lin Ming become an alchemist. Although this was quite sudden, after some more thought, this truly was the only way for Lin Ming to complete his body transformation cultivation path in the future. The body transformation legacy, even if placed within the entire realm of the gods, was considered an extremely luxurious and excessive cultivation path. Compared to the essence gathering system, it was countless times more expensive. For Lin Ming to just complete 100% of tempering marrow, he had required an entire Nirvana Dragon Root. As for opening the 8 inner hidden gates, he had used the Nameless Divine Pill and a Demon God Bone. Even then, it was only under a lucky coincidence that he had made his breakthrough with the support of the suppression of the heavenly demon force field. Next, there were still 7 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates. Everything was difficult at the beginning. The first few gates after the Gate of Healing couldn't be considered too difficult to open, but afterwards, once he arrived at the 5th, 6th, 7th, or even 8th gate, the difficulty would rise at an astronomical scale. If he wished to break through these thresholds, then it was impossible unless he had top heavenly materials. As for normal heavenly treasures, swallowing them directly was of course inferior to refining them into pills, especially if they had a medicinal inscription placed on them. Thinking of this, Lin Ming fell into a deep reflection. Whether it was alchemical techniques or inscription techniques, both of them were extremely complex and diverse. If he wanted to practice both of these skills to the limit of their boundaries, then he would need to consume a great deal of time, even if he inherited the memories of that supreme being. Time meant the potential of life. If he wasted time, then that was the same as wasting his potential. Demon Shine saw Lin Ming hesitate and chuckled. "Young boy, your way of thinking is wrong. Whether it is practicing alchemy or inscription, both of these skills can greatly increase your soul force. After reaching the Xiantian realm, a martial artist's soul force will becoming increasingly important. You've practiced martial arts all the way until now, and yet haven't realized just how great the benefits of having a strong soul force are. If it wasn't for your powerful soul force and samsara martial intent to support you, how could you possibly have formed your battle spirit in the Xiantian realm? A battle spirit, and will may be completely different from soul force, but the former actually relies on the latter. Haven't you noticed that your battle spirit is kept hidden in your spiritual sea? All I just mentioned are just indirect benefits, but there are also direct benefits. These benefits will appear once you become an emperor-level powerhouse. No matter how powerful your body is, if it doesn't have an equally powerful soul to support it, then the result you'll be able to achieve will be extremely limited. Just cultivating your dantian means you will sooner or later encounter a bottleneck. This is also the reason why all the powerhouses of the realm of the gods choose different auxiliary skills. These aren't just used to assist their cultivation, but also to help temper their soul force. After Demon Shine said this, Lin Ming was startled. After thinking about it some more, this really was true. Ever since he had obtained the magic cube, Lin Ming had entered into it a total of 5 times and absorbed the soul fragments of 4 different realms of the gods' powerhouses. The 3rd and 4th time, he had absorbed the soul fragments of the Demon Emperor. But in the other 3 times after he absorbed these memories, he realized that these 3 powerhouses each shared a common characteristic, and that was that all 3 of them practiced an auxiliary skill. The first one was an inscription master, the second was an array master, and the last was both an inscriptionist and an alchemist. As for the Demon Emperor, he himself was a giant demon, so he didn't excel in the aspect of the soul. This was likely the reason that he didn't choose an auxiliary skill to begin with. As Demon Shine had said, studying these auxiliary skills would never be a waste of time. Laboring over these things would not be a mistake. Now that Lin Ming had inherited the soul fragments of these realm of the gods' powerhouses, he was able to practice these auxiliary skills with half the effort and twice the result. To not use such a lucky chance would really be idiotic. As Lin Ming thought this, he also set firm his determination. After this conflict in the South Sea ended, he would put aside some special time in order to thoroughly practice inscription techniques and alchemy techniques, paving the road for his future success of opening the next 7 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates. After sealing up the related rich memories of inscription techniques and alchemy techniques in his mind, Lin Ming began to study the other memories of this Supreme Elder. Within this soul fragment, there really was too much information. Besides inscription techniques and alchemy techniques, there was also a massive amount of cultivation methods. Within these cultivation methods, there was one related to realm of the gods' alchemists, the fire god law. After examining the fire god law, Lin Ming ultimately concluded that the complete fire god law was much more powerful than the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle. But if it were to be compared with the complete Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle, then it would naturally be far inferior. These 2 sets of cultivation methods were both of the fire attribute. It seemed redundant to practice both, but Lin Ming was actually very happy to see the situation. In the future, this would give him a great number of inspirations. Once he thoroughly comprehended both, he would be able to combine them together, fusing these 2 cultivation methods into an even stronger technique. This realm of the gods' alchemist had achieved an understanding of the concept of fire that could be called the pinnacle. Lin Ming could only helplessly exclaim at this. Something like a concept could only be understood and not explained. Even if Lin Ming had directly inherited these memories, it was still impossible for his understanding of the concept of fire to suddenly shoot to a high degree all of a sudden. But still, this would allow Lin Ming to find his way in the future much more easily. As Lin Ming entered the Divine Phoenix, Mystic Realm's great protective array, and started to absorb the soul fragment, news of his return to the South Horizon region had already begun to quietly spread. There were far too man-demon region martial artists staying at Divine Phoenix Island. No matter how many were killed, some would always manage to avoid slaughter and escape. Naturally, these people would pass along news about Lin Ming's return, but all of this was also tacitly allowed by Lin Ming. He did this all for one reason. He wanted to use this method to tell Mu Qinyu that he, Lin Ming, had returned. The first to obtain this news was the South Sea Demon Region headquarters. At this time, Xian Wuji had gone into life or death closed-door seclusion to break through to the fourth stage of life destruction. After a human martial artist reached life destruction, every breakthrough they made was a trial of life or death. They either succeeded or they perished. There was no other option. At this time, Xian Wuji's entire body and revolving core were being reorganized. He absolutely could not be disturbed, so no matter how important the message was, he still wouldn't be informed. The one in charge of the South Sea Demon region at this time was Xian Yuqie. During the South Sea War, Xian Yuqie had appeared in the public much more often than Xian Wuji. After so many battles, Xian Wuji no longer needed to appear. It was enough for Xian Yuqie to act as leader. In these 2.5 years, Xian Yuqie's enchanting sex appeal and beautiful appearance had become equally famous. There were many powerhouses of the South Sea that both coveted her and feared her to their bones. At this time, within the Grand Demon Palace of the South Sea Demon region, Xian Yuqie was wearing a luxurious black dress. Her black stone-inlaid collar was spread very low, revealing her plentiful figure and a great portion of her plump, milk-white breasts, and the deep crevice that ran between them. Her dress was split nearly to her waist, revealing her now white and perfectly shaped thighs, and accentuating the outline of her bottom. All of this was enough to drown a man in infinite dreams and desire. On Xian Yuqie's body, it was impossible to find the scars and traces of time. She simply seemed like a sexy and beautiful young woman in her late 20s. However, facing such a Xian Yuqie, the elders of the South Sea Demon region did not show even the slightest bit of disrespect. All of them were politely sitting down, and as their eyes occasionally passed over Xian Yuqie, there was nothing in them but deference. In these past few years, Xian Yuqie had relied on her strength alone to accumulate power and influence. Even though the South Sea Demon region had complex inner workings with multiple factions, not a single person dared to offend her. About Lin Ming, you've all heard it, Xian Yuqie calmly said. Xian Yuqie's terse statement caused all the elders to start discussing amongst themselves. Before now, they had all obtained this news through their various channels. For Xian Yuqie to convene the Council of Elders at this time, they had all faintly guessed that it was to discuss Lin Ming. A first-stage life destruction elder stood up and said, "This old man thought that something was wrong. There were just too many questions and mysteries surrounding that boy's death. Now, it really seems that there is absolutely some secret on his body. The Nirvana Dragon Root and Cosmic Melting Furnace most likely fell into that boy's hands." The life destruction elder's voice was thick with jealousy and hate, as he thought about how so many resources fell onto such a lucky, hairless baby boy. All he felt was uncomfortable. Xian Yuqie coughed with disdain. She had no interest in the opinions of a myopic fool like this who spoke in hindsight. If he really thought there was something wrong in the past, then why hadn't he done anything about it? Xian Yuqie said, "According to our information, Lin Ming was able to kill Elder Hongqi. I estimate that his strength has reached the peak of the first stage of life destruction, This completely overturns our previous understanding of Lin Ming. Without a doubt, there is some significant secret on his body. Perhaps it may be even more valuable than the Nirvana Dragon Root and Cosmic Melting Furnace. Now that Elder Xian Wuji has gone into seclusion to attack the fourth stage of life destruction, he cannot be disturbed to manage affairs. I have already decided to send out the giant Leviathan Saint Beast, and I will take personal command of this mission. I will go to Divine Phoenix Island and capture Lin Ming alive. Fellow elders, who is willing to go with me? Xian Yuqia's words shocked all the elders present. Send out the giant Leviathan, take personal command, and even invite other elders to come. Wasn't this just overdoing it a bit? Chapter 676, Revolving Core Mu Bingyun. Chapter 676, Revolving Core Mu Bingyun. Sovereign Xian, to deal with just a mere Lin Ming, not only will you yourself go, but you must also send out the giant Leviathan? Isn't that just making a big deal out of nothing? An elder couldn't help but suggest. The giant Leviathan was the super weapon of the South Sea Demon region. Within the Sky Spill continent, there was a wide range and variety of saint beasts, and there was no uniform classification. It was all a fuzzy and jumbled mess. A flood dragon, a vermilion bird. These creatures could be called saint beasts, but all of these saint beasts had different degrees of bloodline purity and richness. These were divisions formed by limited vision. To the martial artists of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and even the 7 profound valleys, to them a vermilion bird was an unattainable sacred existence. Thus, being labeled a saint beast was undeniable. However, within the realm of the gods, the vermilion bird of Divine Phoenix Island was barely passable to be called a saint beast at all. As for the god beasts of the realm of the gods, those were existences that could destroy worlds at whim. The title of a saint beast was a bit ambiguous. It wasn't a completely appropriate term to describe the giant Leviathan. The giant Leviathan was in many ways even more powerful than a high-stage life destruction powerhouse. Especially when it was used for frontal combat or for capturing a sect, the power it could display was simply terrifying. During these times, it would be like a massive juggernaut battleship, unstoppable and overwhelming. During these months, while Xian Wuji had gone into closed-door seclusion to bet his life against reaching the fourth stage of life destruction, the giant Leviathan was naturally managed by Xian Yuqia. Xian Yuqia glanced at the elder who spoke and said, "Even a lion would use its full force to capture a rabbit. Much less this boy, Lin Ming, is not as simple as he seems." During the trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, I was also present, and yet I still have no idea how he managed to steal the Nirvana Dragon Root. Moreover, Lin Ming's strength is no longer the same as it was in the past. It's unimaginable that in just a short 2.5 years, his strength has risen to such a horrifying degree. The Demon Region elder thought otherwise. Sovereign Xian, this old man thinks that those rumors of Lin Ming's strength are simply rumors. They might not necessarily be true. Those scattered minions, in order to avoid responsibility, would naturally exaggerate Lin Ming's strength and the events that happened. Elder son, Xian Yuqia's slender eyebrows rose, and she coldly said, "If you underestimate the enemy, then the one to suffer will be you. Lin Ming is not easy to handle." After she finished speaking, she turned to everyone else and continued to say, "I have already issued an order that all information related to Lin Ming will now be restricted. Nobody may spread out anything at all. Right now, I can control the giant Leviathan by myself, but if I want to chase Lin Ming, that will be a bit difficult. I ask for 2 elders to come and support me. Who is willing to join me?" As Xian Yuqia spoke, her eyes swept over each elder one at a time. In such an important matter like capturing Lin Ming, failure was not allowed. There could only be success. "All right, count me as one." A black-robed elder stood up. He was someone from the Xian clan. His name was Xianzhongshan, and his cultivation was at the first stage of life destruction. If he didn't worry that he would fail crossing into the second stage of life destruction, then he would have become a second stage life destruction master long ago. I will go too, an elder said. At this time in the distant 5-element region, there was a great mountain peak that was several 100,000 feet high. Atop this mountain was a forest of maple trees that seemed like a sea of fire. The name of this mountain was Sunfire Mountain. Looking from afar, this mountain seemed like a picturesque land filled with poetry and wonders. But very few knew that one of the 7 sects of the 5-element region, the Sunfire sect, was actually located here. Although the maple tree forest atop Sunfire Mountain seemed ordinary, it actually contained an exquisite array formation. If one didn't understand the method of entry and wandered in, then it would be easy for them to be trapped inside. At a great temple at the summit of Sunfire Mountain, the Sunfire sect sovereign sat on a grand throne, wearing a long red robe. In front of him was a young and beautiful girl. She was the chief disciple of the Sunfire sect, the Sunfire Princess. And standing in front of those two was a blue-clothed old woman. This old woman was elderly, but her temperament was extraordinary. From the fading outlines of her face, one could imagine that she was a remarkable peerless beauty as a youth. She was the valley master of one of the 5-element region's 7 great sects, Storm Valley's Zhang Yuyan. Beside this old woman was a handsome youth in his mid-20s. He was the chief disciple of Storm Valley, Zhang Yunjian. For years ago, Zhang Yunjian and the Sunfire Princess had both participated in revered Master Tianguang's birthday banquet, shining in the spotlight there. It was only afterwards, because of Lei Mubai and Lin Ming's appearance, that both of their halos were overshadowed. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the great temple as a blue-clothed woman slowly walked in. This woman only looked to be just over 20 years old, but her cultivation was astonishingly at the revolving core realm. Not just that, but her appearance was alluring and her figure outstanding. From top to bottom, she emitted a chilling energy, as if no one could ever dare to sully her. If Lin Ming were here, he would immediately recognize her. She was the divine Phoenix Island Blue Wand faction saintess, and also Mu Qianyu's little sister, Mu Bingyun. Fairy Maiden Bingyun, it's been a while since we last saw each other. Sage Sunfire and Storm Valley's old woman rose up in greeting as they saw Mu Bingyun arrive. It had to be known that although Mu Bingyun was a junior, her cultivation had broken through to the revolving core realm, and her total comprehensive combat strength was equal to that of an ordinary middle revolving core master. In terms of strength, she wasn't that much worse than Sage Sunfire and Storm Valley's Zhou Yiyan. Like this, even though they were elders, they still had to give several points of respect to Mu Bingyun. Sage Sunfire, Valley Master Zhan. Mu Bingyun nodded and then walked straight to her seat. After everyone greeted each other and sat down, Zhang Yiyan glanced at the Sunfire sect sovereign and Mu Bingyun, smiling as she said, "Brother Sunfire, Fairy Maiden Bingyun, one of the scouting parties we arranged within the South Sea sent back some very unusual news yesterday." "Oh, unusual news?" Sage Sunfire revealed a faintly interested look. Since the South Sea Demon region united all those different deep-sea races of the South Sea into an alliance, I have yet to hear any extraordinary news. All I've heard was constant defeat on the South Sea battlefield. If this continues, then I fear that our 5-element region's 7 great sects will also be swallowed up. What is this unusual news? I'm very much interested in hearing about it. The 5-element region and the South Horizon region were over 1,000,000 miles apart. If the South Sea Demon region became a holy land, it naturally wouldn't encroach onto the 5-element region's territory. But in this South Sea War, the South Sea Demon region had gathered many allies together. And now the cake that was the South Sea was naturally not enough to divvy up for everyone. Now, The flames of war had already burnt their way to the edge of the five-element region. It was only a matter of time until the entire five-element region was occupied. The seven sects of the five-element region were already weaker than Divine Phoenix Island. Facing the allied armies of the South Sea, they were nothing but lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Hearing Sage Sunfire mention his concerns, the old woman sighed. The South Sea Demon Region's appetite was just too great. They apparently wanted to gobble up the two great territories that lay at the edge of the South Sea, the five-element region and the South Horizon region. With their strength, it truly was difficult to resist the South Sea Demon Region. Their only chance was if the Great Zen region were to help, but even after dispatching several messengers, they were still unable to persuade the Great Zen Temple to intervene in the South Sea War. Compared to the five-element region and South Horizon region that were located at the edge, the Great Zen region was located inland. Thus, they had no reason to help. Valley Master Zhou, we can worry over these matters later. First, please speak of the strange news you've obtained. This news is that the Divine Phoenix Island branch of the South Sea Demon Region has been captured. Their means were thorough, and even the guardian elder Hong Qi was killed. As Zhang Yuyun spoke, her eyes swept over Mu Bingyun. Oh, seriously? Sage Sunfire was bewildered. As for Mu Bingyun, her eyebrows shot up. Divine Phoenix Island falling to the hands of her enemies had been a pain that forever lived on in her heart. After Divine Phoenix Island was occupied by the scum of the South Sea Demon Region, they had captured and tormented the girls of the island. All of this had made Mu Bingyun's heart bleed with pain and anguish. Now that she heard that the Divine Phoenix Island branch of the South Sea Demon Region had been completely expunged, even someone as indifferent as her showed a completely changed expression. Who did this? A light flashed in Mu Bingyun's eyes. It had to be known that Divine Phoenix Island branch's managing elder was Hong Qi, a genuine first-stage life destruction master. As for Sage Sunfire and Zhang Yiyun, both of them were at the late revolving core realm. The difference in strength was just too great. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just the Divine Phoenix Island branch of the South Sea Demon Region was enough to completely sweep away the Sunfire sect and Storm Valley. This was not a small force, yet no matter how strong they were, they had actually been annihilated. Who had such great ability to do so? Sage Sunfire thought for a moment, then asked, a bit puzzled, since the wartime alliance was destroyed, who else could organize such a force? Zhang Yuyun shook her head. I'm not too clear about this. The information blockade of the South Sea Demon Region is simply too watertight. Because they have demonic path abilities like the soul-searching technique, trying to place a spy in their ranks is far too difficult. There simply isn't any information about what happened. Ever since the Divine Phoenix Island branch was attacked, the South Sea Demon Region has blocked all information from leaving. All we know is that there were only 4 martial artists that attacked the Divine Phoenix Island branch, and all of them were around 20 to 30 years old. 20 to 30 years old? Impossible! Sage Sunfire couldn't believe this. Even 29 or 30 was just too young. At such an age, they were already a peak saint-level talent if they could reach the revolving core realm. For example, Mu Bingyun. She had reached revolving core at 30 years of age. As for Elder Hong Qi, his cultivation was not at the revolving core realm, but at life destruction. Generally, if a genius was able to reach life destruction before they were 50 years old, then there was a slim glimmer of hope that they could become a peerless emperor. But if what Zhang Yuyun said was true, and those young people weren't even 30 years old, yet they could kill a life destruction elder, that just seemed too exaggerated. Mu Bingyun only remained silent. For the South Sea Demon Region's Divine Phoenix Island branch to be completely eradicated, this news was just too shocking for her. And as Zhang Yuyun had said, for these martial artists that killed Hong Qi to not even be 30 years old, this had already gone beyond her understanding. Zhang Yiyan spread out her hands and said, "In truth, I also don't believe the information the scouting party sent over that these young people weren't over 30 years old. In fact, the original information on Lin Ming had reported that he was a young man, just over 20 years old. But the scouts that Zhang Yiyan sent out simply found this information too outrageous, and instead reported the age as between 20 and 30. Once this news reached Zhang Yiyan's ears, and she heard that the young people were between 20 and 30 years old, she naturally assumed they were 28 or 29 years old. However, even so, this was completely unbelievable. Chapter 677, Fighting the Giant Leviathan. Chapter 677, Fighting the Giant Leviathan. Could this just be a smokescreen released by the South Sea Demon region? Behind Sage Sunfire, the Sunfire Princess suddenly spoke up. Normally, in such a small meeting, juniors would rarely speak up in front of their elders. Zhang Yiyan shook her head. There's no reason for the South Sea Demon region to play tricks like this. Do they think that Divine Phoenix Island would return to the South Sea just because they heard this news? This matter is most likely true, although I have no idea what sort of power did this. If they could completely destroy the Divine Phoenix Island branch, then they are more than capable of destroying any sect within our 5-element region. Moreover, according to some reliable sources of mine, the demon region's western faction sovereign, Xian Yuqia, will be personally moving out. She will be presiding over the giant Leviathan to go towards Divine Phoenix Island. Giant Leviathan? Sage Sunfire heard Zhou Yiyun's words. He was unnerved. The giant Leviathan is an overwhelming war weapon. Its ability to break through any defense or siege is almost unstoppable, but the other party is not a fool. If Xian Yuqia is personally taking action, then those mysterious strangers must have already evacuated Divine Phoenix Island. When the demon region broke through the defenses of Divine Phoenix Island, they sent out the giant Leviathan in order to do so. Since ancient times, there had been a multitude of opinions and thoughts on just how large the giant Leviathan actually was. Some said it was 1,000 miles, and some said it was thousands of miles. But the giant Leviathan that the South Sea Demon region commanded was about 90 miles long. As it floated in the sky, it was like a massive airborne island that blocked out the heavens themselves. Such a terrifying divine war beast had an immeasurable weight. With just a swing of its tail, it was able to create massive tsunamis. When it opened its great maw, it could suck in all the heaven and earth origin energy in a radius of hundreds of miles. When the South Sea Demon region had faced the great island protective array of Divine Phoenix Island, they had relied upon the giant Leviathan to shatter this protection with just a single strike. Such a terrifying, vicious war beast was truly fearful. Zhang Yiyan echoed these sentiments. These strangers must have already fled Divine Phoenix Island. Fighting with guerrilla warfare is the wisest method. Directly confronting the giant Leviathan and Xian Yuqia would be foolish. Well, no matter what happens, the sudden appearance of this mysterious new faction is good news for all of us. As everyone was guessing the identity of this mysterious force, a flame suddenly sparked in the meeting hall, and a message was transmitted into Zhang Yiyun's ears. This was a message from the scouting party that she had sent out. After Zhang Yiyun heard the sound transmission, her eyes suddenly jumped open, and her face was filled with disbelief. What is it? Sage Sunfire couldn't help but ask. Mu Bingyan also glanced at Zhang Yiyun, waiting for her response. Zhang Yiyun was silent for a while, before she mumbled with an incredulous tone, "That mysterious force hasn't left yet. They've instead stayed on Divine Phoenix Island. It seems they wish to fight to the death with Xian Yuqia." What? It wasn't just Sage Sunfire who was astonished, but even Mu Bingyun was greatly shocked. Fight to the death. Did these mysterious strangers really have a way of coping with Xian Yuqia and the giant Leviathan Saint Beast of South Sea, Divine Phoenix Island. Lin Ming stood within the square of the Vermilion Bird Palace at the summit of Divine Phoenix Mountain, silently staring off into the dim and distant skies. Under Lin Ming's feet, the former square was now in shambles. The tripod for incense was broken, the handles having fallen off, and the blue stone ground was cracked all over. It was a scene of ruins. Beside Lin Ming stood Duanmu Kun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian. At this time, the clouds on the horizon were surging. Duanmu Kun squinted his eyes as he looked into the far distance. After a quarter of an hour, within those dark billowing clouds, a vague and massive shadow began to appear, as if a floating island were slowly approaching them. "Brother Lin, that is the giant Leviathan you've mentioned." Lin Ming looked at the giant Leviathan, his expression calm. Back in the eternal demon abyss, Lin Ming had seen an ultimate great beast whose body was several thousand or even tens of thousands of miles long. Its horn alone was greater than this mountain he stood on, and a beat of its wings was enough to shake the world. Even though he had been several hundred miles away, just looking into that creature's dark golden pupils caused the upper Emperor level talent Blackstone to vomit out a mouthful of blood and be seriously injured. Compared to such a great beast, this giant Leviathan in front of him was nothing at all. "Brother Lin, although this fellow is much smaller than that suspected god beast we saw in the 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone, this simply isn't something we are able to deal with. I doubt my sword would even be able to injure one of its hairs." Duanmu Kun narrowed his eyes. In just a few breaths of time, he had determined just how fearful this large beast was. Not to mention the terrifying energy contained within the giant Leviathan. Just its size was far too great. No matter how sharp Lin Ming's attacks were, it was impossible for him to injure it. This was just like an ant trying to bite an elephant to death. In a frontal confrontation, you are indeed correct. Nothing I do will be able to harm it. Of course, that's not what will happen. In this battle, I alone am enough. You all do not need to help me. As Lin Ming spoke, he slowly walked forwards. Duanmu Kun glanced at Lan Xian and Fengshen. As he saw that they seemed a bit confused, he smiled and said, "Brother Lin, please be careful. I really do think that there isn't much we can do to help you here." After spending such a long time together, Lan Xian had joined Fengshen in having absolute faith and blind trust in Lin Ming's strength. Even though it seemed obviously impossible to deal with this giant Leviathan in front of them, she didn't doubt that Lin Ming had some unknown method to deal with it. "Brother Lin, be careful," Fengshen tersely said as he stepped back. Lin Ming took out the white spear from his spatial ring. He walked forwards and then began to slowly fly towards the giant Leviathan. Facing such a titanic beast, his eyes were as tranquil as an immortal lake without a hint of panic in his eyes. At this time, in between the giant Leviathan's eyes was a field of energy with a sealed miniature dimension within it. Here, 3 black-robed South Sea Demon Region elders were standing, along with a black-armored Xian Yuqie. The Xian Yuqie of the battlefield carried a black sword that was even longer than herself. Her black armor was tightly wrapped around her, and it served as the perfect foil to her sexy body, as if she were a war goddess descended from the heavens. Xian Yuqie silently stared at Lin Ming as he approached them. An elder laughed as he said, "This Lin Ming really isn't so simple. Not only is he not escaping, but he's actually coming here of his own volition. There are very few people that have the courage to walk to their deaths like this. Don't underestimate him. In this world, there are no fools." Xian Yuqie's eyebrows twisted together. Although she said this, the truth was that she had layers upon layers of doubts and worries in her heart. This sudden development in events had completely surpassed her expectations. She had thought that Lin Ming would give up Divine Phoenix Island and escape, That would have been the strategy that nearly anyone would have chosen. The reason that Xian Yuqie brought the giant Leviathan was because she had taken this into account. She had planned on culminating her perception with the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea, using the beast in order to increase her already far-reaching perception to unprecedented levels. Then she would be able to chase after Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming didn't even run away. By all reasoning, Lin Ming should have some sort of backup, a great master that would help him. But now, it seemed as if Lin Ming was all alone by himself. His cultivation was only at the peak of the early revolving core realm, relative to his age. This cultivation could be considered unprecedented since ancient times. Perhaps he was invincible in his level, but in the face of the giant Leviathan and the combined forces of several great elders, this was a futile resistance. This made Xian Yuqie feel puzzled, confused about just what Lin Ming was doing. Out of all the elders present, she was the only one who had gone into the demon god imperial palace. Lin Ming's acting within the demon god imperial palace was impeccable. He had been a polite and courteous youth who seemed as harmless as a little bunny. However, this non-threatening youth had tricked all those old geezers present. Xian Yuqie found this the hardest to accept. From then until now, she still hadn't figured out just what method Lin Ming had used to play them. Just how could the proud Xian Yuqie admit that she had been conned? Cute little boy, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, I will catch you alive this time. Pry open your little head and see just what secrets you have. Xian Yuqie bit her shining teeth and began to silently revolve the netherworld devil arts, priming the true essence and soul force within herself to the limit. Seeing Xian Yuqie act as if she was heading into her final battle, an elder laughed and said, "Sovereign Xian, you are being far too careful. How could we possibly lose? We have 4 people together, and the giant Leviathan's perception has already locked onto him. He can't escape even if he has wings." Another elder concurred with contempt in his voice. Xian Yuqie didn't respond. The third elder said, "The giant Leviathan's full-strength strike can destroy an entire island. If its attack hits a person, then there won't even be ashes left of them. There are far too many secrets on this boy's body. Let's use the tentacles to catch him." The giant Leviathan had 2 different methods of attack. The first method was an energy attack. The giant Leviathan's head and body were covered with a wide variety of spheres. The giant Leviathan could open its massive maw and absorb heaven and earth origin energy, compressing this into energy beams that could be used to attack. This was the main mode of attack of the giant Leviathan. The second method of attack was for the giant Leviathan itself to attack. Around the edges of the giant Leviathan's maw was a massive quantity of tentacles that surrounded it like a great comb. These tentacles could be used to surround or kill an enemy. This could be considered a supportive attack method, but even though it was supportive, if faced with a single martial artist, it was actually much more deadly. Although the giant Leviathan had an incomparable striking power in its great energy beam, the direction of the attack could not be changed. Thus, for it to build up the energy, fire the beam, and for the beam to land, this would take several breaths of time. It was very easy to dodge during this period. If one wanted to use the giant Leviathan's energy beam to kill a top master, then that would be quite difficult. Let's go. Although her enemy was only a single person, and he was also just a baby boy with an early revolving core cultivation, Xian Yuqie was taking this battle with complete sincerity, not underestimating Lin Ming at all. She fused her consciousness into the soul mark of the giant Leviathan, controlling the beast to attack Lin Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several thousand giant Leviathan tentacles lashed out towards Lin Ming like a hail of black whips, making the air tremble. These giant Leviathan tentacles all contained a terrifying energy. If a mountain were to be struck by them, it would simply collapse. Come on. Lin Ming looked at those tentacles that seemed to form a giant net in the sky. He faintly smiled. Then, the space underneath his feet twisted, golden rock shattering the void. This movement technique depended on the support of both the concept of wind and the concept of space. As Lin Ming's understandings into the concept of space became increasingly sophisticated, his golden rock shattering the void movement technique also became more and more profound. Cha-cha-cha. In the dense rain of giant leviathan tentacles, Lin Ming was like a slippery little fish that swam upstream, rushing straight towards the giant leviathan. Chapter 678, Lin Ming's Counterattack. Chapter 678, Lin Ming's Counterattack. Every single giant leviathan tentacle contained an extremely terrifying energy. As Lin Ming brushed past the tentacles at high speed, he could feel his entire body tremble. If he were to be lashed by one, then he would absolutely suffer severe injuries. Although Lin Ming's movement technique was ghostly and superb, there were just far too many tentacles. Every time they shot past, they would cause disorder in the surrounding power of space. If it were a normal martial artist, even one at the life-destruction realm, they would find it hard to withstand this. This boy's got quite the ability, a South Sea Demon Region elder said. No matter how capable he is, he won't be able to last forever. He will slowly consume his energy, but the energy stored within the giant Leviathan is unimaginable. Sooner or later we'll catch him. To the elders of the South Sea Demon Region, with the giant Leviathan's incomparably massive body, Lin Ming simply didn't have the ability to wound it. Now, they were in an invincible position. They didn't even fear if Lin Ming decided to run away. Xian Yuqie had already fused her mind with the giant Leviathan and was using its spiritual sea to lock onto Lin Ming. The range of this perception was several hundred miles wide. Now Lin Ming was nothing more than a turtle in a jar. As the several great elders were joking around, Xian Yuqie was actually silent. She still didn't understand why Lin Ming dared to stay at Divine Phoenix Island, daring to face the four of them, and even the giant Leviathan. No matter how she looked at it, it was impossible for him to win. The boy is surrounded. We'll have him captured soon. I wonder what secrets are on him. I'm really looking forward to it. The elders didn't have much hope that the Nirvana Dragon Root was with Lin Ming. After all, it had been a very long time, and chances were that the Nirvana Dragon Root was mostly used up. They were thinking that there were some other secrets on Lin Ming's body that could quickly enhance their strength, as well as the cosmic melting furnace. Because the South Sea Demon Region had placed a very high valuation on whatever secrets these were, the four great clans had each sent out an elder, forming this powerful lineup of masters. At this time, Lin Ming had truly fallen into a trap underneath the giant Leviathan. Several thousand tentacles formed a net around him, blocking all directions of escape. Lin Ming, at the stomach of the giant Leviathan, 10 miles ahead, this is a blind spot in its attacks. You can break out from there. Demon Shine's voice suddenly sounded out in Lin Ming's mind. Got it? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. By relying on golden rock shattering the void, he was able to forcefully create a path through the chaotic power of space, his body violating the rules of physics as he moved hundreds of feet at a time, passing through tentacles that had less than half a foot of space between them. What? Even the South Sea Demon Region elders within the miniature dimension were shocked. Lin Ming had been caught in the web of tentacles, but now he had actually managed to pass through them. Such a narrow gap. How could he possibly make it through? Is that boy a fish or something? This elder of the South Sea Demon Region was incomparable to the Fae. He simply didn't have any understandings into the concept of space, so he was unable to understand the mystical elusiveness of Lin Ming's steps. After several flashes, Lin Ming had already arrived at the so-called blind spot that Demon Shine mentioned. This blind spot didn't mean there were no attacks here, but rather that there were less. But this was more than enough for Lin Ming. He rose again and again, higher and higher, crossing several miles as he drew closer to the giant Leviathan's abdomen. 1,000 feet to the left, that is the entrance to the dimension within the giant Leviathan. Demon Shine's voice sounded out once again. There were many miniature dimensions within the giant Leviathan, all of them growing as the giant Leviathan grew. These miniature dimensions were able to hold foreign life in them, and in the future, when the giant Leviathan died, these dimensions would also collapse. Because of this special characteristic, the giant Leviathan was often used as a very high-level transportation vehicle, particularly useful for long-distance trips. Every dimension within the giant Leviathan had a special method for entry. It was impossible for a stranger to enter. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Lin Ming. Demon Shine could be considered as a half-master of the giant Leviathan. He naturally knew the methods to enter every dimension. F*CK. This silly big fellow is actually making this father work so hard. When I followed the Demon Emperor, it was still a stupid fellow. Now, even though it's plenty strong enough, it's still being controlled so easily by others. It can't even recognize its big brother. Humph! This big fellow better wait and see how I'll fix it up. Demon Shine's scolding voice echoed in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming's figure flashed. With Demon Shine's knowledge of the method of entry, as well as Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of space, he instantly entered into the dimension within the giant Leviathan. This was a light red space. The walls seemed to appear juicy and cushy, and the ground underneath Lin Ming's feet was soft. Wherein Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. This stupid big fellow really makes others worry, Demon Shine cockily said as he shook his doggy head. What do we do now? Lin Ming swallowed down some pills and began to meditate. In truth, he hadn't used much energy, but since he was going to face Xian Yuqie shortly, he wanted to make sure he was in peak condition. Demon Shine said, Xian Wuji should have acted according to the Demon Emperor's letter and left a soul mark within the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea. What we have to do is erase the soul mark. This isn't difficult to do. First, sink your perception into the giant Leviathan's meridian's channels, and then I will guide you into its spiritual sea. Okay. Lin Ming nodded, and then began to sink his consciousness into the giant Leviathan's body. When he had been at the Demon God Imperial Palace, he had once thought about capturing the giant Leviathan, but at that time his strength was simply too lacking, so that was a naturally impossible task. Now Lin Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the early revolving core realm, and he had also comprehended his own battle spirit. With this, subduing the giant Leviathan would be as easy as turning his hand. What's wrong? At this time, in the dimension between the giant Leviathan's eyebrows, Xian Yuqie had suddenly lost sight of Lin Ming. This caused her to be greatly shocked. I obviously used the giant Leviathan's soul force to increase my perception range. As long as he isn't more than 1,000 miles away, he shouldn't be able to escape my grasp. How could I have possibly lost sight of him? An intense foreboding feeling began to surge within Xian Yuqie's heart. She had always felt that something was wrong, but even so, she still couldn't figure out why Lin Ming was daring to face 4 elders of the South Sea Demon region together, as well as the giant Leviathan Saint Beast. Now that Lin Ming had suddenly disappeared from her mind, she felt a trace of fear appear in her heart. The other 3 elders looked at each other in panic. One asked, puzzled, maybe he died to the giant Leviathan's tentacles? How would that even be possible? Xian Yuqie breathlessly shouted as her delicate eyebrows jumped up. Of the 3 elders she brought here today, none of them had entered the Demon God Imperial Palace with Lin Ming. In the end, rumors were rumors, seeing was believing. Before, none of these elders had seen Lin Ming, and none of them understood why Xian Yuqie stressed how strong Lin Ming was. These 3 elders disapproved of this notion, thinking otherwise. In their opinion, Lin Ming was just a little baby boy. Xian Yuqie now felt that bringing this damn group of fellows was no help at all. Something strange. Even if he hid in the gaps of the giant Leviathan scales, we should still be able to detect him. How could he just disappear like that? The only possibility is he entered into another space. The speaker may have been casually speaking, but the listener was keen on all thoughts. As an elder muttered out a random comment, this caused Xian Yuqie's beautiful face to completely pale. Had Lin Ming entered into one of the dimensions within the giant Leviathan's body? The barrier of space was able to cut off all perception. If Lin Ming truly had entered into one of these miniature dimensions, then her perception would no longer be able to track Lin Ming. How could this be possible? Only Xian Wuji and herself knew the method to enter the giant Leviathan's dimensions. Even the South Sea Demon Region elders didn't know the method. Xian Yuqie felt her heart race in panic, nervousness clouding her mind. At this time, she suddenly felt a shock in her spiritual as a web of agonizing pain began spreading out from deep in her mind. At this moment, the soul mark of the giant Leviathan that her mind was connected to was being attacked. Someone was trying to rend apart this soul connection. Xian Yuqie was inexplicably horrified. Just how had he done this? Sovereign Xian, what is it? As the three elders beside Xian Yuqie saw her sudden and violent reaction, they understood that an accident had occurred. Xian Yuqie's complexion became increasingly ugly. She had already established a soul connection with the giant Leviathan. She was on the defensive side. But as for Lin Ming, he wanted to tear apart this soul connection and establish his own. He was on the offensive side. Being on the defensive, she had an absolute superiority. Not just that, but her cultivation and strength were far higher than Lin Ming's. As long as she was able to discover his sneak attack and prepare against it, every logical outcome would have easily been her defeating Lin Ming's soul consciousness. However, the reality was that Lin Ming's soul force was incomparably sharp. He kept forcing her own consciousness back, constantly eroding her soul connection with the giant Leviathan. How is this possible? Xian Yuqie's milk-white breasts violently fell up and down. Because she was consuming too much soul force, her face was already flushed red. How could this boy's soul force be strong to such a degree? In fact, it wasn't just Lin Ming's soul force that was powerful. More importantly, he had Demon Shine's assistance as well as a battle spirit, a force that was able to cut all into nihility. Naturally, he held the advantage against Xian Yuqie. All of you, pour your soul force into me, Xian Yuqie shouted out. The other three elders began to realize that the situation was indeed dire. Without hesitation, all of them began to deluge Xian Yuqie with their soul force. Now, these three great elders combined forces with Xian Yuqie, the four of them directly resisting Lin Ming together. The little babies want to go all out. It looks like this saint is going to have to mess around a bit, Demon Shine said with a hint of haughty roguishness. In his eyes, Xian Yuqie and other 1,000-year-old monsters like her were indeed nothing more than little babies. Lin Ming's soul force was powerful, but against four enemies together, he indeed fell far short of being able to handle them all. Now, with Demon Shine pouring his own soul force into Lin Ming, Lin Ming's own soul energy rose to a completely different level. Demon Shine had been awake for a few years now, and with the heavenly materials he had obtained from Lin Ming that were able to nourish his soul, he had restored quite a bit of his strength. Bang! The two soul energies collided. With Lin Ming and Demon Shine working together, they directly shattered the soul energy that Xian Yuqie had released. The giant Leviathan's spiritual sea suddenly trembled. The soul mark that Xian Wuji left behind was finally loosened. The giant Leviathan let out a great roar, causing massive choppy waves within the sea below. At Divine Phoenix Island, Duan Mukun, Fengshen, and Lan Xian all saw this happen. All of them were dumbfounded. Just what had Lin Ming done to this giant beast? Chapter 679, Severely Wounding Xian Yuqie. Chapter 679, Severely Wounding Xian Yuqie. Against this giant beast that was nearly 100 miles long, just what had Lin Ming done in order to wound it? Duanmu Kun found this hard to believe. When Lin Ming had used that exquisite movement technique to escape the all-encompassing attack of the giant Leviathan, he had only been able to sigh in admiration. Then, and even now, he still didn't fully understand what Lin Ming had done. The giant Leviathan was still roaring in the air, its sonic voice making the sea tremble, as if hundreds of thousands of thunderclaps were exploding together. Bang! The giant Leviathan's tail suddenly pounded the sea surface, directly raising a massive wave 10 miles high. The turbulent waves actually rushed into the sky and washed away the clouds. They callously drove towards Divine Phoenix Island, submerging a massive expanse of the palace ruins. Seeing this scene, even the normally indifferent Fengshen was secretly flabbergasted. This was the terror of a super saint beast. Just that great body was already an unstoppable weapon. This really is a super war machine. Perhaps it isn't too extraordinary in a one-on-one battle, but if it were used to seize the headquarters of a sect, any sect below the 5th grade would be directly rolled over. Duanmu Kun said with sincere emotion, if there wasn't a number of third-stage life destruction and above powerhouses banding together, then it really would be impossible to stop the energy impact of this giant Leviathan. At this time, within the giant Leviathan, the battle between Lin Ming, Xian Yuqie, and the rest had reached its superheating phase. Xian Yuqie and the 3 great elders were flushed red, their foreheads dripping with sweat. This was a direct confrontation of soul force with the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea as the battlefield. Even so, Xian Yuqie and her group were the ones losing. Now Xian Yuqie had already retreated to the final destination of the soul mark. She sent out her soul force, shaping it into a phantom that wore black war armor, an almost exact replica of herself. And then in front of her, holding a white spear, Lin Ming also began to slowly appear. Seeing Lin Ming, Xian Yuqie gnashed her white teeth together. Lin Ming, you've got guts. Do you really want to become mortal enemies with my South Sea Demon region? Lin Ming thought this was quite funny. He nearly laughed out loud. Listening to Sovereign Xian's words, if I were to give up now, then would I no longer be the sworn enemy of the South Sea Demon region? Xian Yuqie's voluptuous chest furiously rose up and down. What a good Lin Ming! Since you want to die so badly, then I will fulfill your wish. Just you wait until Elder Xian comes out of seclusion. Once he reaches the 4th stage of life destruction and emerges, then I'd like to see just how you'll avoid him. 4th stage of life destruction. I hope he doesn't fail in his cultivation. Lin Ming indifferently smiled, and then pointed his long spear straight at Xian Yuqie, thrusting directly at her. This was a weapon formed from his soul force. A battle spirit could also increase the power of soul force. With the battle spirit strength in addition to demon shine support, the might of this spear strike caused Xian Yuqie's beautiful face to pale with dread. She instantly judged that it was impossible for her to block this spear. But right behind her was the soul mark that Xian Wuji had left behind. If she didn't fight and ran away instead, then this soul mark would be destroyed by Lin Ming. Xian Wuji was the true ruler of the South Sea Demon region, and the giant Leviathan was one of his greatest tools to challenge the world. If she were to lose the giant Leviathan here, she couldn't imagine just how she would survive Xian Wuji's anger. In this brief flash of hesitation, Xian Yuqie tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Lin Ming's soul spear had already pierced toward Xian Yuqie. Ha! Xian Yuqie gave a loud shout and completely exhausted all of her soul force, slashing down her sword onto Lin Ming's spear. However, the difference was too great. Demon Shine's soul force was already much stronger than Lin Ming's. Now, with both gathered as one, this was not a force that Xian Yuqie and her 3 great elders were able to contend with. In the exchange of moves, there was only a snapping sound as Xian Yuqie's sword snapped apart. Without slowing down at all, Lin Ming's long spear pierced through Xian Yuqie's chest. Blood bloomed like a crimson lotus. Xian Yuqie's face instantly paled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ah, you little devil! I will remember you." Xian Yuqie's voice was thick with hatred as she spat out these words. Atop Lin Ming's long spear, her body began to be destroyed, slowly fading away. After Xian Yuqie vanished, the soul mark that Xian Wuji left behind was right in front of him. Now there were no longer any barriers stopping him. Lin Ming fixed his eyes on this black, flame-like mark. It was the size of a palm, and around this black mark, soul force had formed into chains of runic ropes, spreading out like an octopus as it imprisoned the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea. Lin Ming, destroy this, and then make a brand with your own soul mark. With that, the giant Leviathan will be yours. This silly big fellow doesn't have much potential for growth. And of course, compared to this saint, it is like mud to the heavens. Still, the advantage is that it's already grown up. You don't need to bother with raising it. This beast should be enough for you while you're still at the Sky Spill continent. Once you enter the realm of the gods, you will be able to swap it out for a new contract beast. Understood. Lin Ming faintly smiled as he heard Demon Shine's boastful words. With his long spear in hand, he approached Xian Wuji's soul mark. At this time, within a dimension of the giant Leviathan, Xian Yuqie gave a miserable cough before she slumped to the ground. There was not even a hint of blood left in her face, and her lips were extremely pale, sweat streaming down her entire body. If one's soul force was damaged, then the body wouldn't be harmed. But injury to one's soul force was even more troublesome. Without a top heavenly soul-nourishing treasure, it was simply an impossible wound to heal. Sovereign Xian, are you all right? The other 3 elders were alarmed. They had consumed a massive amount of their soul force. As for the damage to their spiritual seas, they were only a bit better off than Xian Yuqie. At this moment, they finally began to realize just how serious the situation was. Lin Ming had used some unknown means to reverse all odds and defeat the 4 of them combined. They believed they had paid the price for underestimating their enemy. But the truth was that even if they didn't overestimate Lin Ming, nothing would have changed the result of this battle. Sovereign Xian, what should we do now? An elder asked as he grit his teeth. Escape, we're running away right now. Xian Yuqie dragged herself off the floor and swallowed a red pill. This was not a soul recovery pill, but rather a blood poison pill that stimulated one's potential to the limit. It was similar to the scarlet blood pill Lin Ming had taken before to combust his blood essence. It had enormous side effects on the body. Xian Yuqia's soul was already injured. If she were to swallow this blood poison pill too, then the miserable state she would end up in after this could be imagined. It would exacerbate her wounds and damage her life source. It was highly likely that even her cultivation would be damaged. As the 3 great elders saw Xian Yuqie swallow down this blood poison pill, all of them were greatly shocked. Sovereign Xian, what are you doing? If we lost, then we just have to escape. You don't need to use a blood poison pill in order to do so. That said, if we were to run away, what would we do with the giant Leviathan? Giant Leviathan? Xian Yuqie mirthlessly laughed. These 3 elders didn't know what happened and kept thinking about the damned giant Leviathan. The giant Leviathan is no longer ours. If we run away too late, then we won't be able to escape anymore. As Xian Yuqie spoke, the medicinal efficacy of the blood poison pill had restored the majority of her strength because she had to stimulate her blood essence. Her face was flushed with an abnormally red color. Without hesitation, she opened the channel out of this dimension with a secret skill. Her buxom figure flashed, and she shot towards the distant horizon at full speed. Her only regret facing Lin Ming just now was that she had hesitated. If she had firmly decided to escape, then she wouldn't have had her soul injured, and she also wouldn't have to bear the side effects of the blood poison pill. As the three elders saw Xian Yuchie escape, all of them have glanced at each other in chagrin. The giant Leviathan no longer belonged to them? What did that mean? We must keep up, an elder said as he rushed out of the dimension. Now was no longer the time for thinking about what had happened. No matter what, the situation was absolutely worse than any of them had imagined. Elder Zhou, the two other elders, called out. But as they saw his figure fading away into a black, both of them bitterly sighed and began to chase after him. The two of them had a cultivation at the first stage of life destruction. Although they completely released their energy to rapidly escape, they didn't use the blood poison pill that had so many side effects. If the giant Leviathan didn't belong to them, was it being controlled by Lin Ming? That was impossible. The two elders thought this. When Xian Wuji had taken control of the giant Leviathan, he had to spend a massive amount of effort. Not only did he arrange a massive array, but he also used a secret skill to innervate his soul, as well as having a great number of masters supporting him together. Only under these conditions was he then able to successfully place a soul mark brand on the giant Leviathan that had been on the giant Leviathan's spiritual sea that hadn't yet had a master. If the giant Leviathan had a master, then this would be much more difficult. No matter how powerful Lin Ming was, it was impossible for him to so effortlessly and quietly seize control of the giant Leviathan. At most, he would destroy the soul mark that Xian Wuji had left behind with some sort of secret skill. Without the soul mark, the giant Leviathan would fall into a deep slumber. Fortunately, within the Sky Spill continent, only Xian Wuji had obtained the Demon Emperor's letter that detailed a method to control it. If the giant Leviathan could be recovered, then they wouldn't suffer too much of Xian Wuji's anger for losing the beast. I really have no idea just what means Lin Ming used to isolate or destroy Elder Xian's soul mark, an elder said with disbelief. We've underestimated Lin Ming, another elder echoed. He couldn't understand why Lin Ming had suddenly become strong to such a degree. Just what secrets did he hold on his body? A young man in his early 20s had been able to beat 4 great elders into the ground. Was this possible? As the two elders were lost in their thoughts, they suddenly heard a savage roar echoed out from behind them. A terrifying shockwave washed over their body, stunning them, making them veer off from their original flight path. Below them, a massive wave crested up, nearly engulfing the two of them. What is going on? The two great elders were shocked. As they looked back, they suddenly felt as if their souls had fled their bodies. The giant Leviathan that should have lost all ability to act was actually flying towards them at high speed. As for those several thousand tentacles near its mouth, all of them were dancing in the air like the hands of a demon, rushing to surround them both. These terrifying tentacles could shatter space and split apart the ocean. They contained a vast energy that made it difficult for one to summon any courage, scattering all thoughts of resistance. What is going on? Without the soul mark, the giant Leviathan should have fallen into a deep sleep. An elder paled as he saw these tentacles drawing closer to him. Even if it didn't sleep, it still shouldn't be aiming at us. Another elder broke out into a cold sweat. By all logic, compared to this giant Leviathan, they were nothing but ants to an elephant. An elephant shouldn't start attacking ants. As the two people were dazed, the thousands of tentacles finally caught up to them, weaving a terrifying net around them and sealing off every path of escape. The two of them realized that they were now in the exact same situation that Lin Ming was in just a quarter hour ago. But the difference was that Lin Ming had a way to deal with this. As for these two South Sea Demon Region elders, they were beginning to drown in despair. Chapter 680, Subdue. Chapter 680, Subdue. Let's attack together. An elder loudly shouted as he faced the giant Leviathan's tentacles, extracting a ruler from his spatial ring at the same time. The other elder took out a heavy sword. The two of them began revolving their true essence to the limit, using their ultimate abilities. Two storms of black, true essence erupted. Under the minute control of the two elders, the two attacks fused as one, heavily smashing into the net of tentacles. Bang! Flames exploded. Several shining tentacles that bore the brunt of the attack dimmed down, rapidly shrinking back. However, more and more tentacles rushed forth to take their place, leaving no room for the two elders to run as before. This is bad. Seeing the tentacles that were filled with energy rush towards them, the two great elders' eyes turned blood red. With their insignificant first-stage life-destruction strength, resisting this net made of the giant Leviathan's tentacles was impossible. I'll use up my life. The two elders thought of this idea at the same time. However, something happened that shocked them. As the great tentacles rushed towards them, they actually began to slow down, wrapping around them without even the slightest intent of piercing through their bodies. Ka. The two elders felt as if their bodies were being constricted by several large pythons. Their organs ached with an agonizing pain, and their bones almost broke. This damn beast. The two great elders dripped with sweat from the pain. They had lost any and all strength to resist. At the same time as their hearts filled with grief and despair, they also realized something. This giant Leviathan must have been controlled by someone, otherwise it would have killed them and not surrounded them like this. As for the one who could control the giant Leviathan, they could only think of one person. That was Lin Ming. The two elders could scarcely believe this. When Xian Wuji had laid down his control onto the giant Leviathan, he had made a massive array formation, used a secret skill to stimulate his soul potential, and had even gathered countless masters to support him. Even then, he had just barely managed to succeed. But Lin Ming, with just his strength alone, how was he able to simultaneously fend off and counter the attack of four elders, forcefully wipe off the soul mark that Xian Wuji had left behind, and then even plan his own soul mark in such a short time? Thinking of this, the two elders began to have a deep sense of fear swell from within them. They no longer regarded Lin Ming as a 20-year-old youth. To them, he was now a monstrous genius, a terrifying and mysterious existence beyond their comprehension. Whoosh! The two elders felt their bodies tighten. The giant Leviathan's tentacles rapidly returned as the beast opened its great maw and swallowed both elders. The two elders saw pitch black for a brief moment, and in the next instant they had arrived in a light red dimension. 10 miles away. As Feng Shan Duanmukun and Lan Xian saw this, they were all shocked speechless. After Lin Ming had drilled his way into the giant Leviathan's body, he had used some unknown method to cause the giant Leviathan to roar out in pain for an entire quarter of an hour. Then something surprising happened. All of the South Sea Demon Region elders began to escape separately. The two in front were fortunately able to escape safely, but the two behind them were far too slow. They had been caught by the giant Leviathan. What was going on? It's like this giant Leviathan has been subdued by Lin Ming. Feng Shan couldn't believe his own words as they came out of his mouth. But this was the only plausible explanation. Duanmukun also praised. Incredible. Although this giant Leviathan is not too great in one-on-one combat, it can display a massive destructive force in a large-scale battlefield. This is a great war beast that even a holy land would be jealous of. I have no idea what Lin Ming did. His every action is a riddle to us. Duanmu Kun sighed. At this time, he no longer thought about competing with Lin Ming. As long as he could remain on good terms with Lin Ming, then that would allow the future of his divine, would Holy Land to see a broader and higher road. At this time, in the giant Leviathan's inner dimension, Lin Ming wore black clothes as he stood tall, his hands crossed behind his back. He was calmly staring at the two elders. Although his gaze was peaceful, there was also a faint edge to it that caused one's heartbeat to skip a beat. Lin Ming. An elder gulped. When a bounty was placed on Lin Ming throughout the entire South Sea, he had seen Lin Ming's portrait. This youth in front of him seemed similar, but there was a very great difference in his temperament. The Lin Ming in the portraits was a handsome and delicate youth, but the Lin Ming in front of them was like a king that commanded life and death. "You just who are you?" An elder couldn't help but ask. He couldn't imagine that this terrifying existence in front of him was just a 20-year-old youth. When this elder was young, he too had been a saint-level talent. When he was 20 years old, he had been a late Hotian martial artist. Because of his superb talent, he was just able to fight the worst of Xiantian-level masters. This was already a very stunning achievement, but compared to Lin Ming, even describing this difference as cloud and mud wasn't enough to do it justice. I am who I am. As for my Lin Ming's name, I think that you already know. Lin Ming indifferently flourished his white spear and pointed it towards the two elders. I will now give you a choice. Surrender to me and allow me to freely plant a slave seal in you for 50 years. After 50 years, I shall free you. Otherwise, your only other choice is death. Lin Ming had originally wanted to kill these two elders, but after deliberating upon it some more, a first-stage life destruction master did have a very good combat strength. It had to be known that Mu Fengxian herself was also a first-stage life destruction master. Waging war against a sect was not a matter of a single person, much less when Lin Ming's own individual strength wasn't actually that strong. Facing the powerful Xian Wuji, Lin Ming had to grab as many advantages as he could. Xian Wuji would soon exit his seclusion. At that time, even if Lin Ming was weaker than Xian Wuji, he still had to have the qualifications to contend with him. Humph, I would rather die than have a slave seal planted in me. An elder spat out between clenched teeth. To a proud martial artist, a slave seal was simply the highest form of insult. Once a slave seal was planted, he would be nothing but a mindless slave. He would never be able to have his own thoughts. Then let me help you, Lin Ming said without hesitation. He lifted his spear, about to kill them, when at this moment the other elder shouted out, "Wait!" Lin Ming's hand stopped. He asked, "What else do you have to say?" The other elder's mind raced. He grit his teeth and said, "You said that this slave seal will only be for 50 years. Why should I believe you?" After a slave seal was planted, the slave would have to obey every single order from their master, unable to even commit suicide. If Lin Ming didn't release the slave seal 50 years from now, then that was truly a life worse than death. Lin Ming sneered, "I can control at most 10 people with my slave seals. Thus, you two simply do not have the qualifications to be my servants for 50 years. Does this explanation satisfy you?" Lin Ming's words could be described as excessively arrogant and unrestrained. After the elder heard this, he was greatly uncomfortable in his heart. But even so, he still couldn't help but acknowledge that Lin Ming had the capital to speak his words. 50 years later, Lin Ming would have already become a peerless emperor, possibly even standing at the pinnacle of all emperor-level powerhouses. How could he possibly waste 2 slots of his slave seals to raise up 2 first-stage life destruction slaves? The elder bit out, "All right, I agree." "Elder son, you, the elder that said he would rather die Then Submit saw this other elder compromise and began to panic. You would rather throw away your dignity and ruin your heart of martial arts just so you can live on in such dishonor? Do you know that after being controlled, Lin Ming will make us kill our own descendants? Elder Zhou, you're still thinking about that at a time like this? Elder Sun gloomily lifted his eyes, listlessly looking at the other old man. Us demonic path martial artists have always cared about ourselves first and foremost, taking ourselves as the center of all decisions. So who cares if we're forced to betray and kill those from the South Sea Demon region? As for my heart of martial arts, who cares? Our cultivations have reached the limit that we can attain. In our lives, there is no hope for us to ever reach the second stage of life destruction. So why would I care if my heart of martial arts is ruined? If you want to die, then I won't stop you, but I don't want to die. I haven't lived my life yet. In the first half of my life, I desperately struggled for all lucky chances like a madman closing up to practice. And now, after great difficulty, I can finally enjoy the fruits of my labors. I also want to enjoy my next several hundred years of life. I do not want to die here. Some martial artists, such as Lin Ming, practice martial arts to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Some martial artists who practiced martial arts did so in order to gain more power, have a higher status, and enjoy all the beauties and mortal sins of the world. Elder Sun was one of these latter martial artists. He was too nostalgic and reluctant to part with his life. He simply hadn't enjoyed it enough. If a life destruction powerhouse didn't participate in the wars of a sect, and didn't try to find lucky chances to break through to higher realms, then they could casually go to any smaller land and enjoy life like a living god. Hearing Elder Sun say this, Elder Zhou also hesitated. If one could live, who would want to die? 1,000,000 miles away, Profound Province. The southernmost side of the Sky Spill continent had a total of 10 domains and 9 provinces. Among these, a province was slightly smaller than a domain. For instance, the surrounding territory of Divine Phoenix Island was considered the Divine Phoenix Province. The Divine Phoenix Province was subordinate to another greater domain, but there were also some provinces that were independent. For instance, the Profound Province was like this. The Profound Province was located in between the 5-element region and the Judge Mountain Province. It was 1,000,000 miles away from the South Horizon region. The number 1 sect of Profound Province was the Yin Yang Profound Palace, a newly promoted 5th grade sect. Yin Yang Profound Palace's cultivation methods focused particularly on double cultivating as a complementary ability. Here, double cultivation benefited both man and woman. It was different from the violent sucking of energy style that the South Sea Demon region practiced. Thus, the Yin Yang Profound Palace could be barely considered an orthodox sect. Because of the special characteristics of this cultivation method, many disciples of the Yin Yang Profound Palace were married couples that cultivated together. Even the palace masters of Yin Yang Profound Palace were a couple. The man was named Xingji, and the woman was named Xingken. They were renowned as the double Yin and Yang stars. The Xing couple's cultivations were both at the extreme second stage life destruction. Because of their yin-yang cultivation method, they were especially well suited to combining their attacks. If the two of them joined forces, they were actually just able to deal with a third stage life destruction powerhouse. The Xing couple had one son. His name was Xingyang, and he was an emperor-level talent. As long as an emperor-level talent didn't die, they would have a slim chance of becoming a true emperor-level powerhouse. The Xing couple had placed very high expectations on Xingyang. They hoped that he could become an emperor-level powerhouse in the future and lead their yin-yang profound palace to become a true holy land. At this time, within an elegant courtyard at the eastern section of yin-yang profound palace, a great millennium-old tree stretched out its lush leaves and branches, covering the entire courtyard. Underneath this great tree, there was a simple stone table, and on this stone table was a tea set. Sitting around this stone table were 3 people. The one in charge at this table was an elderly woman wearing a robe. Her silver hair was nobly coiffed upwards, bound with an exquisite phoenix hairpin. This person was the highest elder of Divine Phoenix Island, Mu Fengxian. Chapter 681, Mu Qianyu's Worries. Chapter 681, Mu Qianyu's Worries. After 2.5 years, not only did Mu Fengxian's cultivation not rise, but it tended to fall instead. Her appearance was even older, and her eyes were no longer as bright as they were in the past. This was a sign that one's life was reaching its later days. But the truth was that with Mu Fengxian's mere 700 to 800 years of life, even if she didn't break through to the second stage of life destruction, she should still be able to live for several hundred more years. The reason that she was in such a situation was because she had truly overdrawn her mind and body in the South Sea War, repeatedly taking action, all of this at the cost of wounding her own life source. On Mu Fengxian's left-hand side was the red-dressed Mu Yuhuang. Mu Yuhuang's cultivation had gone even further, and now she had stepped foot into the life-destruction realm. When Lin Ming had first completed his 100% tempering marrow, he hadn't used up the entire Nirvana Dragon Root. It still had 20% of its essence energy remaining. He had given this greatly weakened Nirvana Dragon Root to Mu Qianyu, and Mu Qianyu had in turn given it to Mu Fengxian. Mu Fengxian didn't use it for herself, but instead gave it to Mu Yuhuang. Mu Fengxian was well aware that she had reached the limits of her potential. Even if she swallowed the Nirvana Dragon Root, the insufficient essence energy within would be unable to help her cross through the second stage of life destruction realm. At most, it would be able to bolster her life vitality, extending her life by another 100 or 2 years. But this no longer held any meaning for Mu Fengxian. She would rather leave this Nirvana Dragon Root to Mu Yuhuang, so that could one day take the heavy burden of carrying on the future of Divine Phoenix Island. Mu Yuhuang already had the ability to cross life destruction. It was just that she wasn't the saintess of Divine Phoenix Island, thus her talent was limited. According to Mu Yuhuang's talent, she should at most be able to reach the peak of the late revolving core realm. That was her limit. Mu Yuhuang had cultivated for so many years, but she still lacked that final push to make her cultivation method reach perfection. Thus, without good odds of crossing life destruction, she had delayed this for 100 years. After she swallowed the weakened Nirvana Dragon Root, she was then able to cross through the first stage of life destruction with its help. On Mu Yuhuang's other side was a young and beautiful woman. She wore robes of red silk, and her form was full and round. Her legs were slender, her facial features were exquisite, and her clear white teeth were accentuated with crimson lips that gleamed with a crystal luster. This woman not only had an appearance that could bring nations to its knees, but she also had a temperament as if she were otherworldly, a presence that no one could defile. Just by casually sitting there, she naturally revealed a quiet and languid serenity. This woman was Divine Phoenix Island's vermilion bird faction saintess, Mu Qianyu. At this time, Mu Qianyu's eyes were sparkling with worry. After Divine Phoenix Island's defenses were broken, Mu Yuhuang and the rest had used the ancient transmission array within the Divine Phoenix mystic realm and had crossed several 100,000 miles, escaping through day and night until they finally reached the profound province. Although the most important personnel of Divine Phoenix Island were safe, the disciples that had died in battle and the palaces that were left in ruin had constantly been a pain in Mu Fengxian, Mu Yuhuang, and everyone else's hearts. Divine Phoenix Island, a once glorious land with 3,000 years of inheritance, had actually been destroyed. With this, even if they died, they wouldn't have the face to see the ancestors of Divine Phoenix Island. Moreover, living their days under others wasn't much better. There were nearly 1,000 survivors of Divine Phoenix Island. If they wished to find a spiritual mountain or island that was rich with origin energy, that was easier said than done. Moreover, the South Sea Demon region was well aware of the divine phoenix mystic realm's existence. Because of this, they wanted to capture Mu Fengxian and the rest of them alive to search their souls for the method to open it. How could they allow Mu Fengxian and the others to rebuild their sect somewhere else? Thus, with no other choice and in desperation, Divine Phoenix Island had to seek asylum. Out of the several nearby domains, there were only 2 different powers that had some friendship with Divine Phoenix Island and could also contend with the South Sea Demon region to an extent. One was Yin Yang Profound Palace, and the other was Great Zen Temple. After the trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace, Great Zen Temple no longer intervened in the South Sea Demon region's war. Even though the 5-element region and Divine Phoenix Island had sent out several messengers asking for help, they had been ignored every time. It was as if Great Zen Temple was also facing their own troubles and simply had no time to bother with Divine Phoenix Island. Not just that, but Divine Phoenix Island's cultivation methods ran completely counter to those of Great Zen Temple. Great Zen Temple also had no interest in the resources that Divine Phoenix Island could offer. Thus, Divine Phoenix Island could only choose Yin Yang Profound Palace. Yin Yang Profound Palace certainly wouldn't protect Divine Phoenix Island for free. Sooner or later, this matter would be discovered by the South Sea Demon region, and that was the same as offending them. Although Yin Yang Profound Palace didn't fear the South Sea Demon region, they wouldn't provoke them for the sake of a mere Divine Phoenix Island. In order for them to take in Divine Phoenix Island, there had to be sufficient terms. Since this was such a prime time to take advantage of Divine Phoenix Island, while they had nowhere to go, Yin Yang Profound Palace naturally wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to swallow up all the benefits they could. At the start, Yin Yang Profound Palace's Xing couple had wanted Divine Phoenix Island to merge with their sect, becoming a faction. Regarding this, Mu Fengxian naturally disagreed. After facing the unyielding Mu Fengxian, the Xing couple drew back a step, instead taking in a massive amount of resources from Divine Phoenix Island, even including 2 vermilion birds. These 2 vermilion birds were Mu Yuhuang's contracted vermilion bird, Fireshine, as well as Mu Qianyu's contracted vermilion bird, Little Flame. After having their life's vermilion bird snatched from them, Mu Yuhuang and Mu Qianyu's mood could be imagined. It really felt painful to the point that their hearts bled. Within Divine Phoenix Island, a life's vermilion bird was not only a contract beast, but a friend and lifetime companion. In fact, Yin Yang Profound Palace's cultivation methods were truly similar to those of Divine Phoenix Island. In Yin Yang Profound Palace, Yin was water and Yang was fire. And in Divine Phoenix Island, the blue Luan was ice and the vermilion bird was fire. Both of these cultivation methods were extremely similar. Thus, they were interested in not just the vermilion birds, but also their blood essence. In this way, the Xing couple made an oath on their heart demons, and they would allow Divine Phoenix Island to recover within Yin Yang Profound Palace for 100 years. In these 100 years, Yin Yang Profound Palace would protect Divine Phoenix Island, and 100 years later, they would also assist Divine Phoenix Island in re-establishing their sect. After living under others for less than half a year, Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang quickly discovered something was amiss. Because most of the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island were women, the disciples of Yin Yang Profound Palace actually had the idea to double cultivate with them. They wanted to marry the disciples of Divine Phoenix Island and practice together as husband and wife. If this were just a single isolate incident, then Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang wouldn't intervene. But this phenomenon kept repeating itself, making them unable to remain calm. This was a way of subtly and quietly assimilating Divine Phoenix Island. If this continued for several dozen more years, then the majority of Divine Phoenix Island's disciples would have married with the disciples of Yin Yang Profound Palace. After their disciples became the women of others, Would it still be possible for Divine Phoenix Island to leave Yin Yang Profound Palace and re-establish their sect? Although they knew that seeking asylum within Yin Yang Profound Palace was the same as walking into a tiger's den, Mu Fengxian and the others had no choice. If they didn't have Yin Yang Profound Palace, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. Sooner or later, the South Sea Demon region would find them and kill them. As three women were sitting around the stone table, their faces were filled with worry. Mu Yuhuang rose up to fill a cup of tea. After she passed it to Mu Fengxian, she began to slowly say, "Bingyun has sent some news. It came from Storm Valley and is quite good." "Oh, what news?" After Mu Fengxian heard Mu Yuhuang's words, her aged eyelids slightly trembled. In these past few years, good news was truly strange. Mu Yuhuang said, according to information obtained by Storm Valley, a few days ago, the South Sea Demon region's Divine Phoenix Island branch was eradicated, and the leader of the force that did this was less than 30 years old. 30 years old? Mu Fengxian was startled. Heroes really do come from the young. I wonder what sort of power this is. Why would they move against the South Sea Demon region? Storm Valley hasn't been able to find out the status of this mysterious party either. They only know that there are just a few of them, maybe 4 of them, and all of them are extraordinarily strong, heroic youths. Afterwards, Xian Yuqie personally took action and even sent out the giant Leviathan. Giant Leviathan? Mu Fengxian frowned. Regardless of what goal this mysterious party had, an enemy of her enemy was her friend. She naturally worried for them. To think they would actually use the giant Leviathan. It seems that Xian Yuqie is really taking this situation seriously. Are they personal mortal enemies of the South Sea Demon region? As Mu Fengxian thought this was strange, Mu Qinyu actually seemed to remember something. She slowly became lost in her thoughts. An extraordinary heroic youth, less than 30 years old. When Lin Ming left, he had said he would return in 10 years' time. At that time, Lin Ming should also be nearing 30 years of age. When he returned, just how strong would he be? He should also be able to rely on just his own strength to strangle a branch of the South Sea Demon region. By that time, Lin Ming could support the skies for her, sheltering her from rain and wind. Thinking of this, a trace of longing shined in her eyes. In the end, she was still human. After facing so many changes in these past years, even she was tired, and this 10-year meeting was truly too far away. Mu Qinyu had left behind a message within the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realms Array formation. Although her wishes were firm, living in this precarious and dangerous South Sea for 10 years, it was quite hard. 10 years later, Thunder Crash Mountain, Nameless Cave, can we really meet again? Worry appeared on Mu Qinyu's face. She was worried about Lin Ming. Lin Ming had gone through that ancient array formation all by himself. Where had he gone? What dangers had he encountered? Would he be able to safely return in 10 years? The road of martial artists was filled with fatal dangers. Those outstanding heroic youths looked glamorous and glorious, but in truth, every day was a furious struggle against the heavens. One wrong step, and anyone could fall beyond redemption. Although Mu Qinyu believed in Lin Ming, she was still incomparably worried about him. As Mu Fengxian saw Mu Qinyu's expression, she knew what this young woman was thinking in her heart. She sighed, but ended up not saying any comforting words. Instead, she asked Mu Yuhuang, since Xian Yuqie has personally taken command of the giant Leviathan, has this mysterious force been made to retreat? Mu Yuhuang shook her head. They have not. They chose to fight. Fight! Mu Fengxian was shocked. Even if Xian Wuji wasn't there, just having Xian Yuqie control the giant Leviathan was terrifying. If this mysterious force dared to fight, then that proved that their strength far exceeded their imaginations. You said that there were 4 of these heroic youths. Perhaps they might have some expert secretly helping them. Mu Yuhuang shook her head. She couldn't believe that 4 youths that were younger than 30 years of age had the ability to face Xian Yuqie and the giant Leviathan. This news was sent a few days ago. By now, they might have already fought the giant Leviathan. I have no idea who won and who lost. If they could defeat the South Sea Demon region, even if they didn't injure the giant Leviathan, they could bring down the arrogance of the South Sea Demon region by several points. At least they wouldn't be like us, unable to raise even the slightest bit of resistance. Chapter 682, Counterattacking the South Sea Demon region. Chapter 682, Counterattacking the South Sea Demon region. The giant Leviathan's strength lay in its massive size. Because of its size, normal attacks weren't even able to scratch it. The total energy contained within its attacks was also extremely terrifying. Even a Sek's great protective array wouldn't be able to resist it. Mu Yuhuang never thought that anyone could kill the giant Leviathan, unless this person was a 5th or 6th stage life destruction master, or even an emperor-level powerhouse. But in the entire Sky Spill continent, there were only several widely known emperor powerhouses. With those that remained hidden all around the world, the total number amounted to around 100. But most of these people were centered in the central regions of the mainland, so it was impossible for them to have some conflict with the South Sea Demon region. Mu Fengxian said, "It seems that there is some strong expert behind these outstanding heroic youths. If they are a 4th stage of even 5th stage life destruction master, then there would be a turning point in the South Sea War. Even if nothing happens to the giant Leviathan, it's good enough for that Xian Yuqie to take a loss." Mu Fengxian didn't believe that there was an under 30-year-old youth out there capable of dealing with Xian Yuqie. There had to be some powerful expert assisting them from behind. Mu Yuhuang said, "Talking about this further is useless. Let us wait for this battle to end before we make further plans. Now, it's better if we consider the future reconstruction of Divine Phoenix Island. Yin Yang Profound Palace has the heart of a wolf. Without a doubt, they want to subvert our Divine Phoenix Island. I fear that they even covet the Vermilion Bird Forbidden Divine Chronicle and the Blue Wan Abstract Phantom Code." As Mu Yuhuang spoke of Yin Yang Profound Palace, her voice became somewhat chilly. The truth was that when she decided to seek refuge within Yin Yang Profound Palace, she had already expected that the situation would turn out like this. However, at the time, she really had no other choice. If things continued at this pace, then it would be impossible for Divine Phoenix Island to separate itself from Yin Yang Profound Palace in 100 years. Mu Yuhuang certainly wouldn't idly sit by and wait for this to occur. She had a secret card in her hand, the greatest X factor that she had placed her every bet on. That was Lin Ming. Mu Yuhuang had pinned her every hope on Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a dragon in a pool. 10 years from now, as long as he was able to safely return, then he should have strength near the life destruction realm, or even above that. A few more years after that, if his strength could reach the 3rd stage of life destruction, then he could be the pillar that shouldered the heavens for Divine Phoenix Island. At that time, it would no longer be difficult for Divine Phoenix Island to reconstruct itself. It was exactly because of this reason that Mu Yuhuang had dared to seek asylum within Yin Yang Profound Palace. At the same time that Yin Yang Profound Palace was secretly trying to swallow up Divine Phoenix Island, Divine Phoenix Island was also using Yin Yang Profound Palace. Everything will depend on Lin Ming. If he can return safely after those 10 years and have the strength to challenge the life destruction realm, then we can be considered as having reached the calm after the storm. Otherwise, as Mu Yuhuang spoke to hear, Mu Qinyu felt her heart ache. Otherwise, this word was truly terrifying. She silently prayed in her heart for Lin Ming's safety, and that nothing tragic would befall him. 10 years from now, Even if Lin Ming had exhausted all of his potential and wasn't able to live up to Mu Yuhuang's expectations, everything would be fine as long as he was safe. Mu Yuhuang, Mu Fengxian, and Mu Qinyu all had various concerns and doubts weighing down on their minds. After a day of restlessness, a stunning piece of news suddenly arrived to them in the evening. Xian Yuqie had gathered 3 great elders, using the giant Leviathan to attack that mysterious party led by the enigmatic youth. But in the end, they had actually been the ones to be defeated. Moreover, the most shocking news was that control of the giant Leviathan had been stolen away. In a stunning reverse, the great beast had instead attacked the 4 great elders of the South Sea Demon region, killing 2 elders from the Sun Clan and Zhou Clan. As Mu Yuhuang obtained this news, she stood there stunned for a long period of time before she was able to shake herself out of her daze. Although she already expected that this mysterious force had some backing since they dared to face Xian Yuqie and the giant Leviathan, she never imagined that they would also have a method to erase the soul mark left behind by Xian Wuji and take control of the giant Leviathan. It had to be known that the giant Leviathan was controlled by Xian Yuqie and 3 other great elders. If the 4 of them noticed this happening, they absolutely would have launched a counterattack. However, that mysterious force had not only forcefully broke through their counterattack, but also successfully captured the giant Leviathan. What sort of terrifying ability was this? What level of master could this be? 4th stage life destruction? Perhaps even 5th stage life destruction. Mu Yuhuang was extremely shocked. This mysterious youth that was less than 30 years old, as well as that mysterious power behind him, both began to become increasingly wrapped in an aura of secrecy. She thought about this for a long time, and then mumbled, "I really have no idea where this force came from and why they would attack the South Sea Demon region. Perhaps it might be the mortal enemies of the South Sea Demon region or even Silent Demon Emperor City," Mu Yuhuang slowly said, her old eyes shining. "No matter what sort of situation this is, it is a favorable turn of events for us. However, don't be too optimistic. Even if the South Sea Demon region has lost the giant Leviathan, they still have Xian Wuji. That Xian Wuji is strangely terrifying. During the trip into the demon god Imperial Palace, Lin Ming ruined his calculated plans. But afterwards, he was still able to obtain the giant Leviathan. After leaving the demon god Imperial Palace, he found reinforcements from those clans of the deep sea and then launched a total attack on the entire South Sea. Now, he has collected enough resources to break through to the 4th stage of life destruction. Once he leaves his seclusion, that is when the true battle will begin." As Mu Yuhuang obtained news that this mysterious force had completely routed Xian Yuqie, this news also spread through the entire South Sea. Mu Bingyun had returned 3 days earlier to Yinyang Profound Palace. As for the 7 great sects of the 5-element region, they had now gathered together and were deliberating on how to jointly deal with the South Sea Demon region and other relevant matters. Although the current South Sea Demon region had united the various deep sea clans and still held a position of absolute superiority, this good news at least allowed everyone to see a glimmer of hope. It wasn't like before, where the others simply didn't have the courage to even think of resisting. It had to be known that the giant Leviathan wasn't too extraordinary in one-on-one combat. But when facing an entire sect, its massive energy beam was able to destroy even a sect's great protective array. Even Divine Phoenix Island, with its 3,000-year legacy, was no exception to this. Then, if even they fell, who else dared to fight with the South Sea Demon region directly? In the joint meeting hall of the 5-element region's 7 great sects, the Sunfire Princess Huruyan was fanatically saying, "This mysterious youth is just too cute. I have no idea what holy land this genius came out from for adventuring, but if I see him, then I really, really have to thank him." As Zhang Yunjian saw Huruyan's crazed expression, he laughed and said, "Ruyan, please don't tell me that you've fallen in love with him. Then again, your age is a good match. You're also in your mid-20s. Hearing Zhang Yunjian's teasing words, Huruyan blushed as she said, "Really, such a filthy mouth can't speak any good words. I haven't even seen him. Then again, he is most likely a Holy Land descendant, so how would he even look at me?" As Huruyan spoke to hear, there was a tinge of exasperation in her voice. She was only at the Xiantian realm, but this mysterious youth was already at the Revolving Core realm. Not just that, but an exceptional Revolving Core master, who was said to have strength comparable to a Life Destruction Master's combat strength. How could anyone not be bothered hearing this? But there was nothing she could do about it. This was the difference of background and talent. She only came from a tiny fourth-grade sect, so how could she compare with a Holy Land? Haha, I was just messing around with you. But it really seems that you have this intent. You know, us martial artists don't care too much about appearance. If this fellow's character isn't too bad, then I'll ask him for you." Zhang Yunjian teased. This meeting was basically all juniors participating. As Zhang Yunjian joked with Huruyan, this immediately elicited laughs from everyone, making Huruyan's face even redder. Ever since the South Sea Demon region destroyed the South Sea Wartime Alliance, and the flames of war had burned all the way to the Five-Element region, it was rare for everyone to laugh as they did now. All right, let's not tease little sister Ruyan anymore. If this mysterious force really is from a holy land, then the South Sea Demon region really will be in trouble. We should have someone speak with that mysterious youth to see what plans he has. Arctic Ice Palaces by Auschwan said, these sect talents had gradually grown up, although most of their cultivations were at the Middle Xiantian realm. Because of their amazing talent, they had a combat strength equal to a half-step Revolving Core master. In addition, with their growing mentality and maturity, they were now able to take on some responsibilities. Yes, that's right. We should approach him. I really have no idea how the South Sea Demon region managed to offend such a great power, but no matter what, this is a great help to us. Thundercrest Sect's Zhou Lai echoed. Brother Jean, your Storm Valley has scouts near Divine Phoenix Island. Let's leave the matter of contacting this mysterious youth to Brother Jean. The earlier the better. It's best not delay this matter further. Brother Zhou is right. I'll hurry and send the orders now. If this mysterious party can directly help us, then that would be wonderful. As Zhang Yunjian spoke, he immediately took out a long-distance sound-transmitting talisman. This sound-transmitting talisman would pass through several relay stations. It would be able to reach the scouts that Storm Valley had stationed in the South Sea in less than an hour. Storm Valley had 4 scouts in the South Sea, all of them with an extreme Xiantian cultivation. They were proficient in wind attribute concealment techniques, and also had supportive secret skills that used the concept of wind to hear distance voices. They were very well suited for being scouts. The 4 scouts immediately set out and carefully headed towards Divine Phoenix Island. However, just as they reached the border of Divine Phoenix Island and were preparing to make contact with that mysterious force, they happened to see that massive floating giant Leviathan suddenly shoot into the sky. The 90-mile-long giant Leviathan rushed into the skies, causing monstrous waves and turbulent gales in the entire area and making all the heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding several hundred miles restlessly move. Being close to this tremendous pressure made one feel as if they were nothing more than a leaf in a storm. They're flying away. This direction is the south. 2 scouts helplessly gazed on as they watched the giant Leviathan fly towards the south. The giant Leviathan was extremely large, and thus its acceleration was very slow. But given enough time to reach its maximum speed, its speed would be no worse than that of a life destruction powerhouse. When such a massive giant Leviathan flew in the sky at high speed, it would causing a terrifying wind pressure that would sound out like a moving thunderstorm, forcefully ripping apart the sea beneath and forming a massive canyon in the water. After this canyon was formed, it would fall back down like two great waterfalls, creating a massive splash of water that sprayed several miles into the sky. What are they doing? As a scout saw the giant Leviathan's speed increase, he couldn't help but ask this question out loud. South of Divine Phoenix Island is the South Sea Demon region. They shouldn't be. Are they attacking the South Sea Demon region? Heavens! Another scout sucked in a breath of cold air. In these past few years, the South Sea Demon region had acquired too great a reputation. Now, they were the same as an Azura Hell in everyone's eyes. That mysterious force actually wanted to rush into the lair of the South Sea Demon region. Did they not care about their lives? No, think about it some more. Xian Wuji is in seclusion and Xian Yuqie has been severely wounded. Now, even the giant Leviathan has been wrested away by that mysterious youth. This would be the best time to attack the South Sea Demon region. As a scout suddenly realized this, everyone began to look at each other in shock. This was too crazy. Chapter 683, 10,000-Mile Raid. Chapter 683, 10,000-Mile Raid. Above the South Sea, the massive giant Leviathan shot forth at a terrifying pace. Even the clouds and sea were blown away by the sonic speed of the giant Leviathan. The 4 scouts from Storm Valley looked on with fear and trepidation in their eyes, their hearts gripped and their blood bubbling with excitement. This was a counterattack on the South Sea Demon region. Ever since war broke out in the South Sea, this was the first time that anyone from Divine Phoenix Island or the 5-element region saw someone fighting back against the South Sea Demon region. Hurry up and transmit the news, a scout said in hysterical elation. Let's pass the news. The 4 of them all pulled out sound transmitting talismans at once and sent out a message. After passing through several secret relay points of the South Horizon region, the news took less than an hour to reach the 5-element region. And at this time, important figures from the 5-element region were gathered at the 7-sect meeting hall. After Zhang Yunjian heard the message from the sound transmitting talisman, he was utterly shocked. After the fire flickered and disappeared, Zhang Yunjian didn't speak for a long period of time. Huruyan couldn't help but say, Zhang Yunjian, what message did you receive? You're giving me a heart attack here. Zhang Yunjian took a deep breath and said, This is incredible news. Even I couldn't believe it when I received it. It was just too crazy to take in. Zhang Yunjian, at this time, are you still going to keep us guessing? Huruyan angrily beeped out, her entire body huffing and puffing with anger. I'm not trying to keep you guessing. I just find this hard to accept. I needed some time to digest this news. Zhang Yunjian slowly stood up, glanced at everyone present, and then solemnly said, The message from the sound transmitting talisman just now is that mysterious youth has already controlled the giant Leviathan to plunge directly into the South Sea Demon region. They want to wage war against the South Sea Demon region. What? With these words, everyone was struck dumb with amazement. Isn't that just too reckless? Deep Earth Sexture Yun couldn't help but say. Yeah, to penetrate alone into enemy territory. That is the ultimate taboo of any military plan. Moreover, there are countless masters within the South Sea Demon region. It could be said to be a fatal danger zone. That mysterious youth may be fierce, but this is just far too dangerous. Zhou Lai echoed. However, even as he finished, he seemed to have missed something. After thinking about it further, the current South Sea Demon region situation was Xian Wuji was still in seclusion and Xian Yuqie was severely wounded. The giant Leviathan was also captured, and now they were greatly weakened because of this This was the most opportune time to make a counterattack. None of the heroic youths present were slow of mind. As they all realized this, all of them couldn't help but look at each other with blank shock on their faces. For a time, a deep silence fell over the entire meeting hall. Ever since the South Sea Demon region had spread out news that Xian Wuji had gone into seclusion to break through to the fourth stage of life destruction, the entire South Horizon region had been devastated. They all had a premonition that once Xian Wuji made his breakthrough and left his seclusion, that was the day when the South Sea Demon region would bring a great apocalypse upon all of them. Their days after knowing the time of their death were no better. For this half year, regardless of whether it was the five-element region's 7 great sects, Divine Phoenix Island, Dire Space Sect, or Supreme Mystery Temple, all of them were thinking of ways of how they could survive this upcoming catastrophe. But none of them had ever thought of counterattacking the South Sea Demon region. This idea was far too crazy. If that mysterious youth could actually cause great losses to the South Sea Demon region, then he would become a living legend. This was a less than 30-year-old youth that was able to reverse the entire war of the South Sea with just his own strength, looking through the last 10,000-year history of the Sky Spill continent, just who was able to forge such a mythic legend. Crazy, too crazy. Shi Yun mumbled to himself. Just who was this strange youth? Someone that was able to have some achievements was definitely not unknown. Perhaps in the future, this person might even stand at the highest peak of the Sky Spill continent, showing disdain for all rivals. No kidding, this sort of existence has already surpassed our understanding. To counterattack the South Sea Demon region, what a powerful and bold great lord! A direct disciple from Golden Bell Mountain said with a sigh. Although we know that the South Sea Demon region is in its weakest state right now, analyzing this is one thing, and deciding to counterattack the South Sea Demon region after living under the pall of their shadow is another. If it was me, there was no way I would have the courage to do this simply because I would never think of it. By Aoshuan's side, compared to this mysterious youth, whether it was strength, courage, or foresight, she was far too inferior. These past years, because of the absolute superiority shown by the South Sea Demon region, all of them had already subconsciously formed a line of thinking that none of them were able to resist the South Sea Demon region. One couldn't blame the five-element region and the South Horizon region. Even when all of their sects were combined together, they didn't even have enough life-destruction elders to count on more than a single hand. As for the South Sea Demon region, they had once been a holy land after all. After recovering over thousands of years, their strength had now exceeded everyone's expectations. At this time, Horuyan's cheeks were red. Her dark black eyes had widened, and it was unknown what she was thinking. She muttered, "What holy land has this mysterious youth come from? Because of him, the entire South Sea War is now in upheaval. Little Sister Hua, you really didn't fall in love with him, right?" As Bai Aoshuan saw Horuyan's appearance, she was slightly surprised for a moment before she laughed. "I'm fine. Stop making fun of me." Horuyan said, a bit embarrassed, "We should consider whether or not we should send out some masters to assist this mysterious youth. Since ancient times, beautiful women had always loved heroes. This was especially true in the world of martial artists. To contend with the entire South Sea Demon region with just his strength, reversing the disastrous war, and saving them from the descending dangers, this sort of extraordinarily brave and strong hero was easily able to touch the heart of a girl, let alone Horuyan. Even Bai Aoshuan couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. But they were well aware that the difference in their status was far too great. It would be too late for us to send out masters. The distance from the five-element region to the South Sea Demon region is too great. Then again, even if we could send people, their strength simply wouldn't be of help." Zhang Yunjian said as he sighed, a bit frustrated. The 7 great sects of the 5-element region were only ordinary 4th-grade sections. Most of them didn't even have life destruction powerhouses, so how could they possibly help? It's fine. We shouldn't worry over him. We only need to wait for the results. This mysterious youth's ability has far surpassed our imaginations. He should be from one of the divine kingdoms from the central mainland. I have no idea why he decided to fight the South Sea Demon region, but this time we really hit the jackpot. Zhang Yunjian said. The South Horizon region was located at the very south of the Sky Spill continent. The sea here bordered the mainland. It was a relatively remote area. Here, ordinary 5th-grade sects like Great Zen Temple and the South Sea Demon region were considered supreme powers. But in the central region of the mainland, there were 4 divine kingdoms. These divine kingdoms each occupied an area that was 5 or 6 times larger than the Great Zen region. As for the several holy lands of the Sky Spill continent, most of them were located there. And when it came to 5th-grade sects, there were even more of those within the borders of these 4 divine kingdoms. This was why Zhang Yunjian believed that this mysterious youth originated from these 4 divine kingdoms. If he was one of those legendary crown princes of a divine kingdom, then he would just barely be able to accept this. At this time, 1 million miles away, at the South Sea, Lin Ming was within a miniature dimension of the giant Leviathan. In front of him, there were 2 black-clothed old men respectfully standing there. These 2 were the South Sea Demon region elders that had submitted to Lin Ming, Elder Sun and Elder Zhou. For convenience, Lin Ming called them Demon 1 and Demon 2. Demon 1, how many life destruction masters are there altogether in the South Sea Demon region? Lin Ming asked, reporting to Master. In these past 3,000 years, the South Sea Demon region has been recuperating and accumulating its strength, developing its forces. Especially several hundred years ago, Xian Wuji discovered an ancient ruin within the South Sea and obtained the ancient Devil Tome as well as many resources. With this, the South Sea Demon region was able to develop many masters. Lin Ming slightly nodded. He also knew of that ancient ruin that the Demon Emperor had left behind. Xian Wuji had obtained the ancient Devil Tome as well as the Demon Emperor's letter from there. From the Demon Emperor's letter, he had obtained the location of the Demon God Imperial Palace as well as the method to open it. Xian Wuji had prepared for that trip into the Demon God Imperial Palace for many, many years. He didn't even hesitate to launch a war in the South Sea for this very reason. As long as he was able to obtain the Nirvana Dragon Root and the giant Leviathan, then he really would have a chance to break through to the divine sea realm given enough time, becoming the ultimate ruler of the Sky Spill continent's southernmost tip. All of his schemes were perfect, but there had been a single unknown factor: the appearance of Lin Ming. Xian Wuji had never imagined that a mere youth that hadn't even broken through to the Xiantian realm would ruin his plans of so many years, flushing it all down the drain. Demon 1 said, in these last several hundreds of years, because of those resources and relics found from the ancient ruins, the South Sea Demon region has been able to cultivate 8 life destruction masters. In addition to original number, that is a total of 16. Afterwards, because they kept dying off, not counting us, there are only 7 left. Of these 7, 2 are at the 2nd stage of life destruction, and Xian Wuji is nearing the 4th stage of life destruction. The other 4 remaining are all at the 1st stage of life destruction. I see. Lin Ming nodded. This strength wasn't enough to make him feel any fear at all. What about the South Sea Demon region's allies? How strong are those clans from the deep sea? Reporting to Master, this servant is not too clear about this. The deep sea clans are very mysterious. Normally, only Xian Wuji has contact with them. This time, they only sent out a single elder to help us start a deep sea beast tide. After having a slave seal planted within him, Demon 1 could be described as unwaveringly loyal with absolute devotion. I got it, Lin Ming responded. Then, as he passed his perception outside of this dimension, he saw that the giant Leviathan was nearing the center of the South Sea Demon region. The South Sea Demon region was located on 3 islands deep within the South Sea. This was a point where the shallow waters met with the deeper water. The heaven and earth origin energy here was very thick. As the giant Leviathan arrived, its massive form caused monstrous waves to rise through the entire sea, forming surging tsunamis that rolled towards these islands. In the Netherworld Demon Mountain's main temple, Xian Yuqie was sitting within a hidden chamber. In front of her were a number of precious soul recovery medicines. After she had fled in panic and distress, her soul had been injured, and she also swallowed down a blood poison pill. Her origin energy had been extremely damaged. Without closing up for several months, there was no way she would be able to restore herself. She had already gone into seclusion to heal herself when she suddenly heard a great rumbling sound outside. At this time, all of the heaven and earth origin energy around the Netherworld Demon Mountain began to be stirred up in intense agitation. What's going on? Xian Yuqie was shocked. A faint foreboding feeling began to grow in her heart. She was about to step outside to take a look when at this time, a black-clothed martial artist crashed into her hidden chamber, his face pale as he panted from exhaustion. SOV, Sovereign Xian, something disastrous has happened. Lin Ming has brought the giant Leviathan to our sect's entrance. The giant Leviathan is now storing energy, preparing to break through the great protective array. Chapter 684. What is there to discuss? Chapter 684. What is there to discuss? Xian Yuqie's complexion immediately changed. She paled. What did you just say? I said that Lin Ming is now controlling the giant Leviathan, and he has already flown it to the entrance of the sect. Now he is storing energy, possibly to attack us. The black-clothed martial artist slowly and carefully repeated himself. Xian Yuqie suddenly felt dizzy, almost falling down where she stood. Her soul was already injured, and now, after hearing this news, she almost lost her last breath. She never imagined that Lin Ming would actually take the giant Leviathan and step into their South Sea Demon region. It had to be known that after Xian Yuqie and the other elder fled back in distress, neither of them had publicly released the news that the giant Leviathan of their sect had been stolen away. This was because this was far too great a loss of face. Once this news spread out, she would never be able to recover from the effect this would have on her esteem as sovereign. After all, she had gone out with 3 great elders, and finally ended up with the giant Leviathan being taken away. This really couldn't be justified. Also, this was to maintain the stability and morale of their troops. Now that Xian Wuji was still in closed-door seclusion, it was unknown just how many more months he would need before he exited. Although this South Sea Demon region seemed very powerful at this moment, in truth, there were many unnerving factors. If the subordinates were to suddenly find out that the giant Leviathan was stolen away and 2 great elders had died, this would surely lead to serious repercussions. At this moment, the martial artists of the South Sea Demon region were also in the dark. Thus, they had no idea that Lin Ming was the one who brought the giant Leviathan knocking on their door. Could there be a worse situation than this? Also, as Xian Yuqie's mind raced with different scenarios, she still couldn't think of anyone present in the South Sea Demon region that could stop the bombardment of the giant Leviathan. How could Xian Yuqie not panic at this time? She could no longer care about her injuries. She swept up all the bottles of soul recovery pills in the hidden chamber into her spatial ring, and then breathlessly rushed outside. Hey, look at that! The giant Leviathan came back. It seems that it used up too much energy because Sovereign Xian brought it out too many times. Does it need to rest in the deep sea for a few months? Somewhere in the South Sea Demon region, A middle revolving core protector began talking as he saw that massive shadow of the giant Leviathan's head loom over him. I have no idea. There might be a change in the situation. Perhaps the Great Elder has left his seclusion ahead of schedule. Another protector thought that Xian Wuji might be leaving seclusion early. Let's go and take a look. All right. The two protectors soared upwards. At this moment, a black-clothed man and woman rushed into the skies at high speed. The woman was Xian Yuqie, and the man was an elder with a silver mask covering his face. He was the other present second stage life destruction master of the South Sea Demon region, and also the sovereign of the Demon region Eastern faction. Of the Demon region's 4 great clans, he was the head of the Zhou clan. Everyone, hurry up and escape far away, Xian Yuqie shouted out loud. At this time, her mind and heart were already a mess. With her status as the Demon region Western faction sovereign, she had gathered 3 other great elders of the different clans, and with 4 people in total had chased after Lin Ming, with even the giant Leviathan supporting them. Such a powerful lineup of elders actually lost to Lin Ming. Not only that, but the giant Leviathan was taken away from them. And now it was being used by others to break through their entrance. Just where did she have faced to see anyone anymore? But now was not the time to consider these matters. Several tens of thousands of feet high in the air, the giant Leviathan was storing energy. Soon, it would launch a devastating blow against the South Sea Demon region. No one was more aware than Xian Yuqie of just how terrifying the giant Leviathan's strength was. Its process of gathering strength was very slow, but once it was able to finish, even the great protective array formation of the South Sea Demon region wouldn't be able to withstand a few attacks. That was a natural inborn war monster. What? We need to escape far away? Xian Yuqie's voice spread through the entire sect. These demonic path martial artists weren't idiots. They soon realized that something was wrong. As they looked up into the skies, they could see that the heaven and earth origin energy within a range of several hundred miles was being stirred up by the giant Leviathan, forming a cataclysmic vortex of origin energy as it swallowed it all. Could this be? The South Sea Demon region martial artists all paled at once. At this time, the shout from the Demon region Easter faction sovereign confirmed their suspicious. Young hero, do not start. Let us discuss this first. What? All of the Demon region martial artists were stunned, and then slowly began to react. The giant Leviathan had been taken away, and now it was actually being used to attack their South Sea Demon region. Everyone turned to look at Xian Yuqie. Just several days ago, Xian Yuqie had taken the giant Leviathan on a punitive expedition, bringing with her a powerful lineup of elders towards Divine Phoenix Island. Later, she and another elder had returned. And then she had declared to everyone that the giant Leviathan had gone to rest in the deep sea in order to recover its energy. As for the 2 other elders, they had gone to accompany and take care of the giant Leviathan. Now, it appeared that there had been an accident. Several days ago, Xian Yuqie must have suffered a crushing defeat. She even lost control of the giant Leviathan. Just who had such a great ability to do this? The Demon region martial artists all had increasingly confused expressions appear on their faces. Within the entire South Sea Demon region, besides Xian Wuji, she was the #1 master. Just who was this other party? Feeling the puzzled eyes of thousands of people on her, their stares filled with confusion and disbelief, Xian Yuqie grinded her shining white teeth together and clenched her fists. In her entire life, she had never received such humiliation. This damned Lin Ming. Xian Yuqie's hate caused her to gnash her teeth together. If Lin Ming was in front of her, she would undoubtedly try to tear him apart with her teeth. But Lin Ming was currently within the giant Leviathan. With the protection of the giant Leviathan, there wasn't anything she was able to do to him. Besides, Xian Yuqie, the Demon region Eastern faction sovereign, could see the energy stored within the giant Leviathan becoming increasingly potent and violent. His face turned as white as paper. For him, to stop the attack of the giant Leviathan was simply unrealistic. If the Sek's great protective array were to be ripped apart, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Young hero, don't be rash. Let us discuss this. The Demon Region Eastern Faction Sovereign was also feeling anxious enough that he felt sick in his stomach. He was hoping to reach a settlement with Lin Ming in exchange for resources. At least, he should first try to stabilize the situation with Lin Ming first. However, just as he spoke, there was suddenly a massive explosion in the skies. It was like 10,000 thunderbolts gathering together, making the entire world lose color. All of the heaven and earth origin energy with a range of several hundred miles was completely gathered up by the giant Leviathan, forming a massive golden beam as thick as a giant tree. It was like an unrivaled vorpal sword cutting directly down onto the South Sea Demon Region's great protective array. Damn. Hurry and dodge. Help me. All of the South Sea Demon Region martial artists were aware of how terrifying the giant Leviathan was. Before this, Divine Phoenix Island, the Wartime Alliance, and afterwards also the Dire Space Sect and Supreme Mystery Temple, none of them had an array formation that was capable of dealing with the giant Leviathan's barrage of attacks. The entire South Sea Demon Region was thrust into absolute chaos. Bang, bang, bang. A sound filled the world as if the earth itself was breaking apart. In the skies, a thick red barrier suddenly appeared, stiffly resisting the giant Leviathan's great golden sword. A massive and violent explosion set off great surging tsunamis. At the demon temples, the island began to collapse all around them. Large tracts of land sunk into the sea, immediately causing all the islands to shrink a size. Great waves of rock and water thousands of feet high smashed into the great protective array, generating explosive sounds of thunder. It was like the apocalypse was occurring at this moment. Underneath that brutal golden beam of light, the red barrier fiercely twisted, with a deafening crackling sound. As if space itself was breaking apart, a shocking crack appeared in the barrier. The great protective array was beginning to collapse. How can this be? Xian Yuqia's beautiful face immediately changed. Although she had guessed that the South Sea Demon Region's great protective array formation was basically unable to stop the barrage of the giant Leviathan, it should be able to withstand 2 attacks at least. After all, the South Sea Demon Region's great protective array formation was several times more powerful than Divine Phoenix Island's. But now, with just a single attack, it had begun to collapse. This great protective array had not weakened. Then, there was only one other possibility. That was, underneath Lin Ming's control, the giant Leviathan had become that much stronger. As Xian Yuqia realized this, her lips began to tremble. How could it be like this? Even if it were Xian Wuji personally controlling the giant Leviathan, he still wouldn't be able to achieve such devastating power. Who was Lin Ming? Was he really only a mere 20-year-old youth? Why had he been able to raise Xian Wuji's soul mark? Why, in just a short 2.5 years, was he able to jump from the Xiantian realm to the revolving core realm? Why was he able to stimulate the potential of the great Leviathan to such a degree? In this moment, a deep sense of fear and helplessness emerged within Xian Yuqia's heart. When she had first obtained the news that Lin Ming had returned, she had been secretly pleased with this sudden discovery. She had thought that she would finally be able to capture Lin Ming and torture all of the secrets out of his body. But now that she thought back on this, she realized just how laughable an idea this was. Lin Ming was simply a vicious demon from hell. She didn't even try to evade him, but rather took the initiative to walk straight up to his doorstep. Sovereign Xian, what is going on here? You must give me an explanation about how you lost the giant Leviathan. The Demon Region Easter Faction's sovereign breathlessly shouted at Xian Yuqia. The giant Leviathan was originally a beast that belonged to the Xian clan, so when they lost it, he had nothing he could say about it. But now, the giant Leviathan had actually ended up in Lin Ming's hands instead, and it was returning to the South Sea Demon region as a fatal catastrophe. Naturally, she had to pay the price for this. Xian Yuqie grit her teeth and coldly said, "I will naturally be responsible for all of the consequences from this." Responsible? Humph, just how will you be responsible? The demon region Eastern faction sovereign's voice was cold. Because he was wearing a silver mask, it was impossible to see his expression. "Then what do you want? At this time, do you want to fight with me?" As Xian Yuqie spoke, she unconsciously released her aura. Her strength was above this masked elder, so she simply didn't fear him at all. At this time, the South Sea Demon region's great protective array could no longer withstand this immense barrage. With a final cracking sound, the barrier completely disintegrated. The massive space barrier turned into fragments in the skies. The leftover energy of the golden light beam fell onto the Netherworld Demon Mountain, crashing through the mountainside. The majestic palaces that were several hundreds of feet tall suddenly toppled to the ground, instantly turning into ruins. "Hurry and run." It was unknown who shouted this out, but all of the demon region martial artists began to react at once. Everyone began fleeing in all directions. What a joke! If even the great protective array shattered, just how could they resist the giant Leviathan's attacks? "Don't go off alone. Everyone listen to my command," Xian Yuqie shouted out in midair. However, these martial artists didn't even bother listening to her. Instead, they ran away at an even faster pace. The demon region martial artists always took themselves as the center of their every action. At this time, who could bother caring for others? Damn it! Xian Yuqie cried out in consternation. If she was able to organize everyone, then even if it was impossible to defeat the giant Leviathan, everyone would still be able to retreat in a systematic order, thus preserving the greatest amount of strength for the entire South Sea Demon region. But now, with everything and everyone in chaos, it would be easy to be chased down and killed. And sure enough, Xian Yuqie saw the giant Leviathan rush forwards, already caught up to the rear of the escaping martial artists. Several thousand tentacles wantonly flew through the air like countless massive snakes. The massacre had begun. Chapter 685 today. My only goal is to kill. Chapter 685 today. My only goal is to kill. As Xian Yuqie saw this, her beautiful face paled. However, it was beyond her power to change anything. The giant Leviathan's one-on-one combat efficiency couldn't be considered too great. Its speed both in attacks and movement couldn't be considered too fast. Its attack methods were also too uniform and predictable. As long as one was prepared, then a high-level powerhouse simply didn't need to fear the giant Leviathan. But for killing martial artists below the life-destruction realm, it was far too powerful, especially in a massive group war. To a second or third stage life-destruction powerhouse, killing one or two late revolving core realm martial artists was no different than chopping vegetables. But for them to kill a few hundred revolving core martial artists was impossible. Their opponents could simply flee in separate directions. And if they concentrated all of their efforts into a massive barrage of attacks, it was also possible to wound a life-destruction master. But for the giant Leviathan, killing one or two late revolving core martial artists, or even killing several hundred late revolving core martial artists, was not difficult at all. A revolving core martial artist couldn't be considered too rare within the South Sea Demon region, but they also weren't some random cabbage. They were considered the backbone of the South Sea Demon region. As Xian Yuqie saw Lin Ming drive the giant Leviathan into the great fleeing groups of South Sea Demon region martial artists, how could she not be anxious? However, There was nothing she could do to the giant Levi then. It was simply too large. Its naturally tough skin was several hundred feet thick. Even if it lay there motionlessly and allowed Xian Yuqie to hit it as she wished, she would still need an entire hour of effort to even scratch it. This was the advantage of size. If the giant Leviathan was scaled down to just 100 feet, it still might be able to defeat a first-stage life destruction elder. But it was actually 90 miles long. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the sound of air being sliced apart, several thousand tentacles lashed out like whips, enveloping all of the demon region martial artists that were escaping this calamity. With a shrill scream, the first martial artist had his back pierced through with a tentacle. All of his organs were completely smashed apart, as he instantly died on the spot. That martial artist was only at the early revolving core. In front of the giant Leviathan, he simply didn't have the ability to resist. This martial artist was only the beginning. Follow this. Countless screams of anguish and pain filled the air. Tentacles repeatedly pierced through the fleeing martial artists' bodies en masse, their blood filling the skies with crimson rain. Even life destruction elders like Xian Yuqie were not ignored. Instead, they became the focus of Lin Ming's attention. Bang! Several dozen tentacles rushed towards Xian Yuqie before being sent flying away by her sword. At this time, her hair was a mess and her face was pale. Lin Ming, I know you can hear me. Stop this immediately. Otherwise, I will have you regret everything. Xian Yuqie angrily shouted, but after Lin Ming heard this, he actually smirked, smiling as if he had heard the funniest joke of all. Regret? On what basis will you have me regret anything? On what basis do I have to negotiate anything? When you used the giant Leviathan to exterminate the wartime alliance and crush Divine Phoenix Island, did you give them a chance to negotiate? Don't bother trying to delay for time so that your disciples and subordinates can escape. I am not so naive. Today my goal here is clear, and that is to kill. If I see one, then I will kill one. If I see two, then I will kill two. All men and all women here today will die, and not even dogs or chickens will be left alive. I want you to taste just what it feels like to have everything you've known be annihilated by the giant Leviathan. I will show you what retribution is. I will show you what an eye for an eye truly means. With the blood of your South Sea Demon Region's martial artists, I will soothe the souls of all the heroes that perished in the South Sea War. As Lin Ming spoke, killing intent erupted from his entire body. Within his spiritual sea, the spear-shaped battle spirit began to shake. His soul force divided into several thousand strands as it completely sunk into the giant Leviathan's tentacles. He launched a maddening, all-out attack on the South Sea Demon Region martial artists. Now, he no longer aimed at the life destruction elders and Xian Yuqie. Dealing with a life destruction elder would require hundreds or thousands of the tentacles, and even if he tried wholeheartedly, he still might not be able to kill Xian Yuqie and that masked man. If those two second-stage life destruction masters flew away at full speed, they might not be any slower than the giant Leviathan. Then it was better and far more effective to kill the ordinary martial artists of the South Sea Demon Region. Mobilizing his soul force to the limit and with his battle spirit, and also Demon Shine's support, this became a completely one-sided massacre. The South Sea Demon Region martial artists simply had no ability to resist. Some frightened revolving core martial artists tried to fight back against the tentacles, but none of their attacks were even able to make a dent in the tentacle skin. With revolving core martial artists like this, there was no need to even mention the Xiantian and Hotian martial artists. A single strike from a tentacle was enough to kill a Xiantian realm martial artist. As for Hotian realm martial artists, as long as they were even touched by the aftershocks of energy, they would simply perish where they stood. After giving up his attacks on the life destruction elders, Lin Ming's killing efficiency multiplied. In just a short 10 breaths of time, several hundred South Sea Demon region martial artists died, their corpses turning into bits of ground meat and blood that covered the skies. Those that died were all the core of the South Sea Demon region, and Lin Ming's killing speed was far too terrifying. Xian Yuqie felt her heart chill. She had personally controlled the giant Leviathan, so she naturally knew just how difficult it was to manipulate the giant Leviathan's tentacles. To use several thousand tentacles at once, every one required its own separate conscious control. When Xian Yuqie had controlled the giant Leviathan's tentacles to try to just kill Lin Ming by himself, that was already very difficult. But now, Lin Ming was able to control thousands of tentacles to simultaneously chase after thousands of people. The difficulty of this was several times higher than what she had ever done. And now, in Lin Ming's hand, this horrifying scene played out in front of her. These several thousand tentacles seemed to have their own eyes, searching for targets on their own initiative. This accurate attack was enough to make one's scalp tingle with dread. What sort of terrifying control was this? Just how can Lin Ming achieve this? Xian Yuqie's mind raced. Lin Ming's soul force was strong to the point of surpassing her understanding. She couldn't help but admit that in Lin Ming's hands, the strength that the giant Leviathan was able to display was several times what she was capable of. This made her feel both incomparably depressed and incomparably spooked. She had a faint feeling that ever since the war in the South Sea started, the greatest error that the South Sea Demon region had ever made was not by the hands of others, but only by Lin Ming. At this time, within the dimension of the giant Leviathan, it wasn't as difficult as Xian Yuqie imagined for Lin Ming to reach this degree of control. It was true that to simultaneously control thousands of tentacles together required a massive amount of soul force. But Lin Ming's soul force was already extremely formidable to begin with Demon Shine supporting him and also having a much more efficient way to control the giant Leviathan. These three factors combined together allowed him to easily do this. No matter how the demon region martial artists in the sky cried or wailed, Lin Ming didn't hesitate once in his actions. He simply didn't need to worry about killing all of these martial artists. When these demon region martial artists had chosen their path, they were already destined to do evil in the world. Moreover, for them to be able to cultivate to such a degree, who knew how many women's primordial essence energy they had snatched away? In the 7 profound valleys, a mere Acacia faction had already ruined the lives of so many women, much less the South Sea Demon region. But these little fish and shrimp underlings weren't the goal that Lin Ming most wanted to deal with. What Lin Ming wanted to affect was Xian Wuji, who was in closed-door seclusion as he tried to reach the 4th stage of life destruction. In the process of a human martial artist crossing the 4th stage of life destruction, they had to destroy their entire body and reform their revolving core after shattering it into fragments. In the first 3 stages of life destruction, one only had to destroy and reform the body. But in the 4th stage of life destruction, one had to destroy and reform both the body and revolving core. This was an extremely dangerous process. The risks entailed were much higher than in the first 3 stages of life destruction. If there was even the slightest accident, and any part of the process of reforming the body or revolving core failed, they would fail to cross life destruction, instantly perishing. During this closed-door seclusion, to cross the 4th stage of life destruction, Xian Wuji was at his weakest period. As long as he could find Xian Wuji during this time, then he could seriously wound him or even kill him. Lin Ming was well aware that he wasn't able to stand against Xian Wuji when he was at his pinnacle. Once he successfully crossed the 4th stage of life destruction, then without a doubt, he would organize a final total assault. Whether it was him or Divine Phoenix Island, everyone would be in danger. Lin Ming certainly wouldn't sit back and let this happen. He had to take advantage of Xian Wuji's weak period and strike the first blow, but Xian Wuji was exceptionally sly and cunning. elder son and elder Zhou simply didn't know where he was in closed-door seclusion. Thus, Lin Ming didn't even know where to begin looking for him. If he couldn't find Xian Wuji, then he would deal with his disciples and followers instead. Even if he couldn't force that old geezer out of seclusion, he would still be able to severely damage the South Sea Demon region, so they wouldn't be able to organize a large-scale attack anytime soon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several thousand tentacles were like pythons, and they shot towards everyone. In just a short half-incense stick of time, these tentacles had swallowed the lives of nearly 1,000 Demon Region martial artists, and this number would still rise. The giant Leviathan's reputation as a top beast of war was not for nothing. As the masked elder saw this happen, his eyes grew so red from anger that they nearly popped out of his head. However, he simply couldn't stop Lin Ming. "Lin Ming, you remember this old man?" With a shout, the masked elder left behind a threat and then flew away. He didn't do anything, nor could he. Lin Ming didn't even care about him. As a second-stage life destruction master, even if Lin Ming tried his best to keep him here, it would be nearly impossible to stop him. At this time, Lin Ming's speed of killing had slowed down. Most of the fleeing martial artists had escaped the hunting range of the giant Leviathan and had reached relatively safe areas. Because these South Sea Demon Region martial artists had scattered away, no matter how powerful Lin Ming was, it was impossible to keep them here. Finding the direction with the highest concentration of martial artists, Lin Ming chased them for another 100 miles. After he killed another 100 martial artists, the battle began to wind down. In this battle, the South Sea Demon Region martial artists had left more than 1,000 corpses behind. This could be called an extremely desolate and tragic battle. The most that died were the Hotian martial artists. They were the slowest and also had the weakest defenses. Just by being caught up in the true essence energy fluctuations, they were ground to death. A good number of revolving core martial artists had died because Lin Ming had focused his attention on them. In fact, it wasn't much harder for the giant Leviathan to kill revolving core martial artists than Xiantian martial artists. Thus, Lin Ming certainly decided to kill the more powerful ones. In the air, the life destruction elders of the South Sea Demon region had already escaped. After Xian Yuqie left behind some vicious curses, she also fled. They were all aware that none of them could defeat Lin Ming. Thus, staying here just because they were emotionally affected by all this destruction was simply idiotic. This caused Lin Ming to feel some regret. Originally, he had wanted to play a bit with the masked elder or Xian Yuqie. He wanted to see how good the giant Leviathan was at killing second-stage life destruction powerhouses. The entire South Sea Demon region was nearly emptied of people, but Xian Wuji hadn't shown up from start to finish. Lin Ming didn't know whether that old fellow could see this scene, but if he could, what expression would he have? Would he be so apoplectically angry, frothing with so much hate that he failed to cross life destruction? As Lin Ming maliciously thought this, he began to use the giant Leviathan to pick through all the corpses on the islands. To more accurately say it, he was collecting their spatial rings. The current Lin Ming no longer desired the wealth of these low-level martial artists, but although a single martial artist wasn't worth too much, 1,000 of them was different. There were also the buildings throughout the South Sea Demon region. Lin Ming didn't plan on letting them go. He'd loot them too. Chapter 686, Pillage. Chapter 686, Pillage. The giant Leviathan's giant tentacles were like a group of locusts. Wherever they traveled, they caused ruination as they recklessly looted everything. All of the valuable things that could be taken away were carried off, and as for those that couldn't, they were destroyed with beams of energy. In just a single incense stick of time, buildings throughout the entire South Sea Demon region were put into an absolute mess with a massive number of palaces and temples destroyed, flames rising from all directions. Beside Lin Ming, Lan Xian looked on, a bit dumbfounded. Killing, burning, robbing, this was no different than the actions of a bandit. In truth, to Lin Ming, being cavalier or being a bandit, he really didn't care about either one. His actions and conduct were all dependent on being able to smoothly flow through his mind and not betraying his heart. As for his methods, it was all the same to him. The grudge from the looting of Divine Phoenix Island naturally had to be returned, and in the most striking and graphic manner possible. Doesn't seem like there's anything valuable, as Lin Ming was using the giant Leviathan to devastate everything around him. He was also rapidly inspecting all the treasure he picked up. There wasn't anything of too much value. This was also within his expectations. After all, those sorts of things were usually carried by the life destruction elders or placed in some secret hidden location, so they were hard to find. In the buildings of the South Sea Demon region, besides some great array formations for training, there wasn't much else. Since these great array formations couldn't be taken away, Lin Ming simply destroyed them all. He didn't plan on leaving any resources to the enemy so that they would be able to recover in the future. Lin Ming, go to the medicine garden. There's definitely something good there. Demon Shine suddenly said, Okay. As Demon Shine mentioned this, Lin Ming remembered that fresh medicinal plants couldn't be placed in a spatial ring. They had to be planted in a medicine garden with rich origin energy. Spreading out his perception and with the support of the giant Leviathan, Lin Ming was able to quickly scan every nook and cranny of the South Sea Demon region. He soon discovered where the medicine garden was located. There was a defensive array formation here, but for Lin Ming, ripping it open was easy. Several dozen tentacles pulled up. In less than a quarter of an hour of time, the array formation was torn apart. This was because Lin Ming cared about the plants within the medicine garden. Thus his actions were much gentler. Otherwise, he would have broken through the array formation even quicker. After the array formation was sundered, an incomparably pure origin energy dispersed into the air. As Lin Ming looked within, he soon found that the herbs in the medicine garden were much richer and more valuable than those of Divine Phoenix Island. In addition, there were several herbs that were far more valuable than the Demon Heart Flower. Because Lin Ming had inherited the memories of the realm of the gods' alchemist, he had a very keen understanding of the multitude of medicinal herbs. Within the realm of the gods was where the richest and rarest herbs were found. Everything within the Sky Spill continent could be found within the realm of the gods, but not everything in the realm of the gods could be found in the Sky Spill continent. Lin Ming soon classified all of these herbs, dividing them by their different pharmacological properties. He plucked out some and organized them. And as for those medicinal herbs that were more difficult to transport, he directly ripped them up and sealed them in a jade box. There were even some that could be transplanted. He picked them up with their soul and moved them into the giant Leviathan's dimension. Generally speaking, these herbs were all inferior to the 10,000-year corpse grass that Lin Ming had found in the eternal demon abyss. But high-level alchemy didn't always use high-grade materials for medicines. Sometimes low-grade materials were required to direct, catalyze, or support the medicine. Moreover, training as an alchemist wasn't done in one day. The start was the most difficult. At the beginning, Lin Ming would have to practice in order to lay down his foundation as an alchemist. At this time, using these medicines to practice his technique would be useful. If the elders of the South Sea Demon region knew that Lin Ming was brutally and violently looting everything they had built, as well as gathering all of the medicinal herbs they had planted with care, classifying them as low-level medicinal herbs for practice so that he could train his technique, then they would probably be vomiting blood in a mad rage. In the South Horizon region, all of these things were considered rare, heavenly materials. Even a life destruction elder would covet them. However, Lin Ming, who had seen the Nirvana dragon root and profound gold divine fruit, simply didn't care much for these things. All the medicinal herbs, spatial rings, and other resources were completely taken away. Before leaving, Lin Ming also didn't forget to have the giant Leviathan shoot out a massive beam of golden light to level the South Sea Demon region's true Essence Stone mine. Although it was impossible to destroy the true Essence Stone mine like this, it was still enough to bother them. They wouldn't be able to mine anything for at least an entire month. With all of this completed, Lin Ming controlled the giant Leviathan and slowly flew away from the South Sea Demon region. The South Sea Demon region had lost over 1,000 martial artists in a single day. As for Xian Yuqie and the many other elders, they fled deep into the South Sea. The news of the South Sea Demon region being pillaged soon spread throughout the entire South Horizon region. At first, people couldn't believe this incredible news, but later, the information became increasingly intense and known. The South Sea Demon region didn't come out with any intention of clarifying this issue, and not just that, but they also had their outer encirclement troops retreat, making a few threats before retreating back deep into the South Sea. Suddenly, all of the aggression and activities of the South Sea Demon region within the South Horizon region came to a complete halt. The entire time, this was just too difficult to believe. If in the past the South Sea Demon region was known as being so extraordinarily powerful that no one was able to bring up a thought of resistance, then that South Sea Demon region had now become a joke. Someone killed their way into their sect, breaking apart their great protective array, razing all their buildings to the ground, recklessly looting all of their resources and scorching everything else. The martial artists of the sect didn't even have pots to use. This was something that would normally occur only at the annihilation of a sect. If the South Sea Demon region didn't have Xian Wuji still supporting them from his closed-door seclusion, then their entire sect might have really been stamped out of existence. It was simply unimaginable that all of this was done by a single youth. Within Yin Yang Profound Palace, the Xing couple inevitably heard this news. "Husband, what do you think?" Within a magnificent temple, a woman in a white robe said as she closed an ancient book, placing it on a table. She looked to be around 40 years old, but one couldn't find any weariness of time on her face. Her features were beautiful, and her body was mature and full, containing all sorts of subtle flavors. This woman was one of the twin stars of the Yin Yang Profound Palace, Xing Can. She was the wife of Xing Ji. Together, the two of them held the position of the Yin Yang Profound Palace's palace masters. Within Yin Yang Profound Palace, many positions were held by couples. This was because of the unique features of their cultivation methods. Often, a couple would train and fight together. Only this way, by combining their powers, would they be able to display their mightiest combat strength. Thus, whether it was training, missions, or adventuring, both husband and wife would often go together. Xing Ji said, "This youth must be a peak emperor-level talent from one of the 4 divine kingdoms. Perhaps he might even be a divine kingdom's crown prince. I estimate that he is 30 years old. I heard his cultivation is at the revolving core realm, so I assume he must be mid or late revolving core. For him to have such a cultivation at this age, this is truly horrifying. This is a cultivation that only a peak emperor-level talent can have. As for his combat strength, there is no need to speak of it further. He can kill a first-stage life-destruction powerhouse. Not defeat, but kill. For someone at the revolving core to jump ranks and fight a life-destruction master is far more difficult than someone at the Xiantian realm fighting someone at the revolving core realm. This person is without a doubt from a holy land, and he also must have top resources and supreme masters supporting him from behind. His talent in itself is amazing, and he might possibly be one of the most extraordinary geniuses that the entire Sky Spill continent has seen in the last 1,000 years. Husband, why do you think this sort of character would come to our South Horizon region?" After Xing can obtain this news, this was her greatest doubt. The mainland of the Sky Spill continent was shaped like a cake with its center dug out. It was in the shape of a ring. The center was an inland sea, and this sea was surrounded by 4 divine kingdoms. Because most of the landmarks were focused in this central region, this area had a much higher concentration of spiritual mountains and forests. The more spiritual lands there were, the thicker and purer the heaven and earth origin energy was, and the more heavenly materials and true essence stone mines there were. Most of the holy lands were also located in this area. By all reasoning, a favored son of heaven of the divine kingdoms would not come to the South Horizon region. This area was simply too remote. The only exception was the inexplicable appearance and rise of silent demon emperor city 3,000 years ago. Somehow, the netherworld great emperor had appeared with strength equal to a divine kingdom, holy lands, holy lord. This was the only time that the South Horizon region ever entered into the vision of the 4 divine kingdoms. For the rest of the time, the South Horizon region was nothing at all to the 4 divine kingdoms. It was the difference between a great city and a small mountain village. This was also reason that the South Sea Demon region wanted to gradually make their way back towards the mainland. The resources at the sea were always somewhat barren. Is he here for adventure and experience? Or has he taken a liking to something from the South Sea Demon region and wants to steal it? Xing Can said after deeply thinking about it. How could he want to steal anything? I doubt there is anything within the entire South Horizon region that would enter into the eyes of such a son of heaven. My guess is that there is some old hatred or revenge involved. 3,000 years ago, the netherworld great emperor needed the young girls with special physiques in order to further cultivate his devil arts. But after looking and looking, he finally ended up laying his eyes on the youngest daughter of one of the 4 divine kingdoms' holy lords. He actually planned on secretly kidnapping her. What a crazy idea that was. Finally, this matter was exposed, and the netherworld great emperor was killed by the combined forces of several holy lords. From then on, the South Sea Demon region was not welcomed by the divine kingdoms. It was just that the other party had withdrawn to the South Sea and kept a low profile, and the rank of their sect wasn't high either, so the divine kingdoms simply didn't bother to deal with them. Now that they wished to re-enter the Sky Spill continent and invade the South Horizon region, once more, there must be some individuals in the divine kingdoms that aren't too happy about this. Perhaps a crown prince from one of the divine kingdoms has chosen this period to go out and gain some experience. He could annihilate the South Sea Demon region at the same time while he journeyed around. It appears that this mysterious youth truly is a young dragon. He is far too horrifying. Husband, what you said is reasonable. It should be mostly true. What should we do now? We don't do anything. The affairs of the divine kingdoms are not something we can meddle with. It's better for us to seize this opportunity to contact this divine kingdom crown prince. If we can be on good terms with him, then we will have infinite profit in the future. Xing said, although you say that for a low-level 5th grade sect like us to know such a character is far too difficult. Xing shook her head. How could she not want to form a good relationship with a divine kingdom? Everything depends on your own effort. There is always a chance. If we don't try, then we'll never know what could have happened. Speaking of this, Divine Phoenix Island, Dire Space Sect, Supreme Mystery Temple, and the 7 sects of the 5-element region really ran into a stroke of good fortune. With a divine kingdom helping them, they might not even need to worry about the South Sea War anymore. As Xing mentioned Divine Phoenix Island, Xing Can's eyes brightened. Husband, that's right. How has the research into extracting the vermilion bird's blood essence and integrating it into our bodies been going? The reason that Yin Yang Profound Palace was willing to take in Divine Phoenix Island was in large part because of the 2 vermilion birds. They wanted to use the blood essence of these vermilion birds to enhance their own cultivation methods. If the vermilion birds worked out, then they would continue to test with the blue wand. As Xing Can mentioned this, Xing Ji's face darkened. That old hag Mu Fengxian. She would rather die than reveal the secret skill to transplant the vermilion bird blood essence. Chapter 687, Paying Respects to the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. Chapter 687, Paying Respects to the Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. It had to be known that once a martial artist lost their blood essence, it was extremely difficult to restore it. Thus, any secret skill related to the restoration or supplementation of blood essence was extremely precious. As for Divine Phoenix Island's method of transplanting a vermilion bird's blood essence that was obtained from the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, thus only high-level figures from Divine Phoenix Island knew it. In fact, the founding ancestor of Divine Phoenix Island was only a mortal. She had no relation with the ancient Phoenix clan. She accidentally stumbled into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, and there she obtained various cultivation methods and secret skills, and used these treasures to form Divine Phoenix Island. So, theoretically speaking, a martial artist from any other sect could have vermilion bird blood essence transplanted into them, and this would increase their talent in fire tribute cultivation methods. Thus, Yin Yang Profound Palace had always coveted this secret technique. When Divine Phoenix Island was in its glory days, Yin Yang Profound Palace wasn't willing to pay such a steep price and attack Divine Phoenix Island to obtain this secret technique. But now that Divine Phoenix Island was in trouble, they began to move towards this objective. Yin Yang Profound Palace focused on water and fire cultivation methods. It was extremely similar to the ice and fire cultivation methods that Divine Phoenix Island practiced. In particular, the fire attribute cultivation method was especially similar. Thus, they first planned to obtain the 2 vermilion birds first and take out a part of their blood essence to see whether or not they could use it to increase the fusion compatibility of their Yin Yang Profound Palace's cultivation methods. This was the most fundamental reason that they were willing to bear the pressure of the South Sea Demon region and take in Divine Phoenix Island. Xing Can said, "Husband, we must hurry. If the South Sea Demon region is subdued by this divine kingdom, then we won't have any more bargaining chips in our hand. When that happens, Divine Phoenix Island might not be willing to submit to us." Humph, that might not be true. After this war, Divine Phoenix Island's strength has plummeted. Mu Fengxian has already injured her life source, and even though she is still at the first stage of life destruction, the truth is that her strength is now only comparable to the late revolving core. As for Muyu Huang, she just recently passed into the first stage of life destruction, and her cultivation is unstable. With most of their revolving core elders already fallen, Divine Phoenix Island can now only be compared to an upper-middle 4th grade sect. They aren't much better than the 7 sects of the 5-element region. They simply do not have the ability to compete with us. Now that they've come to my Yin Yang Profound Palace, they can forget any thoughts of leaving. As Xing Ji spoke, he sneered, subconsciously gripping his palms together, as if he wanted to completely control Divine Phoenix Island in his hand. As Xing Can saw Xing Ji's confident appearance, she said, "Husband, with you presiding over the situation, I can rest assured that Divine Phoenix Island's secret skills will be handled. As for establishing a good relationship with that Divine Kingdom Crown Prince, I shall handle that." As Xing Can spoke, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out in the temple along with a clear voice. "Great Father, Great Mother, what are you talking about?" The one speaking was a tall and heroic-looking youth. He was handsome and his eyebrows shot up like swords. He was Xing Ji and Xing, Ken's most talented son. Xingyang. After Xingyang was identified as having the potential to become an emperor-level powerhouse, The Xing couple had placed all of their high expectations on him. They were counting on him to help Yin Yang profound palace rise to a holy land in the future. Younger, you've come at just the right time. Have you heard about the pillaging of the South Sea Demon region? Your child has certainly heard about such a grand matter. To think that all of this came from the hands of a mysterious youth is truly unbelievable. That's right. Your father, and I suspect that he is a divine kingdom's crown prince. If you can be on good terms with him, that would be very advantageous for you and us. Younger, I plan on taking you to meet him. Your talent is truly extraordinary, but it may still be too difficult to compare with him. So just make sure that you don't show any arrogance or foolishness in front of him. Your age should be close to his. As long as you can manage to become friends with him, your struggle to become a peerless emperor in 100 years will be much easier. As Xing spoke, Xing Yang's eyes began to shine. Although he was an emperor-level talent, it wasn't true that any emperor-level talent could become a peerless emperor. One needed to constantly push their potential to the limits, finding resources even in the face of absolute danger. When one could combine lucky chances, destiny, effort, and all other factors together, then it was possible to become a true emperor powerhouse. If he exhausted his potential or encountered an accident, he might fail. But if he knew that divine kingdom crown prince, it would be different. Over these years, Xing Yang had already been considered and raised as the future successor of his sect. As he diligently trained his cultivation, he was also well versed in human nature and befriending others. He believed that as long as he had a chance, he would certainly be able to win the favor of that divine kingdom crown prince. At that time, if he had the chance to go to a divine kingdom holy land and adventure for a bit, then the benefits could be imagined. Thinking of this, an excited light shined in Xing Yan's eyes. He said, "What Great Mother says is true. In this world, there is always a higher mountain and a higher heaven. Your child has always understood this truth. I shall go with Great Mother, and if I have a chance to befriend that crown prince, then I certainly will not miss it." Good. Truly worthy of being my son. Xingji laughed. This South Sea War was definitely a great opportunity for their Yin Yang profound palace. Not only would they soon be able to obtain the secret skills of Divine Phoenix Island, but they could even befriend a Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. If they could succeed in both of these goals, Yin Yang Profound Palace would rise yet another step. As Yin Yang Profound Palace was drawing up their grand plans, Divine Phoenix Island was also considering the future of their sect. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang were both characters that had lived for several hundred years. So how could they not have seen through Yin Yang Profound Palace's tricks? It was just that before, under duress, they had no choice but to strike a bargain with Yin Yang Profound Palace and crawl into the snake's den, counting on the eventual day when Lin Ming would return. There were still 7 more years from the 10 years' time that Lin Ming had promised. But before that, there had already been a favorable chance in the South Sea War. Now, Divine Phoenix Island had to consider their next step. At this time, in a courtyard of Divine Phoenix Island's temporary residence, there was a long and wide table where 7 or 8 key figures of Divine Phoenix Island were seated. Sect Master, Master Ancestor. A blue-clothed woman politely bowed as she sat down. She was Mu Bingyun, having just returned from the 5-element region. Bingyun, about those rumors of the South Sea Demon region, how exaggerated are they? The high-level figures of Divine Phoenix Island were all hidden within Yin Yang Profound Palace, and it was hard for them to know what was happening in the outside world. A great deal of their information was sent to them by Mu Bingyun. Before, when that mysterious youth had completely annihilated the South Sea Demon region's Divine Phoenix Island branch with just his own strength, that already seemed quite exaggerated. Afterwards, Xian Yuqie had led 3 other great elders along with the giant Leviathan to personally go out on a hunting mission. However, they had suffered a disastrous defeat. Not only had they lost the giant Leviathan, but 2 elders also died. Finally, the entire South Sea Demon region was looted and pillaged by the mysterious youth. This was truly incomprehensible. This was the same as the mysterious youth sweeping out the entire South Sea Demon region with just his strength alone, completely routing Xianyuqie and the other life destruction elders there, as if they were nothing more than dead dogs. With the massive number of martial artists that were slain throughout all of the South Sea Demon region, they were fortunate that Xian Wuji was still alive. Otherwise, the entire sect might have already collapsed because of this. This was simply a fairy tale-like legend. It was unimaginable. As for that mysterious youth, his identity became increasingly obscure even as his fame rose to unprecedented levels. It could be said that now, in the entire 5-element region, South Horizon region, Profound Province, or other lands nearby, there was no high-ranking sect that didn't know of this youth. Perhaps even the Great Zen region had learned of this too. Reporting to Sect Master, "My words are not exaggerated at all." Mu Yuhuang nodded. With the appearance of this mysterious youth, the landscape of the entire South Sea War had rapidly changed. This was also a favorable turning point in their Divine Phoenix Island's fate. Now, we only do not know when Xian Wuji will leave seclusion. Xian Wuji is the South Sea Demon region's very soul. Although the South Sea Demon region has suffered great losses this time, they will never perish as long as Xian Wuji is still living. The South Sea Demon region still holds absolute dominance with him, and we still have no choice but to stay in Yin Yang Profound Palace and be pressed down by others. As Yin Yang Profound Palace was mentioned, a trace of grief and pain flashed through Mu Qianyu's eyes. At the time, under the pressure for her sect to survive, Divine Phoenix Island had no option but to yield to certain conditions. Her saint beast, Little Flame, was now in the hands of Yin Yang Profound Palace. Now that they had taken Little Flame, it certainly wasn't to raise it, but rather to steal its vermilion bird blood essence. As Mu Qianyu thought of this, it felt as if a heated knife was twisting in her heart. Although Little Flame was a contract beast to Mu Qianyu, Little Flame was no different from her sister. To sacrifice Little Flame to secure Divine Phoenix Island's continued future would always be one of Mu Qianyu's inner demons. As Mu Yuhuang saw Mu Qianyu's expression, she sighed and said, "Don't worry." Yin Yang Profound Palace's palace masters made an oath on their heart of martial arts that they wouldn't harm Little Flame's life. It's just they are taking some of Little Flame's blood essence. As Mu Yuhuang spoke to hear, she also felt sad. Her contract, Beast Fireshine, was taken away too. Whether it was to a martial artist or vermilion bird, blood essence was extremely precious. It wasn't possible to lose too much. If one did lose too much, not only would one's cultivation drop, but it would also shorten their life. Us seeking asylum in Yin Yang Profound Palace was pure, wishful thinking to begin with. We always had to pay some price. We can only hope that this mysterious youth will cause the South Sea Demon region to suffer great losses and give us some respite. We must persist until Lin Ming returns. But in the meantime, we'll have to patiently endure these coming years. We simply have no other choice. I understand. Mu Qianyu reluctantly smiled, motioning that she was feeling better. Mu Yuhuang sighed, and no longer said anything. As the high-level figures of Divine Phoenix Island were gathered together to discuss their sect's future, at the great temple of Yin Yang Profound Palace, a high-grade Earth Step spirit boat had quietly been launched. After passing through several transmission arrays, it shot straight towards the South Sea. The people on board this boat were the mother and son, Xing Qin and Xing Yan. They planned to go towards Divine Phoenix Island to pay a visit to this Divine Kingdom Crown Prince. However, someone was already much closer. As Yin Yang Profound Palace set out, the scouting party of Storm Valley had already landed on Divine Phoenix Island and was planning to greet Lin Ming. Storm Valley's Free Wind Temple Protector requests an audience with the great expert. Seeing there was no response, the scout repeated himself. Although his voice was vigorous, his heart was beating like a wild drum. This other force was in existence able to kill off a first-stage life destruction master, and there was also no telling how great of a status he had. This scout was only a protector of a small fourth-grade sect. In the eyes of people like this, he was no different from an ant. Was his abrupt arrival and greeting causing displeasure? If this person had an eccentric personality, then they might ignore them or even play around with them. After several breaths of time passed, a young man's voice suddenly echoed out from all directions. Storm Valley? Is it the 5-element region 7-sect Storm Valley that you're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel? Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.